Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another special edition of the In Between the Stitches podcast. I'm your host, Brady Wilson, no co-host with Chase, but we do have a good friend of mine, Donnell Wilson, in the studio. He was on the show yesterday, talking some football, but today we've got him in studio.
Absolutely.
We've got a whiteboard to break stuff down if he starts to get really in-depth. Where did you play? Obviously, we played together in Waxahachie, but where did I forget the name of the college that you went after there?
Well, my name is Donnell Wilson. I obviously went to high school with Brady, one of my closest friends. Friends who never didn't talk a lot, but at the same time talk forever. We never just stopped being friends. I played 2 years for D2 school in Northeastern State. It's in Oklahoma, northeastern Oklahoma. Nothing out there for real, but toughest division of D2. But
you were way you were way up there because I'm gonna go see a game, and then I look at from Denton. It's 3 hours away.
Yeah, Oklahoma's only an hour away from Denton.
Yeah,
but you have to drive two and a half other hours as soon as you break the border. I played 2 years there, and I transferred to UNT, be able to play for the school either this fall or next coming up fall. So yes.
Oh, well, I'm super excited to have you on the show. I'm excited to have another football player on here. Not that
Absolutely.
Chase, obviously Chase, but I'm happy to have, and Seth, no football, but I'm happy to have someone on here that
that knows the football struggles.
Exactly.
Absolutely, yeah. Sure.
So I'm gonna go and get your thoughts because people don't know. So what are you thinking from night one going into night two without the Cowboys? We'll get to the Cowboys in a second.
Yeah.
Obviously, Travis goes 2, where we kind of thought he was going to go. Obviously, we
Earlier.
thought Titans, going Cam Ward made the most sense. But I know this is going to be a nice little, counterweight because I'm not a big Shedeur guy. However, Donnell, I'm going to let him go ahead and get into it that he is a big Shedeur guy.
Well, so going to the draft, I love. There was a lot of talks about the top 2 quarterbacks, obviously being Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, and I love both of their games. I love their off the field things. I love how they're in the media. I love how we know a lot more about them versus the other quarterbacks. This is a very unique draft, So I like them being the top 2. I personally had Shedeur over Cam Ward. I know Cam Ward during his pro day that he had the Titans head coach there, and he established himself as the dominant quarterback, and he's a little bit bigger and he runs a little bit more. But I feel like Shedeur Sanders is, in my opinion, a better quarterback.
Well, and hey, you're completely entitled to your opinion, even if it's
absolutely.
wrong.
Okay.
But we're about to get started here. We're gonna do the same thing, as we did last time, where obviously if we go mute for a few seconds, it's gonna be because we're listening to the pick. We will be live through all of night 2, so however long this thing goes, we got rounds 2 and 3, so it's pick 33, and I think all the way through 102. So we got about 70 picks here that we're going to be doing. Not 90, 70. I can't do math. Almost had a big math there moment, but obviously, my best players on the board. I still have a fair amount of first round value on the board. Mike Green obviously falling because of the potential off field issues.
Will Johnson, obviously.
Will Johnson, Luther Burden.
I'm surprised he didn't get picked.
Siobhan Revel and Benjamin Morris from Notre Dame. Obviously, all these guys have something. I hate to say something wrong with them, but all of them have a reason, right? Green's falling because of the off-field issues.
Yes.
Burden's falling because of his lack of production.
Yep.
Will Johnson's falling because of a knee and apparently a foot, and then apparently a knee injury that we didn't know about.
Yeah.
Revel's falling because he tore his ACL,
Yes.
and Benjamin Morrison's falling because he had a hip thing, and I think there's some medical stuff there.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if we consider it falling because most people, the consensus has him in the second round. I don't. I have him as a 1.
I had him 1. Yeah.
You are a defensive back. I don't know if you mentioned that. So when it comes to corner, there's a reason you're going to be a little more nuanced and in depth with it.
Yes.
And 3 corners are still on the board for me in the first round.
Yes.
That's the fun part today is that we got a lot of good corners still on the board. And then going into the second round players that I have available, Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College, Carson Schwessinger from UCLA, Judkins, who we both absolutely love from Ohio State. Would love for him to fall to 44. And then obviously my guy, Captain Jack Sawyer from Ohio State.
Jack Sawyer.
We both have, you obviously more than me, we have an insider in the building to Ohio State. So Donnell's going to be able to provide some insight because we had a teammate of ours.
He may even get on the phone, but.
Yeah, we may be able to get Calvin on the phone, which would be awesome if we could get Calvin on the phone. I can't, my microphone is not wanting to stay up.
No, that's perfect.
There we go. Because I don't like to Kevin to bend down to do this, but the Cleveland Browns are officially on the clock, so you've got 7 minutes in round 2. I think it's 5 minutes in round. And it's 3 minutes tomorrow. So, and that's just because they don't want this going a long time. And it's funny to watch day 2 because you start off with so much momentum, and you start off like the broadcast wise, and they have a bunch of legends that are going to come out to announce like every team's pick.
Yep.
And then it's funny, by the end of round 3, they're just like just starts. They just have someone walking out, blah blah blah, and then like 5 minutes later, here comes the next person. It's just they're turning them out, which is it's always really fun to see. But
I love it though. I love this draft process. I love these guys living their dreams, man. It's the dream you had when you were a little kid, and you see these draft days, you see the chains, and you see the suits and everything, and you wish that you could be there. These guys, they work so hard to get to this day. So I love it.
People make a lot of the emotion that's made, and that's because you got to think this is and you're going through that grind right now.
Yeah.
This is a grind that you start in Pee Wee, that you then start in high school, then you go through high school, and you go through college. And even though a fair amount of guys are being paid in college. Yeah. It's still different than, I think, going to the NFL.
It's the NFL, bro. It's the NFL.
There's only 32 NFL teams. There's, 134 FBS teams?
It's the crazy. It's the NFL. It's the best of the absolute best. Think about it in college level, right? You have 4 years. So you have to be gone at least 4 years. Yeah. Some guys, if they're good enough, 3 years. And a lot of guys, if they're not the best guys, they're there for 5 years because they redshirted their first year. The NFL has guys who's been in there for 14, 13 years. Yeah. And
Campbell's the longest tenured player right now.
And these guys, they have spots solidified. There's not guys coming in taking their spots.
I lied. It's Aaron Rodgers. If he signs with the team, I think he's the longest tenured football player was 2005.
Yes.
Which, to give reference, I was born in 04.
I was born in 05.
You were born in 05. So literally, as long as you've been alive.
Aaron Rodgers has been great.
So, amazing. And we talk about quarterbacks.
Yes.
On the clock right now is the Cleveland Browns, because we're still getting the clock down.
Yes.
I finally figured out, because I wanted to start naming team stats, and I forgot that the really cool, this is not like a promotion here, but the Lindy Sports Guide here does have team ranks.
That's why I first picked it up when I first walked in.
So we look at the Cleveland Browns. They need a quarterback.
They do need a quarterback.
You think, they've got Bailey Zappi on the roster, I think, but I know they have Deshaun Watson.
I think they did a good job with their pick in Graham. Graham is a really good guy.
He's a
great player.
Big
guy.
You look at their interior, and right now their starters are probably Dalvin Tomlinson and Mike Hall Jr. And I like Mike Hall.
They lost Myles Garrett, so you need.
They didn't lose him.
They didn't lose him?
No, he signed an extension.
He signed an extension? Okay, I thought he left. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, he signed an extension, so now you've got Graham to pair up with Myles Garrett on the defensive line.
That's perfect. That's actually really perfect.
That was kind of the thought process for the Browns at pick 2 was they're at 2. They're going to get either they're going to get either Hunter or Carter.
Yep. And then the trade.
And who are the 2 best players in that roster? Denzel Ward.
Yep.
And Myles Garrett. So you're going to pair someone with that guy, but instead of, they did pair someone with Myles Garrett, they decided to pair a defensive tackle with Myles Garrett. Yes. And again, like we talked about last night, he has none of the measurables that my comp for Mason Graham does. Mason Graham reminds me of Dexter Lawrence.
Yeah.
The way he plays.
That's such a good comp.
Even though Lawrence is I think a little bit taller and he's 40 pounds heavier. Mm-hmm. I don't care. They play very, very similar. Mm. But you look at Cleveland, you got to think this is definitely a landing spot for Shedeur.
I feel like this is the Shedeur pick. I think they started off big, started off hot, Shedeur Sanders being left off the board, which a lot of people were outraged, especially yesterday. Like me, I was definitely upset about this, not Shedeur
think him not being picked shouldn't be the outrage. I think the outrage should be that Jackson Dart went ahead of him.
Yes, that's the outrage. Let me say it like that. I feel like being drafted is being drafted, but I do not feel that Jackson Dart is a better quarterback. Now that can be up for discussion. That can be up for
maybe
debate.
Down the road, the development of Jackson Dart.
But I also is the pick in? Yeah,
the pick is in for Cleveland.
Yeah. So for my opinion, I was talking about this earlier today, and I was saying that Shedeur Sanders gets everyone's best. Yeah. And like they say, I think Travis said, we don't have any away games. We have all home games. So he has so much pressure, so many things that are against him, and every team is out there trying to make a statement. They're trying to get more money. They're trying to make a name for themselves. And every single time he gets hit, there's a little bit more animosity.
Here comes the pick. Interesting.
That is a very
interesting. So
pick.
The Browns go more defensive help.
More defense, yeah.
Carson Schlesinger from UCLA, and you're going to see this guy, Donnell. I don't know how much you watched of him.
No, I didn't watch much of him.
You're going to see a lot of Sean Lee in his game. But I want you to watch his
Smart
tackling angles.
playmaking.
As a defensive player, you're going to see this. His tackling angles are the
Secure
best I've
tackling.
ever seen. He takes the perfect angle every time.
Wow.
And he's athletic enough to catch. He's not going to get outrun a ton. But his angles are just
he
absolutely
plays with power.
fantastic.
He plays with his mind. I can tell.
He does. He reminded me a lot of Sean Lee.
Yeah.
That was the comp I had.
Yeah, one
for
of the
him
things
is-
I've heard from defensive coordinators, they were like, I would rather have a guy. I don't really care if a guy has a lot of hit power. I care if the guy's always around the ball. Every time you see him, he's around the ball. He's always in the play. You see him in the frame. And 9-5-9, like the certain defenses, and that's a linebacker that everyone loves. That a guy that's always going to be there. He's always going to run extra. He's going to make the right tackle. He's not going to kill the guy, but he's going. He let the FBS in solo tackles. Wow, 90 tackles. That's a wow.
I have to envision that defensive coordinators, especially from linebackers, that's what they want. Is they want somebody that's going to fly and be around the football a lot. I know we're having camera issues. Camera issues are happening.
Happens.
I want to make a note that if the camera does go out like it has right now, I will fix it. The audio should never be an issue, so you don't need to tell me the video's out because I do have it on my screen here, so that way I can see it. Because it was going out yesterday, it's still going out today. I honestly don't know how to fix this, and as long as we can keep adding it back, it doesn't matter. Wrong camera. There we go. We should be back, but I know that I don't know why it's messing up. It has decided it wants to do this, but as long as you can still hear us, that's fine, and I can fix the camera issues anytime they pop up. But this defense just got a lot better. I mean, you're looking at a defense that was 19th in total defense, the 21st rushing defense, and the 12th passing. So they're pretty good in the secondary,
Yeah, they're really good
but they needed help probably up the middle, and you're doing that. Ozzie Newsome always talked about you build a defense up the middle with defensive tackles, linebackers, and safeties. Well, they've got their D tackle. Now they've gotten their linebacker.
You don't even understand in a defense how much the big boys have an impact, man. Like when you have pressure on that quarterback, it makes the quarterback make bad reads. And that's a DB's dream. You want quarterbacks throwing bad balls, especially at the NFL level. You're not going to have many quarterbacks that just make bad reads. That's not a thing. The reason why people get picks is because the D linemen, they get there, they make the right plays. So they make the plays and they allow DBs to get paid. So
yeah, I mean, you got to look at. And these picks are going to come a little bit faster today, which is fine. So the Texans are on the clock here. We're not going to give a bunch of who we think. Here we go. And the Houston Texans go Jaden Higgins. So there's two guys from Iowa State expected to be picked tonight. They went the tall guy.
Yeah.
They went Jaden Higgins, who stands about 6'4", 214 pounds. He's a big guy. A lot of people want to comp him to Nico Collins, and I'm not going to say that that's a bad comp. I don't believe
Nico Collins is very. He's a very unique receiver.
I don't know if he's as good as Nico. That's the thing.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to be as good as a NFL guy.
Higgins reminds me a lot of Alec Pierce, though. If you that was my comp. I think he reminded me a lot of Alec Pierce. This is the second, third round grade I have going off the board. I actually had his teammate Jalen Knoll ahead of him from Iowa State, who's looking. That's just because personally I usually prefer speed over size. That's just how I am in terms of we got to trade.
Yeah,
we've got to trade. The Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock. I forget who was on the clock before that. I think it wasn't the Texans.
On the clock before that, let me check right now.
Who were they going up to get?
Texans.
Higgins
Titans.
was my 81st best player on the board, so I think it's a little bit rich, but they already that was they already have Nico Collins, so you're adding a second Nico Collins essentially
second
here.
Nico Collins, but Nico Collins is so good, man.
Yeah, he is, and he got hurt last year, and they had injuries with Tank Dell and John Mechie is he's still I think he's still getting used to the NFL.
Stephon Diggs no longer being there, so
they definitely needed depth at receiver.
Yeah, they needed depth. They needed somebody they can rely on maybe, and big guys, it just depends with receivers, but. Yeah.
Who was on the clock? I forget who was on the clock.
It was Titans.
It was the Titans. The
and
Titans
they
traded back
with the Seahawks.
With Seattle.
Haven't seen any.
So Seattle's coming up for. Are they jumping Cleveland for Shedeur? Because they've got Sam Darnold. They signed him to a contract, but the thing with Sam Darnold is he really your guy of the future?
Nah, I don't think Sam Darnold's a good.
Really?
I love quarterback. Well, Sam Darnold, he's never been an it guy.
He
for
played
me.
fine last year
He did.
until
He really did,
the end of the
but-
year when
yeah.
he started seeing ghosts again.
But
So
there's that it guy, like the guy who you like. Okay, we're going to rely on this guy,
The future.
to get us to get us in a Super Bowl contention again, get us in playoff contention again. You know, something that we can rely on. And you know, I know Seahawks fans. My best friend is a Seahawks fan, and she doesn't know. So Sam Darnold isn't someone who I would feel like this is our guy for the future. And maybe you go Shador here as someone who could.
Shador makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Shador does make a lot of sense as someone who could compete with Sam Darnold, maybe make Sam Darnold play harder or because especially if you get a Shador Sanders here, there's going to be a lot of talks like, hey, Shador is good enough to play. And you know, people who love Shador is going to be like, hey, Sam Darnold's not playing good this week. Why isn't Shador playing?
Could you
Are
also
we going
say
to get
that
anything?
a counter to that is, hey, you know, we don't want to draft
want
a
the
guy that could
problems.
be, I don't want to say that could be a headache, but could be a headache not because Shador is Shador, but because you have it's kind of like when the Jets brought in Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like, well, it's the circus. It's the circus. But we're going to see who the Seahawks come up to get. I mean, clearly we don't know what they gave up, but, they're trading up. They really believe in the player that they're about to get. And I'm trying to think of who they're jumping. They're jumping Vegas.
Receivers too, because didn't they just get?
They signed Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, yes, but DK also left, which was a big part of their receiving core last year. So
And Lockett's gone. So you have Kupp,
Lockett's
JSN. Maybe you want. I mean, Luther Burden makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah.
Just because
Bird makes a lot of sense on anyone who needs.
there's a
receiver. I feel
ton
like
of
he should be
value
yesterday.
on the board still at defensive line, and maybe they want to go edge. Leonard Williams is getting older. I'm trying to
There's a lot
think of.
things the Seahawks can do.
So they give up their pick 52 today and their pick 82 today. So I mean, I would do that
There's
trade.
someone that they're actually looking
That's
for.
17. You're going back 17. So the Titans fly back 17
Would
spots.
you do that for a receiver?
No,
I
you're
don't
doing that
think
for a
I think
quarterback.
you're doing that for a quarterback. I think you're
I
doing that for a
expect,
quarterback.
and I think you expect, I think we all expect this to be Shador Sanders.
Yeah, I hope it's Shador. I just want Shador to get drafted. I love Shador. I just love Shador. I love the Sanders family. I love Dion. And I hate that he didn't get drafted yesterday. Yeah, but that's his own personal thing. Maybe we get to that a little later.
And I don't do mocks for round 2, but if I was doing one, I probably would have had him going to Vegas because I know Tom Brady did a lot of stuff with him, and there's a connection there, and Pete Carroll might like him, but we'll see. We'll see who this is. I mean, I think we're both in agreement that you really don't come up this far, 17 spots, giving up another day 2 pick.
A second round pick
to
and a
get-
third round
I
pick.
love Luther Burden,
but
the positional value. I mean, there's
they maybe could have got Luther Burden if
There-
there was a 42nd pick, wasn't it?
there's no 52. There's so many good receivers
There's
on the
so
board
many
today.
good receivers.
If you don't want or you miss out on Luther Burden, you've got Alec Ayamaner, who I hate to say this, but cooked Colorado
Yeah.
in that game, not last year, but the year before that.
Against Travis Hunter.
Jack Besh, but those are my
I
round
like
2.
Trey Harris.
Those are my round 2 receivers, but Trey Harris is in my round 3 stack is loaded at receiver. Jalen Knoll, Jalen Royals, you want to go small school guy. Kyle Williams, Trey Harris, Jaden Higgins is obviously off the board. Isaiah Bond, Tez Johnson. There are several really, really good receivers you can get in that 3rd round.
Number 18 from TCU, Jack Beck. I liked his game too.
Yeah, Besh reminds
Besh.
me a lot of, I think it was Puka Nacua was my
Puka
comp.
Nacua, that's exactly what I was thinking. Puka Nacua.
He's
Cooper
not
Kupp.
gonna wow you.
Yeah, but he's gonna catch the ball.
he catches
he's
the
gonna
ball.
make the right plays.
He gets open.
He gets open.
He gets open.
No.
So we got. I wonder who's. I know for the Cowboys today, Travis Frederick is making our picks, both of them. So I'm pretty happy for that. Get to see Travis, but we're gonna see the Seahawks. I think we both say Shador.
This guy I was watching last night.
Here you go.
This guy I was watching last night. This was my sleeper. I really think that this guy is such a big playmaker. Like, it has it on there. he is a playmaker. I didn't know how good he was. I remember watching last year the LSU game, and he had made that big pick six that ended up getting taken back because of SIWs, self-inflicted wounds. But he has such
If Coach
big
Tolley's
play.
watching this, he just smiled.
Has such big play energy. He plays such a level. And he's a great tackler.
Yeah.
Like, look at that. He's such a great tackler. He does everything the right way. He's not scared to get his nose dirty. He's able to make the big plays. He has secure hands, and I think I really liked him last night. I looked on the board.
He measured in at the combine. You just see his RAS score. His RAS score, and this is a scale of 0 to 10, is 10. 6'3", 220.
Yes.
He had a 43-inch vertical. He ran a 4.38 as a safety.
Man, I thought he was a DN when I first watched him. When I was watching him, I thought he was a DN. That's how big he's huge.
That's how big he looks. He looks big.
And then he got to a deep third. I was like, whoa, what's going on? And he's fast and he's agile. I'm like, man, like.
And then we look at elite size. He's got speed, length. He takes great angles. He's a chess piece that can move around the defense. He plays super physical, so he plays up to his size. Yeah. He sometimes is a little bit late to react to things, and he's a little bit. He needs to trust what he's doing. And ironically, for someone as big as him, he has trouble fighting through blocks occasionally. But if Al Davis was still alive, this would have been an Al Davis pick yesterday. What do you mean?
I'm saying like this.
Yeah, because he's a height, weight, speed guy, and he's gonna wow you athletically, and he just needs to put a little bit more consistency on tape. But if he can do that, this guy can be a stud. But they don't trade up for the quarterback. They're trading up for the safety.
Which I thought was a steal. I thought anybody who was going to get him today was a steal.
And now we've got Cleveland again because they had this pick from the Jacksonville trade. So we'll see who they take here.
I know this is a thing right now, the Shedeur pick, but
could be. Well, there goes the Cowboys' dream of Quinshon Judkins going to the Dallas Cowboys, and he does go to the Cleveland Browns. So Shedeur Sanders continues his fall through teams that should pick him but aren't. This is great value for Shedeur here. I will say this. This is tremendous value for what Shedeur is. And the video just crapped that again, so we're gonna have to change it. I'm gonna keep announcing it so that way everyone knows I know that it crapped out, and we can just it'll be out for literally like 5 seconds, and then there we're back. Nope, I keep clicking the wrong one. But there's me. You can see me, but you can't see Donnell. And I didn't bring him on here to sit off to the side where no one can see him.
Well, Quinshon Judkins, man.
I'll let you talk about him first, because I mean you're talking about an absolute
stud, man, stud. Quinshon Judkins. Like, I remember when he first went to Ohio State, and I was like, you already have Henderson, you already have Trevion. Like, why do you need Judkins? And man, they became one of the best 1-2 punches in all of college football and probably in history. They're one of the main reasons why that they won, a national championship last year. Their run game was insane. When Judkins wasn't doing his thing, Henderson came in, and when Henderson wasn't his best, Judkins came in. It was never an off night with the OSU run game, and I love Judkins' game. I used him in college football this year. His ability and juking ability and his spin ability is crazy, but I think this is a really solid pick. I wanted him for the Cowboys. I don't mind Trevion Henderson though. I think either one of them would have been perfect for the Cowboys. I know Nick Chubb, he has his, injuries, and he's coming off this injury. So, this is a guy that can learn from him, a guy that can not, he's probably not going to get all the snaps, especially if Nick Chubb is returning. But this is a guy that can definitely, with years and with time, can definitely become an all-pro. I feel like an all-pro running back.
We're having some really bad issues. It is crapping out every 10 seconds. So I'm trying to get it back up. If not, we may have to just use the Apple thing and move it to where we can see everybody. But we'll continue on here. Judkins, he runs super strong.
Super strong.
He was the Knuckles to Trevion Henderson's Sonic, and I always like the Sonic and Knuckles comparison because I like the speed and power. Judkins reminded me. I'm trying to get to my write-up on him.
Judkins is technically smaller than Trevion, but he runs so hard that's.
We got another trade. Vegas has traded back with Miami, so trades are coming fast and heavy with. We'll see who Miami's going up to get. Trying to get to their team. But you look at Judkins, he reminds me a lot of David Johnson from our generation, back in the 2010s. You're talking about a guy, he runs with power and violence. He's got great balance through arm tackles. He's a real weapon in the pass game, and he's explosive in space.
Very explosive.
He's not a pass blocker, and his burst is behind, especially behind the line. But
Jamar Gibbs, I love his I like the comparison between Jamar Gibbs.
Once you get Judkins in space, it's over.
Gone.
It's good. He's a heck of a player.
Have a good night. Safeties.
So my top and second round grades are flying off the board. Running backs, you got to expect the running back run to be coming here with if Judkins is off the board. Obviously, there's going to be several backs coming off the board fairly soon. With the two guys expected that went yesterday with Hampton and Genty, obviously, but in my second round after Judkins, my Judkins was my third running back. After Judkins, it's Dylan Sampson, and then Caleb Johnson, and then Travion Henderson, and then R.J. Harvey, and then you get to the Dolphins are trading up. We just mentioned that they get the Raiders' 5th round pick, but they're giving up their 3rd round pick today and a 4th round pick tomorrow. So I assume it's a pick swap of 4s and 5s, and then they give up their 3rd to move up. What is that? 11 spots to take. We don't know, and the camera just crapped out again, which is fine because we can fix it while the pick's coming in. Wow, they go guard. So and Jonas Savayanaya, and he played tackle for Arizona. He was someone I watched a little bit later in the process, so I feel like he's a little bit newer in my head. But he's somebody that people kind of felt like he's going to be a guard. He's one of those guys that played tackle in college, but everyone in the NFL sees him as a guard.
He's 6'4", 324. So he's a bigger guy, but tackles in the league right now like 6'5", 6'6". So.
And usually when you get someone that they're saying is he's a tackle but he's going to be a guard, is usually they don't have good feet, or typically they don't have terrific height. Yeah. He's strong he has strong hands. He's got a really well built frame. He moves well in space. He's a versatile guy. He can move across the formation. In fact, he played across the formation at Arizona. His hips are a little bit tight. He struggles against counter moves. He reminds me a lot of Jordan Morgan, who came out of Arizona last year. I like to give comps that are from the same school just because it's a little bit easier for me to, see it. I see this guy. He reminds me of this former player. But he went a little higher than I expected, though. I have a top mid-3rd round grade on him. So he went a little higher than I expected for him to go. But we're flying through these picks. Cowboys are coming up pretty soon here, and we got New England. And I may need to queue up Seth calling me here for the Patriots because, they go Will Campbell yesterday. We don't know what they're going to go today. We're going to have to see what they decide to go today. If Seth was here,
they need a receiver.
They need a receiver.
They need a running back.
They need a running back. They need about 3 receivers.
They need about 3 receivers, yeah.
So if they can just take 3 of them right here, it'd be great. They can just trade up, get the next 3 picks and just take a whole new receiving core.
Yeah,
build it.
You don't want to do that. No. We want a vet in there. You do want a vet.
I mean, Luther Burden is the guy that's obviously going to make the most sense. I don't think Mike Vrabel is adverse to guys that have character issues, which is what Mike Green has. Looking at New England, hopefully I don't spoil the pick again like we did yesterday with what was it? I think it was Abdul Carter, and we looked on the Giants formation. It said Carter, and we went, "Crap!" Well, there he is. We know who they're taking, but Pop Douglas has been someone that's been playing pretty well for New England. Obviously, they have Stephon Diggs now, but they need somebody young. Pop Douglas is a fine receiver. He'd be the Cowboys' second best receiver. Okay, but they need a young stud in there to go with Diggs.
A firecracker, someone that can just go.
And there's a lot, and that's why I don't know if this is going to be Burden, because I don't know how he fits with. I know Burden's actually tall, but he's one of those guys. He's like 6 foot, but he looks about 5'9" on the field.
Yeah, he's not a huge guy. He's not a guy that's gonna overpower or is overbearing on DB. So.
But I mean, you look at New England. The one thing they do have, and the one thing I can almost guarantee this pick isn't, is secondary. because they've got Carlton Davis. They signed him.
Yeah.
They obviously have Marcus Jones, who's one of my favorite players. He was coming out of Houston a few years ago. They've got Christian Gonzalez, who's
Yep.
blossomed into
Love
one of the
Christian
best corners in
Gonzalez.
football. Jabril Peppers and Kyle Duggar is their safety combination. So they have a great passing defense. If not offense, maybe offensive line, just because you got Will Campbell, but these guards are starting to fly off the board, and maybe there's someone you like there. But I think if they don't go offense, maybe someone to get younger on defense. But this definitely feels like a receiver, or this feels like another offensive lineman. You good?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. This definitely feels like receiver. They've taken it down to a minute left. So we've caught completely back up with the clock. We don't have a log jam of picks. I wonder if that's what happened. Was we just had a log jam of picks there, and that's why they were coming so fast. But with New England, you have your left tackle of the future. Cole Strange has not played great in his career. You got Morgan Moses.
I love the Will Campbell pickup yesterday.
You've got Michael Owenu. I believe they brought in Garrett Bradbury. So we'll see what they do. Maybe it feels guard or receiver is definitely what I'm feeling. And Tate Ratledge makes sense from Georgia as a natural guard. Charles Grant was a tackle from William and Mary, the very known football powerhouse.
The very known.
That might have the size he might be a guard just because of his size as the pick just came in. Gray Zabel's off the board. Donovan Jackson's off the board. So, first round offensive linemen flew off the board last night. Obviously, with the Cowboys taking Tyler Booker, and we're gonna.
I love the love for the big boys, man. They're getting a lot of love this draft right now.
and as we wait for the Patriots, Donnell, what did you think of Tyler Booker pick yesterday?
I appreciated it. Obviously us losing Zach Martin. Hall of Famer, love one of my favorite.
He was my favorite Cowboy of all time.
Top five in my opinion. I think he's one of the greatest guards of all time in my opinion as well. Definitely a first ballot Hall of Famer. And we did need something. We have a younger offensive line. And we needed another guy to come in to be able to develop this offensive line for the future. I feel like adding anything to protect Dak, especially him coming off this injury.
Yeah.
We need something to protect Dak and give him a peace of mind. So I think it was a great pick. I think anyone who's outraged about this, I don't think they really know what they're talking about.
They haven't studied film. If you watch the film on Booker, and if you haven't, go watch it. But
he's a really big physical guy. He's not going to come in and not play. He's going to come in and day one start.
We're going to get into Booker here a little bit more, just as when we find little lulls in the draft. But somebody's coming out with Goodell. I don't know if that's a player, but here comes the Patriots pick. It's going to be a kid announcing it. So let's see. I'm going receiver or maybe offensive line.
I'm saying receiver.
TreVeyon Henderson is the pick for the New England Patriots, and
They need a running back.
you got to think that Seth's gonna be pretty happy with that. As a Cowboys fan, he was one of my pet cats. If you don't know what pet cats means, it's just one of my personal favorite players. But he is okay. I'm trying to think of where to start this story. I know I wanted him for Clinton Portis is a heck of a comp from Daniel Jeremiah there, but look, you look at TreVeyon Henderson. I watched him.
Good.
The reason he's a pet cat is not just because he's one of my favorite players, but I watched him as a true freshman, and I said, this guy is going to be playing on Sundays. You watch him. I watched him his first couple snaps at Ohio State, and I said, this guy, and I said, I cannot wait until he's in the draft, and I can evaluate him because he's going to be one of my favorite running backs in the draft. And he was one of my favorite running backs in this year's class. I compared him more to Miles Sanders than anything, but He's super
Bigger
balanced.
though.
He's balanced, burst, seeks contact, fights for yards, and he's a good pass blocker.
And
He's
I watched this guy play when Ohio State was going against Mizzou
Yeah.
in the Cotton Bowl. I think it was a year ago, 2 years ago. And man, I've never he runs so and that's crazy for Judkins too because Judkins runs hard, but he runs super hard and he runs with so much authority and he's such.
And
a
there's
good
the pass blocking
blocker.
right there.
He's such a good pass blocker. You can tell that he loves his craft and he takes it serious and that he stays in the weight room and that he's a serious guy about this, man. And when they didn't have a quarterback in that Cotton Bowl, they lost to Mizzou, but he did everything. He played. They played Wildcat. So and he's just so versatile. He can go. He lined up at receiver. You see, he lined up at receiver a couple of times. He's a good route runner. So I really wanted him on the Cowboys.
But
the
we don't
Patriots
get him.
know what they're talking about.
Look, new offensive coordinator. Yeah, he's not new, but
Yeah.
the new and then he's back offensive coordinator Josh McDaniels. Definitely he loves to run the football. Any Patriots fan remembers Josh McDaniels loves to run the football. So now you've got your left tackle. Now you've got your running back. They're ready to party done, and they're ready to party up in New England.
They're ready to go.
But I had a mid-2 on him. It just a huge fan of him, and I know him being 42nd on my board may not accurately reflect how much I love this player, and it's more because similar to him, and Malachi Starks were two guys that I put the pet cat tag on before I even watched film because now that I'm watching more college football than I ever have. And I watched both of them as true freshmen, and I said both of these guys will be playing on Sundays. And now one of them was a first-round pick yesterday, and Travion was a pick today. So I'm very happy, just as a football fan, that I was able to see that and recognize that these guys are super talented.
And as an analyst as well, being able to recognize talent very very early. It's something that
And now
that's
see
always,
it.
That's something. Yeah, that's something that's nice about it. You
I
see
can't
the
wait.
talent, yeah.
Can't wait to see them. I mean, you're looking at a team that had the 31st ranked offense.
Yeah, that's no good.
They were 13th in rushing, so they can run the ball a little bit already, and they already had a bad offensive line, and most of that was probably Ramondre carrying the running game. But now you're going to have two solid running backs. Travion is probably the one though in that room.
I think he's going to be the one carrying them.
If not to start, he will be very quickly. Josh McDaniels is going to love the way he runs the ball. But now he moved to Chicago. And I want to make a note of something, and I don't want to jinx it. I may have to knock on wood here, but Luther Burden is still falling. And rumors are that the Cowboys like him. And so we just have to survive.
I don't have a problem with Luther Burden at all.
I think the Niners might take him, though. So we'll see what if Dallas is able to snag him. I would obviously love – there are several – good football players. You've got the Bears, New Orleans, Chicago again, right? Is that Chicago twice. And I think that is because of the Bryce Young trade still paying off. But you've got Chicago, New Orleans, Chicago again, the Jets, and then the Niners. That's 5 picks. Here are the top 6 players that I have available.
Okay.
Mike Green, Luther Burden, Will Johnson, Siobhan Revel, Benjamin Morrison, Donovan Ezeraku.
Those are such.
So one of those guys will be available for the Cowboys to select. And I have to feel really, really good about the chance that the Cowboys are going to have to add a really, really good football player.
We have a really good chance. Like the Cowboys in this draft really have there's really no loss.
No,
everything that we have, everything that we can get is a gain and is a plus to the team. So I'm not hating this draft for the Cowboys right now at all.
Let's see who the Bears decide to take with the 39th pick. Donnell is running to get his phone real quick, just for anyone that's like, where'd he go? He disappeared. Dang it, I jinxed it. Well, folks, I'm really sorry, but I jinxed the pick. Luther Burden is going to Chicago. Donnell is going to kill me when he gets back in here. I told you I was going to jinx it. But the point is that there are some good football players still on the board for the Cowboys. You're looking at DJ Moore here. Sorry, the comp for him is DJ Moore, which is why I said that. You're looking at a receiver that was the best receiver available to me. He was the second best receiver in this entire draft class, if we're not counting Travis Hunter as a draft pick. But I think I still would have had him over Travis, actually. Looking at my receiver board, just trying to get down to it here, because he was like the second or third player I watched. Brandon Cooks is who he reminded me of. You're looking at a guy, Chris Brouts. He has an elite ability to make defenders miss. Natural hands. When he gets the ball, he can make things happen. We're looking at this, and hold on, Donnell is calling me, and
Yo, just come out. So you told me to put the trash can on this door, on the one. I put a trash can there, but then the one right behind the door outside is locked.
all right, I'll come help you. What? Okay. Hold on, folks. As Luther Burden was picked, Donnell is needing assistance outside. I think he got locked out. So give me 1 second. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
That's such a great fit. They just had so they have a young receiving core though.
They've got Rome. They've
Rome.
got DJ Moore there. So told you Donnell's gonna be a little pissed at me. I jinxed it.
Oh,
I jinxed it.
Man. Oh man, I want Luther.
We all wanted Luther Burden.
Oh, I wanted Judkins, Henderson.
Hey, you know what's fun? Oh wait, hold on. Looking at the live here, the live feed. I'm still gone according to the live feed, which is really funny. So now I'm getting back according to the live feed. This is really funny, actually.
Man, I wanted Judkins. I wanted Henderson. I was fine with Judkins, Henderson, Luther.
And now
and now we don't got any of them.
here's the story. Hey. There's still, again, we did the math. There's going to be 6 good football players and 5 spots to go.
My favorite 3.
And
My top 3 is next.
unfortunately, none of the guys left are skill, or not, no, they are skill. Sorry, I don't want to disrespect your position now. None of the guys are offensive weapons.
Yeah.
They're all corners now. And I know people are going to get really, really pissed if the Cowboys take a corner at the next pick and not a receiver. But Diggs is hurt. They haven't liked how he attacked his rehab. They haven't liked a lot of things that he's done. Deron Bland is obviously here. They apparently brought in Gilmore for a visit, but he wasn't there for a visit. And who knows? It's the Cowboys. They like to make things complicated. Obviously, you have Kalen Carson, but you're really thin at corner. And I think that's a need.
Well, I was looking at a couple of, what Cowboys needs and where certain guys can fall. And, there's still a Denzel Burke on the draft. There's still a
Denzel
Kobe
Burke
Bryant.
is way down on my
Yeah,
board.
he's
And
like
no offense to Denzel Burke, but
he was like a 5th round. He was projected in 5th round. Kobe Bryant is projected in the 6th round. And I feel like the DB position, yes, the high commodity corners are things that can be great for the Cowboys, but I feel like we have a lot of upside, especially in a Deron Bland, especially in a Trayvon Diggs, where we don't really need like the best guy. We need a guy who can produce. We need a guy who can be solid, be a solid tackler.
Yeah.
We need tacklers. We need a better tackling defense. I think Kobe Bryant is really good. I think he's a very scrappy guy.
Yeah, he is.
He's not the craziest,
I have a 5th on
athletically.
him, by the way.
Yeah, he's not the craziest athletically, but I think he's a very scrappy guy. He's someone that can bring another level of energy to the Cowboys. I think Denzel Burke,
Well, so you talked about Denzel Burke, and I actually have him fairly high on my 4th round board. But here we go with the Saints pick. This could be Shedeur. Donnell's about to leave the studio. The Saints.
Oh no, you did it! There's no way.
Careful now. Careful now.
No,
Go outside.
You just did. I'm not going to. Oh no, you didn't just disrespect. That's so disrespectful.
Wow.
Oh.
Talk about Donnell's reaction to the Tyler Shuck pick. What's really funny is so we're on a delay. I think the stream, right? And so I can see everything that happens about 5 to 8 seconds after we do it. So I get to see how we look. And so Donnell has left he has left the desk for a second. Well,
no disrespect, man. I love all these guys, bro.
look,
Like,
Tyler.
they're
Well, there's the
great.
first 4th round player off my board. This is a wow. This is a shocking pick. This is look.
6'4".
He reminded me a lot of Brock Osweiler
Yeah.
with his throws. He's a couple inches shorter, ironically, to call him that. But
Yeah,
here,
Brock Osweiler's
I also had a Jacoby Brissett as my comp. You're talking about a guy, big arm. He's a big guy.
big guy,
He can
6'5".
move for a guy of his size. He does have throws where he can throw with anticipation. His mechanics are clean. Here's the problems with him. He has an extensive injury history.
Yes.
He will be 26 years old as a rookie, and his accuracy can be hit and miss. So he's a big guy with a big arm, and I think he's got a really good football IQ. He's a smart quarterback. The problem, he's been around a long time, a ton of experience. The problem is that he's old, injury history, and his accuracy is spotty. We heard rumors about Tyler Shuck coming onto the draft into the first round. That ended up obviously being, rumors and smoke and stuff that we knew was not going to be real. But the Buffalo Bills have now traded with pick 40.
They're telling me that these
So
teams.
Buffalo is
You know what, I'm about to rant because I really am upset. I don't know what it is with Dion and these big organizations or whatever these teams are. They hate on his.
there's a lot of
coaching.
things that they hate
I
on.
don't know. I've heard like coaches, not the name dropping, but I've heard coaches that are in college level that hate.
That's gonna name
Dion.
drop.
They're not. They hate Dion. They don't like Dion and with the stuff that he does. And
Jealousy,
and
I
it's
assume.
jealousy, and it's like you're taking it out on a kid, on a guy who's actually a good player. It isn't like we're overhyping Shador to be a player that he's not.
He's
He's like as much as we can say he's overrated, we can do all of that. Shador Sanders gets the best of every single defense he goes against every single night. Everyone aims to pick the Shador off. Everyone aims to get Shador. Everyone has a little animosity when they hit him. He's the top. They're the top rated game every Saturday. They never have a away game because everyone comes to watch Shador Sanders and Travis Hunter play.
Whoa! So we have obviously the Bears have traded back with the Buffalo Bills, and the Buffalo Bills have given up both of their second round picks this year, 56 and 62, and a 4th round pick.
I don't know. I'm not.
They don't need edge.
I'm not the hugest.
I know who they're going. They're going corner. They have a need at corner. They got Benford.
You think they're going to get?
They've got Benford, but Tre'Davious White's back, but he's getting older. They traded Kyer Elam to the Cowboys. They're in desperate need of a corner. And I mean they're in desperate need of a corner. Oh, by the way, for your Shador rant, I do give you a where's my little button here?
Man,
I did give you a little applause for it.
Bro, man.
Why? By the way, I have new buttons over here. So you heard the draft last night.
Yeah.
We were having fun with it. So now we have new. Let's see what we have. We have air horns. I've got record scratches and chimes, and I've got a trombone. I've got here's. I don't want to do that to Shador, but because it's the wah 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 wah. But
Good. I don't hate
Buffalo has moved up here. Presumably for a corner, and there's 1,000 of them on the board right now.
Did they get a corner yesterday?
No,
What did they get yesterday?
they took. I got to get to my.
They got a corner. Yeah, they got a corner yesterday.
Who did they draft yesterday?
Harrison.
That's right. They went Max Harrison.
Yeah.
My bad. They could be going a second corner.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I mean, you gotta think.
They do need DBs now. They do need DBs.
The Eagles obviously did that last year with Cooper DeJean and Kenyon Mitchell.
Yeah.
So I think that the Bills might be trying to take that strategy. I mean, you look at the board. Will Johnson and Trey Amos and Benjamin Morrison are 3 of the best players, and Siobhan Revel are 4 of the best players on the board, and they're sitting all right here for Buffalo. But clearly they believe in him. It's not a quarterback. This isn't Shador.
Obviously not Shador.
Maybe they need
Unless
edge.
You want to back up to Josh Allen, but Josh Allen's going to be there for years. Josh
Say-
Allen's not going to be a Bill for life.
maybe they need edge. I'm trying to think about who they might need.
Miller, the vet, because Von Miller wasn't Von Miller in his last year, but he definitely is still the vet, so they did lose him.
They don't need running back because they got James Cook. They don't need receiver. Well,
Maybe running back. I just think
Keon Coleman is the only guy that scares you. They've got Khalil Shakir and they've got Josh Palmer, but none of those guys are.
They could go receiver though.
Receiver would make sense. The problem is the receiver you would have given up 2 second-round picks for just got taken by the team you traded up with. So
Oh yeah.
if they're going receiver, A.O. Manor makes sense, and so does Besh. The problem is I think you need speed because Palmer, who else is on that roster? Palmer, Shakir, and Keon Coleman are all possession guys. You need speed.
Guys, like, go get the ball.
Maybe Jalen Knoll. And again, this is my value here is different than what they might value. But the Bills pick is coming in, and it looks like either Thurman Thomas. But we're gonna see who it is right now. Well, that is interesting, and I don't want to crap on the pick. I never like even the Shedeur pick. I wasn't gonna, even if it was yesterday, I wasn't gonna crap on it. I was just gonna maybe crap on the player, just not the pick itself. That is surprising. It is T.J. Sanders, the defensive tackle. What?
I don't know much about
From South Carolina.
Well, yeah.
Just to give you an idea of what I think about him, I had him as the 83rd best player on my board. Defensive. I mean, and this is a rich defensive tackle draft, but there are several that I think would have been better value here. Not that he's a bad player. He is similar to a lot of the guys in this class at defensive line where there's a lot of talent, but he's not consistent. That's a very common theme in this year's draft. But he reminds me of Moro Ojomo, who came out a couple years ago from Texas. He's with 2 years. He was a 2-year starter. He's a great pass rusher. He's long. He's got a pass rush ability. He's got a good pad level. He bends for a DT, but he's not a great lateral mover. His stoutness against the run, especially for a defensive tackle, is not exactly what you would like. 6'3", 297. So he's a 3 tech.
Yeah,
He's a 3 technique, which if you don't know what the 3 technique is in the 4-3, it's the 1 is the guy right in the middle, the 3 is the one a little bit farther from him. It right now I think I put he is just an overall inconsistent player, and he will need to improve in order to become a starter in the NFL. As he is right now, he's a rotational pass rushing 3 technique. Which is very similar to what Moro Ojomo was coming out last year.
Which isn't horrible. Sometimes you need that.
No, and it's not that I'm trying to look at their defensive tackle depth, but Ed Oliver, this guy slides in really next to Ed Oliver with Daquan Jones. What they're probably going to do is they may not run a 1 tech in their system. They may just do 2-3 techniques and then 2 5s. They may go 2 3s, 2 5s, and just kind of spread that defensive line out instead of going the big 1
This is my
technique.
favorite defense. I feel like that's the best, most effective defense.
It's definitely, especially on. I mean, okay, he's in on pass. 3rd and long. This guy's in the game right now. 1st and 10. If a team that doesn't like, they're not in non-running in passing situations, this guy's on the field. Against the run, probably not, but that can be developed. Think a poor man's Osa as well, where he'll make some plays against the run, but it's just not his game. He's a pass rusher. He's a pass rushing interior guy, but I'm a little bit surprised he went this early. If you couldn't tell by my reaction, but. The Jets at 42, which means the Niners are on the clock. I don't know if the Niners pick is in, which means I don't know if the Cowboys are on the clock. But look, I mean, there are so many good football players on this board right now. And one guy that I want to give you a name to target in the 3rd round is Savion Williams from TCU, who's he's the next Cordell Patterson, and that he's just super versatile, can do a lot of different things. But just kind of my 3rd round up here, and that name popped out. For the Cowboys, but that'll be a 3rd round guy, I think. But we'll see. I mean, maybe I don't want to call it a reach for a running back because right now this is where Caleb Johnson looks like he may have fallen to you. Same thing with Dylan Sampson. Same thing. I know people talk about Dylan Sampson and, he played in a weird offense that really, really, I don't know if you've had a chance to see it, Donnell, but, they have that really awkward spread scheme with Tennessee. Josh Heupel runs that really. All the receivers are like
Wide out.
they're like
to the sideline.
they're on the sidelines,
Yeah.
which means you're getting they run a
So
very
you do that so that you space out your safeties, because if you don't do that, they'll throw hitches, they'll throw screens, and you do that so that you move your safeties out, so that you open up the lanes for your running back to run game.
I tell you what it reminds me of. It's kind of an air raid.
Yes.
So it's a hybrid air raid spread scheme. What that means is you're getting lighter boxes. And Samson, people talked about, running backs, because Jalen Wright was my best running back last year, I think, because I don't think there's anyone, I don't think it was a weaker running back class, especially in the, top. But, one thing that's been made about the Tennessee running backs is that you're facing lighter boxes, so therefore you're going to naturally have more production. How do you weigh having that more production and, be able to recognize that, how good is the actual player? But so that's why some people may be a little bit, Samson may have some different grades. I have him as a 2. He was, I think, at one point after Genty and Hampton, at one point he was my top running back. But once I watched Judkins, he became. I think he's the 4th one, just over Judkins. But Ian Rappaport is currently talking, and I forgot to put on subtitles, so that way we can actually see. Cause he's talking about Shedeur right now. This is definitely a spot for Shedeur with the Jets. The Jets are on the clock. They've made the pick at 42. I mean, they could also. I know they have Breece Hall. There's been talks of trading. They said something about the Cowboys. I don't think the Cowboys would take Shedeur.
I don't know why we would.
Would you be pissed at that?
Yes.
So you'd be pissed, even though you love Shedeur.
The same thing like we were talking about earlier, like the headache. I don't like, because the Cowboys are the most nationally talked about team in the nation.
And they're going to make the most nationally televised player.
They're going to make Shedeur Sanders. The reason why I don't like the draft I like the draft, honestly. But I'm talking about when it comes to the Shedeur.
Yeah.
Is because I feel like, especially when it comes to draft picks, most of these teams aren't. It's not like they're drafting a guy who's going to make them win a Super Bowl next year. Let's think about it. Let's think about it statistically, right? You have a team, like only 2 teams go to the Super Bowl every year, and one of those teams have been there for the past 3 years.
Right.
So there's 14 teams in AFC who has not seen a Super Bowl. Another team in the AFC has not seen a Super Bowl in 3 years. Right?
Well,
so,
here comes the New York Jets.
I'll finish what I'm
and we'll see. But this is definitely a landing spot for Shedeur. If not Shedeur, maybe a running back. We'll see. So the Jets go tight end, the son of Mason Taylor. Definitely, he was one of my highest rated 3rd round players at 67. So my 3rd rounders are flying off the board. That just shows you how different. This was a draft that had a lot of different valuations of players. Tight end definitely does look like a need for the Jets when you look at. I think Tyler Conklin is their best guy, but I'm going to their team right now. No, they don't even have Tyler Conklin anymore. It's Stone Smart. Never heard of him. So that tells you all we need to know about what we think of him. But Mason Taylor, super athletic, really good mover. He's got some stuff where he needs to improve as a.
Yeah, he definitely made plays for the LSU Tigers. There was definitely big moments in games. They had a couple of tight games, and he's made the right catches in big moments.
And there he is with his dad, Jason Taylor, obviously the NFL Hall of Famer. Natural hands. He's a fluid route runner. He mirrors well and stays square as a run blocker. Yeah. He has strength to catch in traffic. The problem is, as a blocker, he's not a very strong blocker. His production does not match his ability. And the pick is in for the Niners, so that means that the Cowboys are officially on the clock. But Taylor, I'm a big fan of NFL genes. I'm a big fan of guys that are sons of athletes.
I love it.
Just because it's typically you either inherit the parents' genetic ability, or
also around the game. So
yeah, you're around it. So that's a solid pick for the Jets. And now you have the Niners. This is probably receiver to replace Debo.
I'm thinking that's exactly what I was.
Because they got their defensive edge last night with Micah Williams. We'll see. Alfred Collins, the defensive tackle from Texas, is the pick. This is a heck of a pick. I really liked Alfred Collins.
I really like this pick.
He is a guy that can play all across the defense. He can even play 5 technique. He can play 5 technique.
So fast.
So the Niners have gone back-to-back defensive line picks, and Alfred Collins was someone that people were talking about for the Cowboys in the 3rd round. So the fact that, and I had a 2nd-round grade on him, so I'm a huge fan of the player. There were some people in NFL circles that wasn't sure. It felt like it was kind of split.
Explosive he is off the box.
He's a super explosive player. I got to scroll down to get him because there's so many defensive tackles that I had to evaluate before I was able to get to him. Reminds me a lot of I don't know if it's Ashawn or Ashawn Robinson, but he reminds me a lot of Ashawn Robinson. Great size, great length. He's a premium run defender. He has pass rush upside. Plus, he had 6 batted balls at the line last year, so he can get his big paws up there.
That's so good.
He has the power to toss linemen away from him. He does play too high. He does have an inconsistent first step, and he can be late to shed blocks, but he is a really, really good athlete. And the Cowboys have picked, and they're going to commercial. So now we get to talk about the Cowboys. And my guy, Mike Green, is available, and the value is so great that I don't care if we need an edge. I don't care. If Mike Green would be, and I know people are going to make a stink about it.
What about Will Johnson?
Would love Will Johnson. I would love Will Johnson in the 2nd.
I think
You've got guys. Okay, to give you a reference, Mike Green is the 6th best player on my board. Will Johnson's the 9th best. I have 2 top 10 players that are here for the Dallas Cowboys.
I don't think we should go corner. I was just asking you about Will Johnson.
I would also love Siobhan Revel.
Yes.
I would love Benjamin Morrison. I would love Donovan Ezeraku. There are so many places, and I know people are going to talk about where do they want to go on offense. So far, and I know Javonte Williams is not going to make people jump for joy at running back. There's been talks about, are we interested in Breece Hall? This is a deep class. They're definitely going to come away with a receiver and a running back in this draft.
Yes,
where
sure.
you don't have your 4th round pick. We're gonna see. I'm gonna have to turn my notifications off so that way I don't see. Because someone's gonna because my dad's gonna call me or text me. Oh my gosh, look who we picked.
My dad might call me.
But looking at the Dallas Cowboys, you need a 2nd receiver because right now, if you played the Eagles right now, they're putting Mitchell and DeJean on CeeDee Lamb.
And saying, hey man, he can't do anything.
Because
Noah Brown
your other receivers.
Get Noah Brown to make a play.
No, Noah Brown's on the team.
He's not good anymore?
No, remember he went to the Jaguars, I believe. No. You're looking at that's how bad it is.
No.
You're looking at Jalen Tolbert, Ryan Flanoy, Kevontae Turpin, and Jonathan Mingo.
Turpin go make a play, man.
As your other, and I
love Turpin. I love his story.
I liked Flanoy coming out of SEMO last year, Southeast Missouri State. He was one of my favorite day 3 picks we got him. The problem is that you're banking on a lot of what ifs at receiver right now. The problem for the Cowboys is that the offensive board has been pretty much picked clean in front of you. The defensive board is setting up to where I just think the value is too great to pass up. We'll figure out offense later. I know Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams, and we signed Paris Campbell, and I know none of those names are going to make people jump for joy. Trust me, they shouldn't. I'm not sugarcoating and trying to, be a mouthpiece for the Jones boys. Trust me, they don't even know who I am. Okay? The thing is that the defensive value right now is too great. The top offensive player I have available isn't until Dylan Sampson at 35. And I have Sawyer as a rock. I have a few, and then all the guys in the first round.
I would love Sawyer.
And I know they added Kyer Elam, and I know they feel that he can probably be a solid corner. And I love them coming out of Florida, and I think he can still be a good corner. I obviously could I be? Will I be wrong? I probably will be wrong, but the corner board is too great for you right now. Mike Green is too much of a value for you right now.
We should get corner.
Corner. Mike Green. Mike Green.
We have a lot of corners on the board. That's
to replace Tank, Mike Green and Micah Parsons will feed families for generations.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see who's on
we can't really go wrong.
Time out. I'm trying to see who's on the phone, and they're shaking Eberflus's hand, which strikes me as a defensive player, which is fine because that's where the board is. The board is defense. The problem is, are they smart enough to take the smart? Losing D-Law, and then, apparently, and this is Micah's defense now. Micah's the captain of the defense. Hopefully they get rid of that Hot Boys nickname that I never liked. It was fine until you started to suck.
Until we suck, and then we're cold boys.
And the Cowboys are one of those teams that has I feel like NFL teams have legacy nicknames. Ours is the Doomsday. Yeah. But here comes Travis Frederick to announce the pick. It looks like defense. Hopefully it's not Shador. Well, I know John Owning is absolutely loving this right now. Donovan Ezeraku, who was my top second-round player available. That is a hell of a draft pick. And I know that people are going to, well, Brady, you talked about Mike Green, and Brady, look, this guy, you want to let's get into it. The biggest thing for him, 34-inch arms. And he's not a big guy. He's not a big body.
He's only 6'2".
But
Only 6'2",
he struck me more as a 3-4 player, and I know Flus is a 4-3 player, but Flus does not like to blitz. He is not a blitzing defensive coordinator.
Okay.
This is a guy that can get pressure without having to blitz, okay? Great length, and he uses it well. He doesn't let blockers into his pads, right? That's what you want to use length for. 34-inch arms, talk about that, 6'2", 248, so a little undersized.
What about his?
He's a high energy rusher. He has disruptive hands. He deploys several pass rush moves. His best two are a club rip, which if you don't know what a club rip is club rip. You want to club rip that, and then he has a nasty spin move. He does struggle to anchor and set the edge in the run game. He does need to use his pass rush moves more frequently. And I did put he's probably 3-4 only, but he is a hell of a pass rusher. And he does fit a 4-3 scheme only when that 4-3 scheme is reliant on getting pressure with four, which is what Ezeraku can do. I know people wanted offense. I know people wanted receiver. I know people wanted running back. The defensive board was too great to pass up. And I know Mike Green is my top player available. The problem is that there are major character concerns with him, with obviously the two allegations that we talked about yesterday.
Which are the greatest things when it comes to evaluation of players. You're investing millions and millions and thousands upon thousands.
But Ezeraku is a guy that you're talking. He rushes. He's so high energy, man. And I'm trying to remember.
The chip on his shoulder, man.
He's smaller. And he's not going to be. He can make plays in the run game when he dips under blockers because he's just too quick.
He just goes up and gets under.
But here's the Colts. We didn't talk about the Colts. I'm sorry, Indianapolis. I'm gonna let Donnell take this one. It's JT Tuimoloau from Ohio State. Donnell, have you heard anything about him from our little source? Sorry, Calvin, if you're watching this, our source over in the Ohio State building.
Well, so when it comes to him, I remember I was talking to him about Sawyer, and he obviously was playing in these. Well, he was with the team around these games. And I was like, hey, man, Sawyer's such a good guy, and your big D tackle in the middle, man. He's such
Tyleek.
Yeah, Tyleek. And I was like, these guys are so good. And he was like, and I remember him saying, like, oh, JT, wait, you don't talk about JT? It's like, JT is such a guy. He's such a dude. And he was like, you talk about Sawyer and everything, but he's like, JT is actually like that guy on our defense who, Sawyer gets a lot of praise, but he's a lot of guy that does a lot of things outside of what the big plays, but he makes so many plays for the team.
I obviously am a Jack Sawyer guy, but I like Tuimoloau. He's a late second-round grade for me. Preston Smith was my comp. Long arms. He's a polished pass rusher. Yeah. He can rush the quarterback, and he plays the run pretty well. He's got quick hands. He's got great drive in his legs. He does lack some physicality at times. He does play a little high sometimes, but his ceiling is not that high for the NFL. But he is going to be a very, very solid edge rusher in the NFL. He's a guy, 7-8 sacks a year, plays the run well. He just does everything well. He's polished. He's not special. He's not this super twitched up athlete, but he is just a damn good football player.
Yeah.
So, and again, I think Preston Smith was my comp, and I did put, here, it is JT Tuimoloau. Tuimoloau. Tuimoloau.
Yeah, I didn't even try.
Um,
I didn't
But
even
he's
try.
a heck of a pass rusher.
out
He's a
JT,
heck of a
man.
player. But
Shout out
Ezaraku, I wanted to get his numbers last year for Boston College. He was a consensus All-American. He was the Ted Hendricks Award. He was the ACC Defensive Player of the Year. He was a first-team All-ACC. Led the ACC in sacks and tackles for loss. He had 20 and a half tackles for loss last season and 16 and a half,
so good.
16 and a half sacks
16 and a half sacks?
in 12 games. So,
Now, it is
judging
an
by
ACC, but ACC
that
is
is
such a
for
good-
people that don't understand, that's a sack and a half a game,
Oh my.
about roughly
The 16 sacks, yeah, about second half.
16. About a sack and a half a game.
1.5 a game.
I mean, he is just a
11.4.
hell of a pass rusher. So, and then we'll obviously the Cowboys do dominate what we talk about on the show. God, that's just next to him and Micah are going to.
Only thing
He's
I
a better
hate-
pass rusher than Tank.
Yeah.
He's not as good as a run defender, but I think Dallas feels that Marshawn Nealon can step into that Tank run defending role. And Ezaraku just, I mean, you look at the depth you have at edge now. At edge, you're going to have. I'm trying to get to our. Cause I know most of it by off the top of my head, but I don't want to get a guy wrong or miss a guy. It's Micah. You've got Marshawn Nealon.
Okay.
You're going to have Peyton Turner, who you signed. I think Solomon Thomas is a tweener between DT and edge. There's somebody. I'm Dante Fowler, who you
Fowler, yes.
re-signed technically. Obviously losing
Dante
Tank.
Fowler's really good. I like Dante Fowler.
But
I
you
like-
look
I
at
like the
edge,
play
here it
he
is.
does.
Tyra Sweet, Dante Fowler, Marshawn Nealon, Peyton Turner, Sam Williams, Micah Parsons, and now Donovan Ezaraku.
That's a really good D line.
That is a super deep edge rusher.
That is a really good D line room.
That is a heck of a D-line room. And I'm
And
looking.
we need it. But we're going to be able to. I feel like our defense has always been one of our best attributes. You know,
Yeah.
obviously, you know, we lost our defense coordinator last year, which took the edge from us. But I feel like we have enough talent to be able to be successful as we were about 2 years ago.
Well,
You know, being probably the number one or number top 3 defense in the league.
I'm tweeting this now, but John Owning, who works for PFF, is a big he's a Cowboys guy. He is super happy right now because Ezaraku is one of his favorite. Edge rusher is kind of something that he really specializes in, and Ezaraku is one of his favorites. So there's his reaction. I can't show that on the show, but he's a huge fan of it. I think. Look, people are gonna say, you know, it's not the right position. They're drafting the best. They're drafting a better than any. He was the highest player I had in the second round still available. He was higher than any offensive player that I had on my board. Because again, all of the players were on defense. All of the depth was on defense. And my dad said, "No, I won't." I think I said something earlier, and he said, "No, I won't." But man, it was just unfortunately you got caught in a position where Bird went off the board, Judkins, Henderson, all of the offensive players just flew off the board, and now you were stuck having to take a defensive player. And I named 6 guys, right?
Yeah.
Well, that was one of the 6 that I named that was in my top 6 that made it to you at 44. I'm super happy with that.
I love the
When
pick.
Chase gets in here, he'll be here probably around 7:30. I anticipate you may have to. I may, no offense, I may have you go let him in.
Okay.
Um,
That's perfect. You're the mediator. here.
But here's the Rams
Rams
pick.
pick.
Well, the tight ends are flying off the board now as the Rams go, and I know Tyler Higbee's starting to get a little older.
Yeah.
People are wondering about that. Ferguson is now my second player in my 4th round grades to be taken. Not that he's a bad football player. Not saying that. I'm just saying it's a little bit rich for where he is right now. He just has some things that he's going to have to clean up at the NFL level. But he's most of the tight ends in this class are athletic receivers.
Yes.
There's not a
There's not many
great
pass
blocking tight
blockers
end
or,
in the
run
draft. But
blockers.
Ferguson reminds me a lot of Jordan Cameron from the Dolphins back in the day. Great hand placement as a blocker, and he stays locked on. He's got good grip strength. He's a great athlete. He will get yak when he gets the ball in his hands, and he's a big target. He's 6'5" with 32, with almost 33-inch arms. So he's a big target. He also ran 4.63? He ran 4.63 as a tight end at 6'5", 247. He does struggle to anchor in the run game. He needs to drive his feet more in the run game, and he's not explosive off the line of scrimmage. But he's a really good, fluid athlete, especially through the catch and getting to the ball. And he is what I like to call a quarterback. He's an eraser of mistakes because you just get the ball in his area code. Michael Irvin used to say that. Michael Irvin used to say that on the broadcast all the time. Was you just get him in his area? He's an area code guy. You get him in his area code, he'll get it. But
he's going to be able to go get it.
the picks are flying off the board now.
Cardinals pick already.
The Cardinals are coming out.
They can use an interior guy.
They definitely don't need quarterback.
No, not at all.
And again, we're still just looking for Shedeur. Well, there goes Will Johnson at pick 47. That is the best value pick so far. Richard Sherman is an awful comp. Sorry, Daniel Jeremiah. But he reminds me more of Trevon Diggs. I mean, look, the ball skills are there. The vision is there. I hope they show the play against Here it is. The play against Fresno State. He recognizes a receiver screen before the receiver knows it's coming. I mean, he sees it coming. He keys it. It's recognition, communication.
He's able to play in any coverage, too. I've seen him do a lot of great man tech. He's really good in off-press technique. He's really good in...
That was where the thing with him was can he play in man? Because they were predominantly zone at Michigan. Yes. And he's a heck of a zone defender. And I don't know what the Cardinals run. I wish I did know what they ran defensively. But they were 14th in passing defense, 20th in rushing, and 21st in total. So this definitely helps out their defense as the Texans have traded up at pick 48 with the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, I feel like it's very
interesting
easy for people to be like, oh, this guy's not good at man, this guy's not good at this. When it's like, okay, what are we really? How are we making that evaluation?
Yeah.
Especially when I've seen him make really good. He's very patient at the line, especially in times especially when it comes to defenses, sometimes a defense doesn't allow you to be in the position that you are able to be in. You're just a product of whatever defense that your coordinator calls, So I've seen Will Johnson when he's able to be in a press man or he's in a off man situation and he's able to make plays. I've seen him make picks in big time situations. Obviously, you had part of the reason why he fell so down is because of his injuries, but at the same time, I feel like he is one of the best technically sound corners in this draft, and I think this is a steal.
And see, that was the fun thing about Will Johnson. People said about Will Johnson the exact opposite people said about Pat Surtain. In that, not that Johnson's not a bad polish, but that he's all ball skills, whereas Surtain was all technique.
While Surtain is all,
and that's fine. And this is, and I know, and Will Johnson has fallen because of maybe the injury. I know he had an injured foot, and I know he also had apparently a knee injury. But the Texans have moved up with the Raiders. Excuse me, I guess the Raiders did when they moved back with the Dolphins, giving up, I think it was a 3rd-round pick. There's been a lot of trades today. I'm completely lost track with who's moving where and who's moved what. So I'll report it as I see it. But
for example, have you said with Trayvon Diggs, right? Like Trayvon Diggs also gets a lot of heat because he's a playmaking guy, but he also gives up a good amount of yards. Which throughout his career he's changed. He hasn't been just the pick guy. He's also been a guy who's able to be in a man coverage, to be in coverages and just be a solid DB. But I feel like Will Johnson, there's a lot of hate. Now, obviously, my best friends, he played for the O, so I'm not the biggest Michigan fan. But at the same time, I've seen him play. I've seen him make plays. And I've seen him in certain situations where he does have to play man, and he's not a liability. I feel like having every technique is the best thing for a DB.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, here's the thing. So apparently, that was Steve. That was Coach White Cotton, who's the defensive line coach for the Cowboys, that was high five, and I couldn't figure out who that was. Because it's funny, when it's your team, and I know who most of the coaches are. I noticed it was defensive. I'm gonna give myself a little pat on the back because I said it's gonna be defense because Eberflus was front and center. Obviously, Schottenheimer's gonna be front and center and everything. Yesterday, offense. It's easy to see. So I give myself a little to see recognize that was Eberflus there. But Houston, who did Houston draft with their first pick today?
Houston, in the second round today.
Yeah, didn't they trade up wasn't there?
Looking right now, Houston got Higgins, the receiver from Iowa.
That's right.
So
they've addressed receiver.
Yeah.
Are they addressing? Oh, whoa, corner. They need corner.
You're all right.
Revel makes sense here. Revel makes a ton of sense here. I don't know how far behind we are. I know they signed Ronald Darby. They've got Kamari Lassiter, but
do you think they should address their interior? Is there still any big guys left on the board? Because I feel like they do probably.
There's a ton of big guys. There's a ton of big guys left on the board.
So,
because this is a very
first round or second round.
Big guys. I mean, do you consider Mike a big guy? You mean DTs? You mean DTs, right?
Yeah, in a way. But also O linemen to protect.
So who are the fatties on the board for me?
Fatties.
In the second round, that board's been picked clean from offensive linemen because they all went yesterday. I think the last one the last couple I have are Ozzie Trapilo from Boston College and Charles Grant from William and Mary, and Ariante Ursary, who has no feet but he's all strength. In terms of defensive tackle, I'm a huge fan of Darius Alexander, but that's it for second round.
The Houston O line.
They need help on the offensive line. I mean, my last impression of C.J. Stroud was him on his butt most of the time against Kansas City. So
I was thinking that
I'm thinking Charles Grant. I'm thinking Ariante Ursary. I'm thinking Tate Ratledge from Georgia. I'm thinking Jared Wilson from Georgia. Georgia has several offensive linemen getting drafted today.
Well, Georgia has probably the biggest O-line and D-line room all of college football.
Yes, they do. And they also have Ladarius Henderson, ex-Waxahachie Indian. That's always fun to be able to say. I saw Damani had a pretty good had a pretty decent season with the Panthers. Which was super cool to see. Hey, just get ready. There's gonna be more Waxahachie guys infiltrating the NFL very soon.
Absolutely.
Courtesy, I think, of all one coach. Coach Zeno has been the main coach.
Definitely coming up.
But here comes
Calvin, maybe 2 years.
Here comes the Texans pick, announced by I can't tell who this is. Called it. Ariante Ursary. They needed help on the interior. He's got no feet, and you're gonna see this. He may move to guard because he's got no footwork, but he is super big and he's super strong.
He is tackle size.
See, the sit and anchor, and that's Abdul Carter he's going up against right there. He completely destroys speed to power moves. He is not going to get bull rushed. He anchors, and look at that, the run game. He is super strong. The Texans, look, you're addressing it. You're addressing it with a good football player. I think that's what's important to remember here is no matter what I think about him, you are addressing this need with a good football player, and that's what they're getting here.
They're getting a good football player,
and they desperately needed help on that interior.
They definitely did because that's exactly like you saying. C.J. Stroud being on his butt. That's exactly the last thing I picture him like.
Yeah.
So I feel like they did need this. I think they needed to address their interior. Now saying that they definitely could get some later in the rounds, but I do believe they do need to address their DB situation.
Oh, there we go. Apparently your volume's a little bit low.
Oh, I was low? Am I still low?
I'm trying to see.
You're louder in my head than I am.
Yeah, maybe the mic, you should have it tilted. Can you tilt it down?
Hello?
We're having some technical.
No.
Yeah, because you're not as loud in my ear. You may have to come over here and sit next to me on this side. Let me move the whiteboard. Chase will just have to deal with it when he gets here. He's late, so he doesn't get to choose. So we got the Bengals coming up as Donnell makes a environment change here, but we'll see what the Bengals decide to go with. You got to think defense here. They just need all
you have
defense.
to take defense. I don't think you adjust it. I think they have T. Higgins and Jamar and obviously Joe Burrow being probably top 4.
That's a heck of a player
think-
from Cincinnati. Demetrius Knight was a guy that me and you actually talked about. I don't know if you remember this,
My dad texted me.
but
Did someone?
no. So one thing about Demetrius Knight, he is probably the best pure run defending linebacker in the entire draft for the Bengals. I actually like this pick a lot better than their Shamar Stewart pick yesterday. I know the value may seem weird because he's the 71st player on my board, but he's one of my favorite players in this draft. This is one of the hardest workers in the draft. He was he started for, see if I can get to it,
Where's he coming out of?
South Carolina. When he was still at Charlotte, though, before he transferred, this is a guy to help because he has, I think, he has a son, and he would work DoorDash to help make money. This is before NIL, before he was making big time money. Reminds me a lot of Bobby Okereke. Aggressive downhill player. He has the length to fill gaps. He's got 32-inch arms on a 6'1", 235 body. He has length to fill gaps. He has good anticipation and diagnosing in the run game. He's a very solid blitzer. He generates a lot of late pressures, especially when the quarterback wants to move out of the pocket. He's average in coverage. I don't care what his RAS looks like, which is, of course, stands for a relative athletic score. He's not that tremendous of a coverage athlete, and he's already 25 years old. But that's just a product of the fact that he played like 6 years in college. He's a heck of a player, though. But now we're to the 50th pick in the draft already.
Is it still over here?
I think. Oh wait, hold on. Try it now.
Hello.
Yeah. Is it just your voice or?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to speak. I'm speaking.
Can you hear me
loud.
through your
I
headphones?
can hear you perfectly fine. Like my father just texted me.
That you're low.
Yeah, he was saying speak up to them.
I've turned your mic all the way up,
and it's not.
and are you just on a loud talker?
Well, I talk pretty loudly. Like I'm talking louder than you right now.
Yeah, you are talking louder than me.
When I first came in, it was perfectly fine. Hold on.
I'm
Let me walk over
talking-
there, let me see.
We're gonna get this sorted out.
It's perfect.
This is absolutely hysterical. Maybe
No,
this
it's
is.
fine. We have a long day, my dad. Hello.
Oh, there you go.
Is it better? Yeah. That's.
Maybe I needed all three to be on. Maybe all three needed to be
I'm
on.
gonna leave my bags over here.
By the way,
just in case if I have to switch over a lot.
I'm stealing.
M&M's for sure.
I'm stealing some of your
I have Jolly
M&Ms.
Ranchers too. Go for it.
No, I'm good. I'm gonna turn my mic off so I don't chew into the mic.
Yeah, every time I was chilling, I backed up. All right.
Sorry for the unprofessional technical difficulties here.
I've been eating these M&M's the whole time though, so that's fine. Make sure.
Little snack breaks. My grandma Nani says she can't hear me. All right. Well, hopefully this fixes the issue. And Donald's got candy.
Hello.
There you
Perfect.
go. I guess all three need to be on. We'll try that.
All three, yeah.
We'll just have to. We'll just
Have to turn it down, yeah.
Do you like my impromptu M&M break?
M&M break.
Oh, the Seahawks are back on the board.
Seahawks.
It's like the same five
What do
teams
they
are picking
need?
every other pick.
Exactly. What do the Seahawks need?
We are knifing through this draft though.
Yeah. Like yesterday, I went through all the teams and looked at
Mike
what their
Green.
biggest needs are.
Mike Green's still available. Siobhan Revel and Benjamin Morrison, last first rounders available. Still on the board.
They still who did they pick earlier in the draft? Did they pick a receiver?
Much better. Apparently much better. You sound better now.
Yeah. So they picked up the safety and Nick Imewari. I love that pick, obviously. Imewari, yes. And I think they do need a receiver, obviously losing Tyler Lockett and losing DK Metcalf and everything, I think they need another receiver, another guy that can come off.
Good news for the Cowboys, and I said this last time about Luther Burden, and this is I'm gonna knock on everything I can here. All the receivers are still here. Trey Harris, Kyle Williams, Jalen Royal, Savion Williams, Jack Besh, Alakaya Manor. I'm hoping that they can continue to fall to the Cowboys in the third round.
Caleb Johnson is still on the board.
So is Dylan Sampson.
I hope we can get Caleb Johnson. He may not. He may
The
not.
problem is that
I don't know if we're going to be able to give him in the third round.
You know what I hate though? If they had a 4th round pick, that'd be your running back. But guess what? Your 4th round pick is currently Jonathan Mingo. I think they can get a quality running back in the 5th round. I think what you do is you have 3 guys on the roster, you draft 2,
Okay.
and hope that one of them
Plays good.
is fine. And this is a deep running back class. I'm gonna go to the end of my 4th round. Brashard Smith from SMU, Woody Marks from USC,
Yes.
Ollie Gordon from Oklahoma State.
Ollie Gordon. I love that
Those
one.
are 4th round.
Ollie Gordon is such a. I haven't heard that name
It's
in so
because
long.
he was Doe Walker Award and then just
and then
nothing.
fall off the
Didn't
face of the
hear a thing
planet.
from him. But here's the Seahawks pick. I think we're all in agreement. It's probably going to be receiver. Well, this run on tight ends
Tied in on.
is God. You do sound better now. It just dawned on me. Arroyo was my second highest 3rd round grade for tight ends at 76 on the board. But the tight ends, not a very deep class.
He's very speed guy. He's very fast.
Yes, he is. I went another Miami player. Kelvin Winslow Jr. him.
Kelvin Winslow. Okay.
Wait, no, that doesn't sound.
I'm gonna
right.
say yeah.
That didn't sound right. Winslow.
Is it Winslow?
It's a K. I know it's a K, and my dad is probably yelling at me because this is his generation. This is his dad played.
No, for
Kellen
sure.
Winslow. Kellen
Winslow. Okay.
Is my comp for Elijah Arroyo. I only watched 9 tight ends this year.
Yeah.
This is a very top-heavy tight end, and the Panthers have now traded up to 51.
Well, we said receiver, so they are addressing the air raid. Addressing a target. Being able to get the ball to somebody in space and be able to make a play. So.
But Arroyo had a ton of injury issues.
Okay.
He's only had 1 year of production, but he's a below-average blocker. But he's a fluid mover, great hands. He can win contested catches. He makes plays happen in the open field. He's a great receiving option for.
Do you know his
the
pass
Seahawks.
blocking?
Yeah.
Man, okay, it's okay.
He kind of does the duck arm, where it's
The
just
duck
kind of
arm.
and then moves on.
Yeah, they needed a target. They needed targets.
They needed a big target. Sam Darnold needed a check down guy, and they picked that up. So now you got the Carolina Panthers on the clock.
Carolina Panthers. What
God,
they need every.
So where is Shador fall? Is Shador
Man,
going to fall to the
this is
third?
upsetting me, man. This is very much upsetting me. Because
Here comes. I can't. That's Chuba Hubbard. So that's right. He's announcing the pick. I always
Yeah.
find it funny when a current player announces the pick. It's like, welcome to the team, big dog. Like,
hey, Merle,
hey, what
shout
do
out,
you
man.
this is probably a weapon for Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Panthers go edge, and
They
this
got an
is
edge guy.
there are 3 highly draftable defensive linemen from Texas
Texas
A&M,
A&M.
and this is one of them.
Brandon Graham. Wow.
This was the first 3rd round grade I think I had.
He's not a huge guy at all. He's like
Now
he's 6'2",
he's not
250.
tall, but he's thick. He's a very thickly built guy. Very thick frame.
250 is not that big, but
He looks
He-
bigger.
but he looks bigger. He
looks
plays
bigger.
bigger.
Look at his. I mean, just look at him. He
yeah,
looks a
no,
lot,
I'm watching. Yeah,
thick build on tape, but he is a premium run defender. Reminds me a lot of Dietrich Wise from the Patriots. He is not a great run. He is he's an elite run defender. His pass rushing is a little bit raw, and he's going to take some time. But I think
Mike Green still being on the board is your guy right now. Yeah, they're taking that guy.
They're taking edges over him. They're taking Nick Scorton over him. I mean, where does Mike Green end up? Are the character concerns really that bad?
So what was his character concerns? What was the
two sexual assault allegations? One that was an actual charge, the other one that wasn't. And then there's been reports that he's a bad teammate. He's not a great locker room guy. The talent, which sucks because the talent is so immense. It's just a matter of
Yeah, we're
it's very
seeing this
unfortunate.
firsthand. They've talked to us since we were little kids about our character off the field is more important than the character on the field. You can be a ball player, but at the same time, you also got to have character. They're investing billions into you, so you got to be able to be a guy that they can have represent them on and off the field and make the right decisions.
But we look at the Titans now, and here comes the Titans pick. They're going to go Shedeur Sanders. They're going to double up the quarterback with Cam Ward. They're going to get the both of them.
That would be the craziest thing ever.
I feel like this is probably
That would be the most wild thing
What
ever.
do you think? Weapon to go get?
Weapon for Cam Ward.
Because they traded it back. So
Weapon
we'll see
for
who they
Cam.
get. This is one of my favorite players
This is one of the guys that I've seen.
in the entire draft class.
Yeah.
He had an excellent Senior Bowl. He is my top third-round grade in
They
my
have
entire
one of his
board.
things is juicy.
He's juicy.
What is
He's
what do they
super
refer-
twitch. He's a super twitched up player.
switched up? Okay.
Twitched up. Very twitchy.
He's playing linebacker in this.
Yes, he's a outside linebacker. He converted the defensive end, and when they actually with Schwessinger, but he is. I'm getting down to my. Sorry, getting down to my. So I watched 23 different edge players, so I have
Yeah.
to really
Go through.
scroll
Yeah.
before I get
I should
down
have
to
watched
him.
more UCLA. I didn't watch a lot of UCLA this year.
He reminds me a lot of Chris Braswell. He plays with twitch and a high motor. He uses his length extremely well. He's got 33 and 0.3 inch arms, so he's long arms. Use quickness. He bends the corner. He struggles to deconstruct blocks. He plays a little bit high, and he needs a more refined pass rush plan. And it's Oluwafemi Oladejo, how you pronounce it.
Oladejo, okay.
While his wild play style works for him, he needs to be more disciplined in his technique. He is a scheme-diverse, prototypical edge player. Trees an edge that makes plays in the run game, and he can get after the quarterback. He doesn't have a great anchor versus the run, obviously, with him being a converted linebacker.
Well, I feel like it's hard. A lot of these guys aren't getting.
But he put on weight because he's measured in at 6'3", 260. So he definitely packed on some weight from his days at inside linebacker. The Titans are getting a heck of a player, and I'm trying to think who they need on defense.
The Titans.
Because I do believe they run a 3-4 scheme.
Yes.
And I have to scroll down to Tennessee. I have to look at their lineup. But they're a 3-4 team with Arden Key right now. And having to scroll and then having to and Draymond Jones, but he fits in beautifully right out there at outside linebacker. That's a heck of a pick. As we move closer to the end of this second round,
Yes.
the receiver run hasn't happened, the running back run hasn't happened, but the tight end run and the edge run's happening right now. So we will just have to kind of see.
Saying
where
Darius
this-
Alexander, where do you have him? How do you
Second round grade.
second round grade? Okay.
He's a heck of a football player. He reminds me a lot of Muhammad Wilkerson. He can play he can play all the way he can play all the way from the 5 technique to the 3 technique.
3 tech.
He can play all over. Which is
He's a big guy. He's 6'4", 305. I'm surprised.
from Toledo too.
Toledo.
Small school.
Shout out
Not
Toledo.
not a big time, college football program,
But big guys, it don't really matter about the school
No.
because you can't teach 6'6", 350.
You can't teach
you can't teach 6'4",
Can't teach that.
305. But he's shifty. That's tough to teach. So
far, gonna give a little the worst player on my board technically from value standpoint is still Tyler Shuck from pick 40. He was the 124th best player on my board. And to give you Calvin, if you are watching this, to give you an idea of where I thought of him, he was literally the spot behind Denzel Burke at 123. So just give me not saying that that's how bad Denzel Burke is, but just showing you where I had a quarterback. And if a quarterback's that low, usually that does not bode well.
Not good.
For his ability to start in the NFL. But looking at this board for the I'm looking at the board for the Cowboys now. Just from a Cowboys standpoint, the running back and receiver run has not happened yet.
No.
And so you're going to have potentially somebody there at 76, I believe, where you can pick a skill guy.
Yeah.
And I mean, if they come out with a skill guy at that pick,
That's going to be.
people will look at this draft. Everyone was kind of waiting to see who do they come away with today? Do they come away with some people they don't like? Because if not, then that Booker pick looks worse. But I think so far people really like the Booker pick now
I really
because
like
you
the
got a
Booker
heck
pick.
of a player in Donovan Ezeraku.
Yes.
And hopefully you can go back on the offensive side of the ball and go something offensive weapon like.
Yeah. I know everyone, they're looking for the offensive weapon. They're looking for someone that they can trust to be able to coincide with Dak. Everyone still has, their Dak problems and then their Dak switching up on. So I feel like for me, my number one thing out of this draft was getting a running back. I wanted a Travion Henderson. I wanted a Quinshon Judkins, but they get taken early, which it's respectable to them. They are great pairs.
And that doesn't surprise anybody.
That doesn't surprise anybody. It doesn't
to
surprise me
see
at all.
Players that good being taken this high.
Yeah.
I think
Good
for the
players
Dallas
get picked.
Cowboys, what you need is you're hoping that a skill guy falls to you.
Yeah.
Whether that's a receiver, whether it's running back. They don't need tight end, but right now, Shador, Mike Green, Trey Amos.
I don't think Shador should go to Cowboys.
No. I'm not talking for the Cowboys. I was looking at
just
Jalen Jeremiah's top popped up there. But
okay.
By the way, you want to talk about feisty competitive corners? How about Noel Williams from California?
What?
Did you watch him?
A little bit. I've seen a lot. I went through the
So
corners yesterday.
I know Cal isn't exactly a powerhouse school that you
school,
watch
but-
a lot of film for, but UNT plays them a lot. So that should give you an idea how good Cal
We
is.
don't play them this year though. But
They have two draftable corners, say Noel Williams and Marcus Harris, I believe. Here's the Buccaneers pick, by the way. And the Buccaneers go Benjamin Morris in the corner from Notre Dame. You talk about a feisty, plays competitive
hard.
corner. He was my last ranked first round player. That's not like a diss on him. That obviously you're getting a first round value at pick 53. So kudos to the Buccaneers for getting. Hey, Dad, it's 53. So there you go.
especially when I seen him play against top ranked schools, I see him get paired up with a lot of the best ranked guys. Like you can see in that clip, he was going against Marvin Harrison.
He played insanely well.
They try to match him up against their best
Marvin.
Yeah, they try to match him up against their best receiver on the other team, and he's always successful. He's never in a position where he's just not successful.
He was having a hell of a season until he hurt his hip, which is a very weird injury for a corner. And
falling
having
hard,
experience, flipping your hips is
hip flexibility,
integral.
hip mobility is one of the key things. Being able to flip your hips fast, being able to turn in coverage, being able to make a change on a dime is essential.
But you're talking about a heck of a football player that fell because of the injury concerns.
Yeah,
And
but it's okay.
that's
though.
a great pick from the Buccaneers.
Because I think this is maybe even not high, but I believe this may be just right because I don't think he was a first round.
I had a 1 on him, but it's,
you had a 1 on him?
but it's because I don't really factor in for injuries. I mean,
Okay.
Josh Simmons at 7, so I don't factor in for injuries because I'm not a doctor. And unless it is a Jalen Smith type injury where I am guaranteed
Your hands forced to put him down.
I guarantee that you're going to hear. I'll mute you while you take a munch on the because I hear
you can hear
because it was right. You're doing it right here. No, but I unless it's Jalen Smith where I can tell this is going to affect his ability in the NFL, I don't really mark off for injuries. But it's a hell of a pick from the Buccaneers. Here comes the home team Green Bay Packers pick. Goodell actually came out of his cave for this one. Donnell, you're going to like this guy. Anthony Belton is the pick from NC State. He is a massive offensive tackle.
6'6",
Some people have thought about him.
36.
Some people have thought about him at guard. just
No.
because of the fact that he's no. You can be 6'6" and be a guard.
Well, yes, but I feel like 6'6" is big.
Well, and his feet are slow.
Oh, okay.
His feet are slow, but
But you know, I
Pa-
love the big guys, man.
the Packers are addressing. How do I get this off of my screen? There. I don't need that on my screen. Great. Anyway, I'm having technical difficulty with my computer. I'll figure it out. It's an Apple product. Would expect nothing less. I am a
Great when
hater.
it works. Most
That's-
horrible thing when it doesn't.
That's where I am. Hey, we talked about Seth being a professional hater yesterday.
You are a professional hater.
I'm a
with
professional hater of Apple
Apple.
products because I want this dictionary to go away, and I don't know how to get it to go away. But I'll figure this out. But Anthony Belton, he has slower feet, which is not ideal for a tackle, but he is absolutely grown. Is that it?
Yes, that's
Okay,
it.
well there you go. Thank you, Donnell. He is
Well, I got Apple everything,
okay.
bro.
he is grown man strong. He's got long
Grown man
arms.
strong.
I mean, he is a heck of a draft pick. And he is some
It's Mo
beef.
Williams guy is really good. I'm not gonna lie.
Are you watching him right now?
Well, I watched a little bit of him last night, but I'm
He's
watching a different tape. I watched the other tape.
Competitive is the first thing you're going to think of with Noel Williams. Personally, I have him number. Where is he? He's a second rounder for
that.
me. I thought he was, but I guess not. He's number 61 on my board. Here's the Chargers pick. Well,
Trey Harris,
the-
love it.
The Chargers finally get their receiver, and here potentially comes that receiver run that I've been talking about for a while now. I want to say the San Diego Chargers. The Los Angeles Chargers, Jim Harbaugh, decides
called-
to get a weapon.
You said the Raiders, the Oakland Raiders.
Did I say the Oakland Raiders?
said
Yeah, I did say the
Oakland
Oakland Raiders.
Raiders,
Well,
yeah.
you know what? I was raised in the right generation where the teams were in their correct spot before the NFL got
Yeah,
greedy.
if you're
and
talking to
moved
my
them.
father, the right generation.
But Trey Harris, expert route runner, super polished,
Great hands, man.
great hands. He's just not he's not fast. He's
Yeah.
not a speed guy.
Which is not. Oh, you don't need your speed all the time. I feel like
Look, they got
we're
Ladd McCon-
mesmerized with speed, but I feel like being able to be a solid receiver, great hands, being able to run routes well, because it's because he doesn't have speed, but he runs a great route. He's
Look,
able to get open. So
They're beefing up their offense with Marion Hampton and with Trey Harris now. They are giving weapons because I know they think that they can
need
coach
weapons.
defense right now because their defense was looking at the guide here. I got to look at where their defense ranked.
I love that book right there.
This helps for teams.
Yeah.
The player rankings suck, but sorry,
Well,
sorry,
you've been
Lindy's.
pulling up. You've been pulling
Sorry,
up.
Lindy's, but your player rankings are not good. Chargers were the 11th ranked defense last year. 7th in passing, 14th in rushing. But they were the 20th offense, so they needed
This
offensive
team
help, and
had,
they've gotten
well,
it.
this book has Caleb Johnson at 4.
Yeah, that's I think Tommy Yarish wrote that. This is the Cowboys draft guide,
Oh,
and this is the Lindy's draft guide. The ones that they were more to be here on the table for some set pieces until I forgot that they do team outlooks too. So like here's the Jacksonville Jaguars, for example. So we're looking at Chicago Bears back on the clock. They
Bro,
snagged
they've had like 4 second-round picks already.
they snagged Luther Burden, which may have been the pick of the night so
Which,
far.
yeah,
One of the best picks
I
of
love
the
that
night.
pick.
You were 32nd.
Sawyer's still on the
They
board.
were 32nd in total offense. They were worse than the Patriots.
The worst than Patriots.
They were the 31st passing offense, 25th rushing, and they were 27th total defense. So they just need help
Everything.
everywhere. They've already got Luther Burden. They already picked up who'd they pick up yesterday? They got Colston Loveland, and that's good because the tight end run today has pretty much wiped the tight ends off the board. I
Say
think
who the Bears pick up yesterday?
Colston Loveland.
Okay.
With the exception of Harold Fannin from Bowling Green, I don't think there's and Gunnar Helm from Texas. Those are the only tight ends really still available
Okay.
that are worth taking here in day 2. Maybe, and this is a major maybe, Arande Gadsden from Syracuse, who is the last of the guys that I watched. He's one of the last ones that I have on my board.
Did the Bears trade their pick They had a trade today, didn't they?
Yeah, they've had multiple trades, I think.
Yeah. They traded with the Bills, yes.
So it's a good thing they got they got their tight end, they've got their receiver. I think this is where you address defense.
I think you just
Especially since the defensive side of the ball, I go through again, Mike Green. I go through again, Siobhan Revel, right? Obviously, Will Johnson
What about
and
running
Benjamin
back?
Morrison are off the board. Maybe running back, but don't they have Swift?
Did they just get Swift?
Yeah, they got him last year.
Not just get Swift, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. So we will just have to take a but Luther Burden, Colston Loveland, they've beefed up the offense. They need help on defense.
I like the Colston Loveland pick though.
They did bring in Grady Jarrett to pair with Gervon Dexter, who's a guy I loved coming out of Florida and has played pretty well so far. They're pretty good at edge, so I don't see Mike Green here. But I do see Tyreek Stevenson obviously had that incident last year where he was hyping up the crowd, and then the Commanders did the Hail Mary on
ESPN
him.
has Alexander as
The pick?
is their best fit.
Oh, was the best fit. I thought you spoiled it. I was like,
No.
Tyreek
Well, go
Stevenson.
spoil it.
They have Tyreek Stevenson. I really think Siobhan Revel makes some sense here. Who's their nickel corner? Their nickel corner is Kyler Gordon. They're fine there.
Kyler Gordon.
So they need someone on the outside. Trey Amos makes a ton of sense there.
I like Trey Amos. 6'1", about 200.
I'm just
Fast
trying
guy.
to think who Noel Williams could make some sense
Noel
here as a.
Williams.
I mean,
He's not very high on
and
the
Chicago
board, though.
loves feisty, tough corners, and Noel Williams fits that mold. The Lions.
Hey man, I'm gonna throw out a crazy one,
Lions have-
Scatterboo man.
The Lions have moved up 3 spots. They get a 7th round pick and pick 57. They give Denver their pick number 60 and their 4th rounder number 130.
Ooh,
See, that's why I want to trade back in the 2nd round. We could have got a 4th round pick. We could have recouped our 4th rounder because we stupidly traded it for Jonathan Mingo. Oh, sorry,
wow.
we traded it for Jonathan Mingo.
Stupid. Stupid. Love it.
Gotta get the applause.
Gotta get the applause.
Or Donnell with the. I got the air horn. I got air horns. I've got I got
There was
a lot
one
of-
you was talking about yesterday. I wasn't paying
Yeah,
attention.
yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
go back. I was like, you said he's gonna give me with it.
Hold on. I got you with the with this because you got to go in.
You gotta go on this mic to do it.
Oh, really?
We do it.
Oh, Seth Rollins!
Seth Rollins.
Seth Rollins!
Seth Rollins.
Seth freaking Rollins!
Sorry, you're yelling at the mic. I'm like, Seth
bad,
Rollins
my
is
bad.
coming out. He's a big Chicago Bears fan.
Oh, no.
Where's Heyman?
Where's Paul
Braun
Heyman
Breaker?
at, man?
Why aren't they booing him?
Where's John Cena? Well, we
Hold
can
on,
see him anyway.
We're gonna listen to this to Rollins cut a promo here. I'm thinking defense. Well, folks, sorry that we had a long silence there, and you can hear us again. We do talk when the mics are off, which is why
Yes,
you're not
yes.
going deaf. I promise. They go Ozzy Trapillo From I think it's Trapillo because I don't think he's
6'8".
Spanish. He is a gigantic right tackle from Boston College.
Like now, he can't be a guard.
No. Actually, the tallest guard in the NFL is 6'8". It's Daniel Falele for the
Yeah.
Ravens. Trapillo was a guy I watched.
He's as tall as him.
I watched Trapillo very late in the process. Became a huge fan of him. He's number 57 on my board. He's picked at number 56. So that's about the value that I expected him to be at. He's a heck of a tackle. He's really tall. He's got great hand placement. He moves extremely well. And they are making an organizational change here because they've made an offensive head coach with Ben Johnson. They've gone offense. They've helped out They've gotten Loveland. They've gotten Burden. And now, Caleb Williams was one. I think he was the most.
I feel like they're investing in Caleb
He
Williams.
was the most sacked quarterback in the league last year.
Ooh.
And so I completely forgot that offensive line was something that they desperately needed
Needed,
help
yeah.
at. Let me see. I'm trying to think of it. I'm trying to make sure I had the 68 sacks last season for the Bears. I'm giving up.
68
68
last year.
last year.
You sure?
That's what it says. Yeah.
There's no way.
68 sacks. Now, to be
In
fair,
a single year?
To be fair, Caleb takes a lot of unnecessary sacks, but most of those were not on him. And the Lions are already ready to pick. We've got back-to-back NFC North. Look, the Lions are at a point where it is best player available. It is just take who you think is the best player,
Seth
and
freaking Rollins,
when we
man.
move on. That was great from Seth Rollins, but
I love it.
I'm gonna wait because Goodell's announcing the people that are announcing the pick, and so we don't need to listen to that. No offense to him. I'm happy they get to announce a pick, but we can still talk.
Don't know who you is. No offense. All
Anyway,
love, man. All love.
I think he is announcing. This is just the Lions selection. He's not announcing the player. It's
Who do the
it's a
Lions
looks like
need?
it's a veterans family. So very happy that they get to make this pick. But Detroit,
Man, shout out my cousin, man. Mojo, man.
is he watching?
No, he's in the NFL. He plays for the Lions.
He does. That's right. You told me about that.
Yeah.
Looking at Detroit, I mean, they had the second ranked offense in the league. They were 20th ranked defense. They were the 30th ranked passing defense. And I can't remember who they've picked up in this year's draft so far.
Well, they had certain injuries that happened. So.
They had some injuries, and Terran Arnold did not fill the needs that they thought he was going to fill. But they took Tyleik Williams last night, and this is their first pick today. So they've already addressed their defensive front. Look, Siobhan Revel fits what Dan Campbell loves. He's feisty, he's competitive. Mike Green makes a lot of sense to put him with Aiden Hutchinson, but it's a matter of do you believe in the character? So we're going to listen to this now. What?
I think you brought him up earlier.
Well, I brought up Ratledge earlier. He is a nasty offensive guard for Georgia.
He's Georgia.
The second rated third round, the second rated, second right there. You want to talk about fits Dan Campbell? If I was circling players that fits Dan Campbell's coaching style, he
This
would have
is
been one of the
definitely it.
players. He is a nasty run blocker. His feet a little bit choppy as a pass blocker, but he's a guard. That's why he's a guard.
Yes.
He's going to stay at guard. But he has described himself.
He's a big guard, though.
He has described himself as a dirtbag.
Himself as a dirtbag.
He's described as
I
just
love
like
that.
on the field. And as an offensive lineman, I can tell you, you need.
I
to
love
be a,
that edge, man.
You need to be a dirtbag.
Big guys with
Um,
edges, man. They're the greatest thing you can ever want.
Tyler Booker. That's what Tyler Booker has.
Guys, you can protect
But
the quarterback. The guys
Ratledge
want to.
Was my top-rated offensive lineman in the third round. And actually behind him is his Georgia teammate, Jared Wilson. And then to Wyatt Milam. So you're starting to bleed into that third round of offensive linemen just because the only one from the second round, the only one that's left is Grant because Trapillo's gone and Urshery's gone. And these picks are, I told you, man, they start to fly off the board here as the Raiders are now out to pick. And they need everything. This could be Shedeur. So we talked for the
I definitely
long
talked
times.
about this guy
You
earlier.
talked about Jack Besh. That was a good call from you.
Yes.
Um,
I feel like he
Besh
was underrated.
Is a lot like Puka Nacua.
He plays
fits,
so hard, man. Plays with a chip on his shoulder, man.
So they
Makes
had
the
that-
right plays,
and
man.
that fits Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll likes guys like that.
Yep.
He's a heck of a wide receiver though from TCU. You know, and obviously the tragic story around him is his brother Tiger was killed in the terrorist attack in New Orleans. Unfortunately, his brother was a receiver from Princeton. He was. But Besh had the game-winning catch in the Senior Bowl, and that was a big moment because it was like right after all of that happened. So super happy for Jack Besh
Love it, man. I
and
love
his
it.
family. We're gonna go ahead and give him the where's the trying to see if I can find the applause button for just hold on, click that. Just applause that he got drafted.
I love it, man. I really do love it, man.
Super happy for him that.
Yes, I
he's
definitely
in the
seen him
NFL
make a lot of plays for the TCU. You know, I have friends, who are TCU fans. So I seen him make a lot of good plays. I've seen him
Yeah.
always secure the ball. I don't think I've ever seen him just drop a ball, just being in there. So Allen Robertson, that's a good one. Ball skills, physical.
Allen Robinson's a solid.
He's a big guy.
He's a solid.
6'1", 214. That's not a small target, man.
No,
That's,
he's
he's
not.
he's not big, but like
He's fluid, but he's not fast.
Yeah,
and
look
he's
at that. Look at the
he's a little bit
hands.
quicker. He's quicker than he is fast, but he's a great route runner. And
that ham swipes are like so.
he's
key.
gonna be. I think his floor is at least wide receiver 3.
Yes.
To give you an example, if there's any, I know there's probably not, but if any Raider fans see this, Hunter Renfro. Think he's taller than Renfro is, but that guy
Hunter
that
Renfro
could
is
just,
so good.
it's just a great target.
I don't know if he's as good as a route runner, Hunter Renfro. I think Hunter Renfro's main talent is
the reliability
yes.
that Besh has, I think, is
Yes.
very similar to what Hunter Renfro brought to that offense. For the last,
Yeah.
Obviously, he's not in the NFL anymore, but they're building an offense, man. Geno Smith, Ashton Genty, Raheem Mostert, Brock Bowers, and now they've got receiver. And receiver was a desperate need for the Raiders. They did not really have any big names. Obviously, the big story with Las Vegas is Tom Brady being an owner and Pete Carroll being back in the NFL with the Las Vegas Raiders. But, I mean, they're receivers, man. Jacoby Myers, and that's about it.
I know we haven't brought up this name in a while.
People-
On the mic.
Like people say about our receiving core, at least we have CD.
Yeah, we
They
do have CD.
Besh might be their
actually-
best. Besh might be their best receiver right now.
Which is no disrespect to Besh, but he's not
That's
gonna.
how- but-
he's not be able to get guarded by Jalen Ramsey's all day and get their best guys. You know, he's not gonna be able to get guarded by their best guys. Everybody like Keel Alexanders are gonna eat him for lunch. So
Yeah.
it's. And not that he can't compete, but he will be able to compete. But
He will be a solid wide receiver 2 in the league. I had a second round grade on him. Super happy that he got picked. He was the 54th best
Adam
player.
Thielen type of guy.
They get him at 58. Adam Thielen type of guy is a good comp for him. But we look at the rest of this draft. Mike Green's still available. Siobhan Rebel's still available. The last 2 first-round guys that are still available in this draft.
Definition
on
of
my
what you
board.
do off the field affects how much money you get. Because them first round guys get money, and them second round guys get paid too. So
And then obviously Jack Sawyer still available. Dylan
Jack Sawyer
Sampson,
needs to get picked.
LKA Manor, Caleb Johnson, Trey Amos,
Baltimore.
Xavier
Ooh,
Watts,
Baltimore.
love Watts. Darius
Love
Alexander, Jordan Birch, Braden Swinson, Shadur Sanders, Andrew Makuba, Princely Yellen, RJ Harvey, Baron Sorrell, Noah Williams, and
Darius
Charles
Alexander,
Grant.
I think, is a good pick for here.
All those names were my remaining second round grades.
Oh.
As we move into pick 59,
I think Darius Alexander is very, very much so.
we only have 5 more picks after this Ravens pick in the second round. So we've flown through the second round in about 2 hours. So in the third round, will go a little bit quicker than that. Dallas is still not on the NFL Network ticker, so we still can't see where they're picking, but they pick in about 16 picks, 17 picks. So we have Baltimore, then Denver.
What do you
because-
think Baltimore needs for this year?
Who'd they take? They took Malachi.
Yes. They took Starks in the
I
first round.
think receiver.
You think receiver?
The board has not been picked clean yet. There's still some names out there, and I know they added DeAndre Hopkins. I get that, but
Yeah.
Bateman has not worked out as much as you'd like. I know
I love Flowers, though.
Zay's a dog.
I love Flowers.
I know that Bateman looked better last year, but he's still not
He's not.
where they would like him to be.
Yeah.
Receiver makes some sense. Their
I love Lamar.
Their offensive line is young. I mean, maybe you address defense again. Just to, I mean, you're loading up to beat the Bills.
That's why I
in
was saying Darius Alexander. I was thinking that their D
And
line
they've got a
huge
glaring
L,
hole
yeah,
at number 96 right there. Who is
huge
that?
hole that they could fill.
That Broderick Washington, yeah. He's okay. He's
And-
back. He's a rotational guy. But you got Kyle Van Noy, and Tavius Robinson on the outside, and then you're looking at
Their safeties are really good though.
Well, yeah. I mean Malachi Starks and Kyle Hamilton,
Yeah, they're so good.
but Justin Matabike and Travis Jones on their interior, but they're missing that defensive end. And I thought when I
Roquan
watched
Smith is still a good. Yeah.
when I watched Darius Alexander that Darius Alexander made a ton of sense as a 3-4 defensive end. Very reminiscent of how Muhammad Wilkerson was used in Rex Ryan's 3-4 scheme. So that makes a ton of sense here. That was a good call from you if you're able to call that one. Their linebackers have played pretty well. I know Trenton Simpson's PFF grade isn't great, but I think he's a solid linebacker. I loved him coming out of Clemson.
Yeah.
And then obviously Roquan Smith is Roquan Smith. So
Roquan Smith.
obviously he's a really, really good linebacker.
The linebackers in this draft aren't the craziest I see.
There's some talent with Campbell and Schlesinger. There
Okay.
was some great talent there, but then it falls off a cliff
All the way down.
until Demetrius Knight. But then it really, you wanted the bulk of the linebacker class in this draft.
Fifth round talents?
There's Danny Stutzman in the third, the fourth.
Fourth.
Here are my fourth round linebackers. You've got starting at Cody Simon from Ohio State, Teddy Buchanan from California, Chris Paul from Ole Miss, Smail Mondon from Georgia, Barrett Carter from Clemson, and Jeffrey Bassa from Oregon. So those are all the linebackers that just condensed that fourth round. I wouldn't be surprised if 2 or 3 go here today just to start picking them off the board. But the receiver run has not happened yet. You're still looking at on the board Tez Johnson, Isaiah Bond. And I know Isaiah Bond also has the off-field concern, but the talent is there, even though it wasn't late in the stretch. Who else? Kyle Williams is on the board. Jalen Knowles on the board. Jalen Royals is on the board. So that receiver run that should be happening pretty soon. And Alec Manor still on the board, my best receiver. So there's still a lot of talent on the receiver board.
There's still a lot of talent, yes.
Which is why I was thinking that maybe that's where they want to look at receiver for the Ravens. Denver, may look at receiver. Cortland Sutton's, maybe they're paying him, maybe they're trading him, who knows. Washington doesn't need receiver. Chicago doesn't need receiver, especially now with Rome Odunze and Luther Burden and DJ Moore. Kansas City could use receiver, especially since, Rashee Rice got hurt last year, and Worthy's super great receiver, but he's not a number one only because of the size. I think you're bigger than him. And that's not a diss on you, but this is an NFL player.
Yeah.
And he's just a very small receiver.
That's okay, though.
Kelsey's aging. The tight end board, maybe they want to go Harold Fannin with Kansas City. I'm just trying to think ahead here.
Yeah.
Philadelphia, they don't need anything.
They don't need
Philadelphia,
any. Bro, I thought that last night. I was like, Philadelphia, what do they need?
if Philadelphia,
A worse team, that's what they need.
somehow gets Mike Green or Siobhan
I might
Rebel,
quit.
I'm a crit. I'm a quit because
I don't know. I can't defend
Jahad
Cowboys.
Campbell and that's adding to the best defense in the league. Here comes the Ravens pick. They had a long lull there for a little bit.
Yeah.
Well. The good news is
I was right about D line, but
the good
Not the
news
right guy.
is Mike Green does not go to the Eagles. Brady's top player available is gone now. Yes, I referred to myself in the third person. Shout out Ricky Henderson. R.I.P. Mike Green falls all the way to 59. I know because of the character concerns. Look, he's twitchy. He converts speed to power. He is an excellent run defender. He led the FBS in sacks. He had 17 sacks last season. He played. Marshall did play Ohio State this last season,
and
and
had a game.
he played very well against Ohio State, and he had a great Senior Bowl. I'm so happy to see him go here. Obviously he's a heck of a player. He's one of my favorite players this entire draft class. The last first round player still available is now Siobhan Revel. Hopefully the Eagles don't get him with that would suck because
corner.
that means they would have gotten DeJean Mitchell but let's
They're
see.
probably
Hold on,
gonna
hold
get
on. Rappaport is actually reporting about actually announced himself to reporters at the combine that he faced he's talking about the allegations that Mike Green faced Ian Rappaport right now. But we're gonna see what Denver's pick is here. Maybe receiver Revel will be a guy I talk about almost everywhere just until he goes. Washington could use him, even though he doesn't fit Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn likes tall, long
go get
corners.
Chase.
What you gotta get Chase? All right, Chase is officially here. Got to give him a second to get in here. If you guys missed the Broncos pick, I'll just tell you who it is when you come back. So now I am all by myself. Okay, he's gone. So now I'm gonna try to get Chase I'm gonna try to
Get Chase with this, and it's gonna be really funny.
but here's the Broncos pick. Well, Chase has officially entered the studio. No, but Harvey is a super good running back, pro. Super happy that he got here. So, Chase, how are you feeling about the broadcast? I knew it. I said to the people, I'm going to get him with this. You watch, and I'm smiling the entire time. Got him.
I noticed that right as I started talking.
Yep. Well, did you not notice I handed you the mic? Like, please just say something before you hear me talking and you hear it in the background. RJ Harvey is a super twitchy running back. He's got excellent top speed. He runs away from defenses. He defeats. Donnell, you may have the angle. Imagine yourself.
Yes.
You meet this guy, open field. You think,
Open field.
I got the angle on him. And
I
then
got the angle on him,
the
and then
next
all
thing
of a
you know,
sudden,
he's
you don't.
scoring, and you're, the hell happened?
And you're on the ground, and you're like, whoa. You're looking back.
That's what he
And
does.
the coach is on the sideline, like,
He defeats tackling angles. That was, so I mean, that's a heck of a pick for them right there.
yeah.
So I got to ask this because I haven't been here. Who running back wise, receiver wise is still on the board? Because I've seen a lot of them flying off.
Oh, no, receivers. The receiver run has not happened yet.
Receiver run hasn't
Well, I saw
happened
Trey
yet.
Harris and Beck.
A. Manner's still there. Savion Williams is still there. Kyle Williams is still there. Jalen Knowles still
Jalen
there.
also there.
So there's still a lot of guys. But here comes the Commanders pick as Chase just sat down. There goes Trey Amos, the corner from Ole Miss.
Love this, man.
Donnell, because it's a corner, I'm going to let you
love
take it
this,
away on
man.
him. And he's going to a division rival.
Man, I love this. I love this. Well, obviously, I don't love this for the Cowboys, but like I see the emotion on. Like I love seeing guys who just play hard, man. Find their way in the league, man. It's so, and it kind of makes me emotional at times, man. Because it's like you see guys work so hard and they do everything they can. They do all this work just to be able to have a chance to be able to play at this level and they get to be able to play. So I love this guy. He's a very physical guy. He's not a huge guy, but he plays big. Good zone guy. Being able to make plays in open field. See obviously he can make big plays when there need to be made. Not the craziest guy, but I feel like he's a very solid guy. Anybody who has him, he's able to be good.
Look,
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you have. Sorry, real quickly. You have it firsthand. You know what it takes to, what these guys have to
Yeah,
go through
bro.
to do, something that everybody dreams of doing.
Yeah.
And as a corner yourself, I'm sure you know what they're feeling. And this is, probably just a surreal moment no matter where you get
Who
picked.
it is, yeah.
Amos plays really fast. He plays quick feet, fluid hips. He attacks the football. He sticks to receivers. He's very sticky in man coverage. He's got some issues though. His arm length is average, which is where I'm a little surprised that Dan Quinn took him.
He's not crazy as looking.
He doesn't fit that Dan Quinn mold where it's 6'3", 6'2", 33-inch arms, super long. But he does struggle to recover against vertical burst. So if he's going up against a guy like for example, I'm going to give. I know it's an extreme example, but Xavier Worthy, double move, he's cooked. He just doesn't have the recovery speed you'd like, and he does get a little over aggressive and grabby. But he
plays aggressive. He plays hard.
aggressive, and he reminds me of AJ Terrell. He's going to fit in that zone scheme.
That's why I said that zone. He's really good in zone.
Dan Quinn loves to run cover 3, cover 2 man. That's what he loves to run. So
best coverage in my opinion.
Trey fits that mold for him. He doesn't fit the physical mold, but he fits the play style mold.
Yeah, that's exactly.
But I'm going to go and pitch this question to Chase. Chase, what are we thinking about the Cowboys?
I'm torn. I mean, I really don't. I feel like Ezraku kind of just fell to them. I know Mike Green was still available, and for some reason he fell all the way to the Ravens. But I'm extremely happy with the pick. Ezraku I had in the first round, 19th overall to be exact.
Wait, what?
Ezraku?
Like, in your mock, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
I had Ezraku as
I was like, when did you do a big board? I didn't see this.
No,
Okay,
I'm talking about in my mock draft, I had
That makes sense.
Ezraku to the Buccaneers at 19, and the fact that he was still available for the Cowboys' second round pick, for the people that weren't happy with the first round pick, in Booker,
just dumb.
right. I mean, I love the player, but now people were upset at the value, but you could just take that as into consideration that Ezraku was a first round talent who fell to us in the second round. So you could kind of like say, hey, look, we got a first round player in the second round player in the first round. So it kind of equals out. But I'm happy with the first 2 picks. I'm really interested to see what they do to address the, more needed positions later in this draft, running back, receiver. So hopefully they're not too late because a lot of them are flying off the board.
The running backs are flying off the board. Receivers are not flying off the board, which is why I think they may look at receiver. By the way, I jinxed that Luther Burden thing.
Yes, he
Right before the Bears took him, I
before
said, Luther Burden's still on the board.
Oh, nice.
So then I get locked outside, and he walks in. And he's
I
he was
told
like,
you to put the trash can.
Well,
In fact, by the
okay.
way-
So
by
there
the
was
way-
there was 2 entrances
By
that
the way-
need a trash can, and he told me one.
By the way,
I didn't know
by
the
way,
second one.
The
needed a
entire
trash can.
stream heard your call because when you called me, it's through my phone and it's going through here. I didn't even think about it. So they heard you say, "Bro, you told me to do this trash can."
Hey, at least
I
you
love
you
that.
get the PG.
I
Yeah,
love
we
that.
can, that would have been a moment right there. Oh crap!
No, I wasn't too worried about it. I
By the
was
way,
just
on these
I
buttons
was
over here,
looking-
it shows you like what it's called. Like this one is the deep voice, and then this one's called Monster.
Oh,
Yeah.
fire.
But then if you look at this one, I forgot to do this yesterday. I have another board of sounds. So I have
Oh,
the
cool.
air horn, got some music, got a record scratch, got applause, crickets. I've got chimes, I've got drums, and then my favorite one.
Yeah.
don't do this, Shador. Don't
Time out.
Because I was Shador red again.
Time out. This is I think this is this is the board right here. This is the Shedeur Sanders right now.
So what were y'all's initial reactions to Shuck going instead of
Shock.
Shador?
Shock for Shuck. The Bears are back on the clock. They went Ozzie Trapilo last time. Definitely. So they addressed and they were the
You gotta go
worst
defense here, right?
They were the worst team in pass protection. So you got to think defense here. But yeah, Shedeur, where does he go, Donnell? He's going to fall out of the first round because Kansas City and Philadelphia, well, they're not taking
So
him.
he
So
fell out the second day. You mean?
do you think Shedeur falls out of day 2? Because he got the third round.
I feel like
Does he
I
fall
feel
out
like
of
it's
day 2?
already super disrespectful for him to fall out of the
Here we
first.
go, here we go.
Let's first pick.
I talked about this earlier. I talked about how that the A&M has 3 draftable linemen here. Well, here goes the third one. Shamar Turner, who is a 4th round grade for me for the Bears, he's going to shore up that defensive line next to Gervon Dexter. That is a very and Grady Jarrett. I like this pick for them mostly because I think he's going to fit better as a rotational defensive tackle. He's super strong against the run. He's not a great pass rusher. Think similar to Scorton and Shamar Stewart, where none of them are great athletes, where like all of them are really solid athletes.
Yeah, but not
they're,
like
but they're stiff and they're not great rushing. You know what I mean? The production may not match the athletic ability. Shamar's that guy, but on the inside. And fun story about Shamar Turner. I thought when I was, because Shamar Stewart and Shamar Turner, I had the wrong one when I was watching Shamar Stewart. I was actually watching Shamar Turner for 2 games. I was scouting him, so I went, well, all of my opinions, I can just translate to Shamar Turner.
Yeah.
So then because Turner wore 5, Stewart wore 4.
Oh,
And those
so
look
very
kinda-
easy to.
That
Yeah.
look- so and when you're
Wow, this
watching
Shamar Turner guy is a first-round pick.
I know, yeah. But here comes the Chiefs. They're just taking their best player available. Look out for Siobhan Revel here. Well, Donnell calls it. Defensive tackle, it is Omar Norman Lott.
I was not surprised. I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if they go D tackle here.
He's kind of like a dancing bear.
You know,
He's got square shoulders and a kind of a square body, but he's super athletic. He plays with bounce. He's a
Yeah.
defensive tackle.
it's something that you don't really see. Like,
Which is he
you see
usually
more physical, but he plays tackle like he's trying to play edge, but with
Right.
less space.
usually twitchy is not a term I use to describe defensive tackles, but he's
But,
got some twitch
yeah.
to him, and well, that sounded bad. He'll join that rotation there with Chris Jones and those guys in the defensive line. And
You got a guy who can learn from a vet like Chris Jones.
Yeah.
Chris Jones obviously being probably the top 3 D tackle in the league right now, especially even being older. Him getting hurt in the Super Bowl.
Right.
Or he having some problems. You not
Yeah,
completely sure. So
he had that neck injury. It was really scary.
So, you have a guy like this and being able to come in, being alongside him, learn from him, also being able to bring some young energy to the D line, so other guys can feed on, big play, being able to make big plays, the guy be able to make plays. So I think this is good for the Chiefs.
Totally. Not much you can do as a Super Bowl contending team to really upgrade your team. Like that.
team, and they did.
Yeah.
So
Just take someone fun. The video crapped out again. Dang it, we had gone
it took them so long.
We had gone so long without it crapping
Chase,
out.
oh my goodness, man, it's
It
definitely
crapped out
you.
5 times in 5 minutes.
and then it
Earlier?
didn't and then it didn't go
wow.
out again until you got here. So like,
Dang it, Chase.
Oh, I was here for it yesterday too. I
yes,
saw
we're
it.
definitely blaming Chase on this.
But Norman Lott, you're looking at a guy, Tennessee, obviously, so big time record, but he didn't get a lot of playing time. So his production doesn't always reflect how good he might be. Reminds me a lot of Carlos Watkins from the Cowboys. First step explosiveness. He plays with a great pad level, big, heavy hands with long arms. He's a very flexible lineman, too. He as a pass rusher, he has no plan of attack. It's just swipe and hand fighting. He lacks experience. He didn't get a ton of playing time at Tennessee, and then he's a lower weight, limits his scheme fit. He's 6'1", 291. So it's a little bit thinner
A little bit thinner.
as a
but-
defensive tackle, but 30,
well, shorter.
33 and 3/4 of an-
291 is still big.
33 and 3/4 inch arm.
That's
Just a good
long.
player. I think he fits as a rotational 3 technique in a 4-3, and
Yeah.
Spags runs the 4-3. So he fits. He's a scheme fit for them. It's a player fit. It's just a good fit overall.
a good
And
fit.
at this point, there are no bad picks for teams like
Yeah.
the Chiefs and the Eagles.
Chiefs, Eagles,
Um,
Bills, in my opinion, still.
and
Bills really have a lot of things covered outside.
I
of-
want everyone to understand this. If the Eagles here at 64 take Siobhan Revel,
I'm gonna be upset.
I'm quitting. I'm going to.
I feel
become-
like anybody good, I would be upset. Like anybody that has
if they take Sawyer, bro.
any level of I hope they go get to the last guy in the draft. Like he's probably still.
I would
good,
hate
but-
if Sawyer went because that's just
I
such
want
a.
you to
Oh,
guess.
that would be. I want Sawyer to be like a cowboy. Like I love
he's
Sawyer's
just a cool, he's
game.
just an awesome guy to watch. He's got
I
a great
wanna- I want him to
mentality. And if he
watch-
went to
I wanna
Philly,
watch him. I want to watch him.
I want
every
you to
night.
guess who my
Every
last player on my board is. Number 500. It's a notable quarterback,
I know
A
who-
notable quarterback.
like a very well known quarterback for a lot
It's
of
not
bad reasons.
Milrow, right?
No,
I'm gonna say Milrow should be like top 5 for you.
think like former blue chip prospect that never panned out. transferred to a bunch of different places.
Blue chip prospect that never.
I'm giving some brain exercises here.
Who is it? Oh my!
DJ Ungalangale is number 500 on my big board. Hey,
He's not getting drafted today. He's not getting.
No, he's a UDFA grade, but he deserves to be in the top 500.
He's not getting drafted.
I actually have Chandler Rogers ahead of.
He's
ahead
definitely
of
going undrafted.
I have Chandler Rogers from Cal, former UNT quarterback,
Former-
ahead of DJU.
He was actually good when he was here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not getting drafted this year. It's okay though. It's okay though. Some guys get undrafted.
He's gonna
undrafted.
he's gonna get drafted by
He's
the
gonna get a call. He's gonna get a call.
from the UFL.
Hey, that's cool that you had Azaraku and Booker right next
The
to each other.
XFL, or the CFL.
Oh yeah, look, Booker and Azaraku were my number 23 and 24th players on the board.
Wow.
So that's great value for the Cowboys.
Wait,
Uh,
did they draft someone?
No,
Oh,
no,
no,
they're
okay.
just showing it. No. You had the moment. You had the. Oh my gosh, Chase.
Well, they were
is the
just
highlight.
showing Goodell hugging someone. And yeah.
That's only day one stuff. Good dad don't hug everybody.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see who they take here, but there are no bad picks here for them. There are literally no bad picks. Literally none.
What do they have coming out here?
What is that?
Chase, you're getting called down on the show.
That's
Hold
great.
on.
Bro, I'm just upset.
No.
Eagles take Andrew Makuba. I have a second round grade on him as we now move into the third round of the 2025 NFL draft.
Inconsistent tackler.
Well, yeah, he's
Wow.
small, but you can talk about instincts.
Yeah, and he's like 5'8".
Something like that. Donnell, you're a safety, so I'm gonna let you take this one away from us for a second.
Well, I haven't seen a lot about him. I inconsistent tackler. I'm looking at his stuff right now.
Okay, Chase, Texas fan, you take
Yeah,
it
I would
away.
say you take it away.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched Makuba, and he's a stud. I know I wanted to watch him with you. He was one of the players I wanted to watch with you when you were doing your studies. Great ball hawk. One thing we noticed, with him was that he wasn't on the field a lot in some of the games, so that was a concern. But Makuba is a stud ball hawk. You throw it in his direction. Him only being 5'11" is a concern in the NFL, but unbelievable ball skills. And he has so much versatility when it comes to, the defensive side of the ball. And that's unfortunately a great pick for Philly, as I have to now root against him because he's going to the Eagles.
He's 5'11". He's got, the ball skills and the instincts jump off the tape.
He's 5'11".
He attacks every every opportunity he gets, whether it's tackling. He looks like a heat-seeking missile. He's fluid, changing directions, but he's light build. His size is going to limit him. He reminds me of Jarius Byrd from back in the day from the Saints. That's a great pick for them. He was number 53 on my board.
What is he classified as, a safety?
Safety.
Safety, yeah.
I did not see him.
The Giants are now selecting someone to pair with Jackson Dart, and Shadur Sanders has officially fallen to the third round, which is where my initial grade was, and then I eventually upgraded into a second, just because I felt like the talent was really there. So now, wherever you're taking him, it's good value. I feel like
Man, it's disrespectful.
Donnell is not enjoying it.
No, not at all. I'm a
Who
big
is
Shador
this
Sanders
guy's
fan.
team, Chase?
Houston.
Donnell roast the Houston Texans.
Texans, Astros.
Who's
This guy, the guy that's roasting us.
It's my little cousin.
Houston Texas fan, man?
You an
When
Astros fan?
When your
'Cause
latest
you know what?
memory, when your latest memory is your quarterback being on his butt, man, I don't know how you can talk about any team. I'm just being honest. I don't know how you can talk about anybody. I'm just being honest with you, man.
All right, here comes the Giants pick.
Texas, Dallas Cowboys.
What was that? Say it
When
again.
you always be second to the Dallas Cowboys in Texas.
Thank you.
There's no way you can say. Don't think you can say.
Hold on, wait, we have to give some. Well, they've decided to start singing "I'm an American," so
God bless the USA.
we will wait until this pick is actually being made. But Dallas is coming up here in the next
10.
12 picks. So
Lakers in 5.
hopefully, kill it.
Are they on right now?
Calm
They
down,
just
Unc.
started.
Yeah, they're about to play.
Like I hate saying I'm older than you, and I'm calling you Unc.
Calling me Unc is crazy.
But looking at this, the receiver run is just it's happening in little spurts. They're just getting one every now and then. So hopefully, Alec Manor in the 3rd round would be tremendous value for the Cowboys,
Totally.
and
Yes.
I would be a
Yes.
huge. He reminds me of Michael Gallup too. It must suck being a Dallas sports fan. Well, it didn't suck when we beat your baseball team in the ALCS a couple years ago. It didn't suck then.
Not at all.
Didn't suck when
Actually,
it-
pretty good actually.
I was gonna make a joke about James Harden, but the problem is that no one
Cares.
can say anything about basketball anymore because Luca. Like
Yeah.
Luca
Yeah,
trumps all.
we're not gonna. Well, actually, we don't support that. It ain't like we decided that this was
All
a
right, here
good
comes the
idea.
Giants pick. Donnell, you
really
like
like
this
this
guy. We
pick.
both like this guy. Got him. And Braden, you sound like a 14-year-old dude, by the way. Like the way you're insulting is you sound
it's-
like you're about
it's-
14.
Yeah, it's about 14. Maybe even 13 energy.
Yeah.
13 and a half. He's the guy that says, "Oh yeah, I'm 13 and a half." You got to
little-
put the half
little-
in there.
My older brother stole my phone.
Yeah.
No, you don't know.
all right.
Big sister stole his phone too.
Darius Alexander. He's a guy. He was a Senior Bowl guy out of Toledo. He's a 3 technique that can also play a 5 technique for the Giants. He is going to be a rotational guy.
Giants D line is
He
insane.
can. Lucky
Exactly,
guess. Lucky
yes.
guess. He can. Well, I can tell by the way you're insulting that's your age. It shows, my friend. I'm sorry.
Shows very.
He probably
well.
has one of those haircuts that's got it all floofs out.
No, he does not.
Oh, he doesn't.
No,
That
he
shocks
does
me. Braden sounds like a kind of guy. No, I'm just having fun.
Oh, love.
Since when are the Chiefs on the clock?
The 3rd round, so they.
Anyway, Darius reminds me of Muhammad Wilkerson. Disruptive power and strength. He's got length. He absorbs blocks. He keeps linebackers and safeties clean in the run game. So
Yes.
he you're allowed to make a play. But here comes the Chiefs selection.
Ashton Genty.
Ashton Gelati, super high level rusher. He's very coachable. Oh, they put it on the screen. Look at that D-line coach favorite.
Did they trade up for him, or did they have this pick?
Look,
Shout
he's
out
a
Ashton Genty, man.
look. He doesn't have the measurables. He doesn't have the height, the weight, the speed, the arm length, the nothing. But you know what he does have?
Heart, man.
He does have the heart. He does have the motor. He gets after the quarterback. He's going to be a really solid rotational defensive end. And again, at this point, the Chiefs are not drafting for need. They are drafting because
For gaps.
they just
Not even
want
gaps.
depth.
just
Depth.
Yeah, depth.
They're getting depth, and that's a heck of a depth edge rusher right there. Number 117 on my board, and he plays a lot better than that though. So
Do you believe they need a receiver? Do you think they're
Mm-hmm.
good with Rice?
I don't think they need one. If they're fully healthy, I
But
think
here's
they're
the
fine with
thing.
receivers.
That's the thing, though, Chase. Fully healthy. Rice got hurt last year. All the receivers got hurt. They had to trade for Hopkins. So,
Then Hopkins really didn't do much when
well, in the
He
Super
was
Bowl,
solid.
he dropped the
in
ball.
Super Bowl.
He dropped the ball.
Well, when you need him to be DeAndre Hopkins, he wasn't DeAndre Hopkins.
But now I know she said Ashton, and I was like, Genty? What
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why.
No,
it-
shout
The
out
Chiefs will
Ashton
find a
Genty,
way.
man.
the
Remember
Browns.
yesterday when I was like, shout out Ashton Genty?
Look, the Browns need everything. Siobhan Rebel still on the board, which surprises me a lot. Jack Sawyer's on the board.
Love it.
Samson.
Well, hate it,
Caleb
but,
Johnson is still on the board in the 3rd round. So, I mean, Chase, can you imagine? By the way, if I call one of you Seth, I'm sorry.
It's
So
okay.
have it.
So wait,
Can you-
Caleb's still there?
Can you imagine
Caleb
telling
Johnson
us
still being on the board
if
is
Caleb Johnson
crazy.
was on the board and the Browns aren't taking him because they took
Judkins.
Judkins?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Where is he
Your
going?
your news. I'm gonna let you.
Well, I mean, you know my thoughts on Caleb Johnson. I love him.
Okay,
I think it'd be.
hold on. Time out. I do like that you called him Shaddam Sanders. That's really funny. But you take that away, Don. Back to He
You called him Shaddam Sanders?
Donnell is it is only out of his I think respect to me. He's not cussing right now.
You don't disrespect Shador Sanders, bro. Don't do that. Just leave that alone.
I mean, if they were
because
fine,
I would actually, yeah, no. Hold up. What are you? Hold up. Actually, keep going. Y'all can talk.
if we were to find a way to get, I mean, they're not going to because it's the right thing to do. They go Manor and then Johnson. That'd be awesome. That'd be my ideal.
So either or.
Or if they can find a way to get them both. But
And how's that?
I mean, just hoping that one either trading up. I don't think they will because they're too in love with their picks. But just hoping that one of them falls. And I think the one that has a better chance of falling, I believe, would be Johnson. Just I don't know how many teams are in need of a running back ahead of them.
I feel like a lot of teams need a running back.
Just
I don't know. If there's how many more receivers are there than running backs? So
Like the Raiders are the next pick. I think the Raiders could use it. No,
A.O. Manor, Jalen Knoll,
Patriots just got
Savion
Henderson.
Williams, Jalen Royals, Kyle Williams, Isaiah Bond, Tez Johnson are all my third round receivers still available.
I mean, I
Um,
love Bond, but if they could, I mean, I don't know the situation there.
Yeah.
Isaiah Bond draft went down when he was saying, "Oh
Man.
yeah, I'm gonna run a 4.2," and then he ran like 4.4. Like you
Still
can't-
really good.
which
Didn't
is
he end up-
good, but
he
he
ended
was
up running
at
like-
4.2. You're gonna break the draft. Had everyone watching to run a 4.4. Like to run a 4.4.
Yeah, that was a clown moment.
Like
but-
it's like and you hurt your stock because if you just said nothing, they would have been like, "Oh, Isaiah Bond has really 4.3 speed, but he ran a 4.40. You know, it's obviously faster than that." But now you have to sit there and be like, "Well, he said he was gonna run 4.2, and he ran 4.4." Even though 4.4 is fast. Like you understand how
Yeah.
fast 4.4 is. Like
Yeah,
4.4
I mean,
is
like,
very
I'm,
fast.
Like I'm 4.4 speed.
what?
Well, if like food's involved.
10
I'm gonna
yard?
say yeah.
You wanted to say it, but you were hesitating.
Maybe 4.4 to 20, bro. But
10 yard, 10 yard, 10 yard dash?
4.4 10-yard split.
4.4.
I know that we did a 40
A
in
4.4
football,
from Wendy's.
and I did.
maybe,
we
but-
did one. And I didn't come in last. I think it was one of the guys on JV.
What a draft the Browns are having.
I don't care. I wasn't the close guy there. I'll take it.
Maybe a 4.4 from Wendy's, bro, but not a 4.4 a 40, bro. I don't know.
What a,
No,
what-
Braden, you're right. I mean, I think some of the reason that Shadur's not getting picked is just because people are worried. Coaches are worried. Well, does his dad have too much of his ear?
Bro typed, waited like 10 minutes, and then was like, "You know what's a great insult? An insult? Shaddam. That's a crazy name."
Look, people want
You
to talk
said it.
about the offseason and the brass for the Cleveland Browns, but taking Harold Fannin from Jr. here from Bowling Green's a heck of a player. I'm gonna let you get a look at him. He moves kind of like a penguin on his routes. He's kind of duck-footed.
penguin.
He's kind of duck-footed.
That's
But-
a term I've never heard from. I don't think
But
that's a
here's-
good thing.
But here's the thing: he is super new to the position, and that's kind of why.
he was the best tight. He's the best tight end. I mean,
Well, he's one of them. Not over Tyler Warren.
He's a big guy.
he was the best. He was the best tight end last year.
Him and Helm were the last two really good tight ends available, and so
This is a great
Chase,
draft.
I've been saying,
the
Chase, you just
Browns.
said, I feel like the Browns are having the best draft right now.
Yeah,
I think
that's what
they're
that's what I was saying.
I love their
Yeah.
Quinshot Judkins pick. I love this pick right here. I feel like they're having a great draft,
look.
especially even with them trading their second pick.
Here's
Totally.
Fannon's right up for me. Reminds me of Chigozium Okonkwo.
Yeah, they picked up Graham yesterday.
He tracks the ball well. He's got good hands. He plays with explosive power. He can anchor and play with power as a run blocker. He's got good. I think he led the FBS in catches and receiving yards last year. Only thing is he is awkwardly stiff. He lacks nuance in his and in feel as a blocker. And he's going to struggle to separate versus NFL speed, but he's just a physical force. And here comes the Raiders pick at number 68. So the Raiders go Darian Porter. He's a very
Big
raw.
body.
He's a very raw player, but he's 6'2". He's got like 33-inch, 34-inch
Yeah,
arms.
that's
He's got long arms,
athlete.
super athletic. He just needs some nuance to the
Yeah,
position.
not a huge playmaker, but at the end of the day, good size guy. He's not a secure tackler, but he's gonna make plays when he needs to make plays. I feel like there's a lot of guys in the draft like this. I feel like this isn't some like crazy, outside of Travis. I think Travis is the best corner in this draft, but I feel like this draft is very much like guys who that you put them in any situation and they're going to be able to thrive in it. Not the biggest play guy, but at the same time, he's able to be a good player for any team.
Totally.
Chase, there you go.
No, I mean,
He's not the best color man in the league for anything, folks. Totally. that broadcast experience is really paying off, Chase.
not much to say.
Hey, but so it totally takes you out of a lot of
I
situations.
don't know much about Porter.
I'm messing with you. He's tall, great frame. He fits the Dan Quinn mold, but he also fits the Pete Carroll mold at corner, where he likes the physical guys. He likes the Richard Shermans, the Byron Maxwells, the Jeremy Lanes, the guys that are feisty that play hard, and that's what he is. But
I feel like there's a lot of guys in this draft. I can say that about a lot of guys in this draft.
there's a lot of dogs.
There's a lot of dogs in
lot
this
of dogs.
draft. I feel like that's not always a thing. I feel like some guys are finesse guys. There's sometimes in drafts where there's guys who they're just technique guys. They're not going to just make big picks.
Just
They're
so
not
you
going to do
know,
that, but they're just technique guys.
I think if the Patriots took Jack Sawyer here, I think Seth would have a conniption like of happiness.
who do I think that they would pick up right now?
Hey, look what's on the screen. It's John Cena.
He's my greatest of all time.
He's a GOAT.
My Cody Rhodes, man. My Cody Rhodes, bro. No, I'm hurt.
That match
No,
was-
I'm still hurt. That match.
That match was not great. It was not great.
Okay. It's a Cody Rhodes and John Cena match.
This is Turner Wrestling.
What are we
Podcast.
at? What are we expecting? Are we expecting AJ Styles versus Finn Balor? Like, no, they're not gonna shock the world.
Hold on. Are they announcing it right now?
No.
It's this pick is in, not selection.
Yeah, they're not gonna do an online pick. Are they?
They do for day 3. I don't know.
I don't know what they're doing here.
I think
Patriots.
this is a mini promo. I think the WWE is still promoting everything right
Here's
now.
what it is for the Patriots. Take the best player available.
Okay.
Whoever that is for you, take him. For me, it's Revel. They
Well,
don't
I
need
think
corner.
they still need gaps though. I think they need to go for people that they can help them. I
But
think you just said
that's
they were the
it.
31st offense.
You're at a point where there's so many gaps on your team that you just need everything. Here we go. Okay, well, Seth will be very happy with that. They go Kyle Williams from Washington State. Donna, I want you to watch this guy. He's super
I
fast.
haven't watched anything.
Speed. Think
I
speed.
think you told me about this earlier. Yeah.
Think speed. But here comes that receiver run. Cowboys may want to get on this, but he's fast. He lacks some nuance. He's more straight line speed, but he's speed. Seth's gonna like that because he likes speed. He's gonna be able to separate.
And I don't
He's
think speed is everything, but speed kills. That is a term
He's a
that you
na-
learn.
He's a
Speed
natural.
kills.
He's
Speed,
a, he's
and
a-
that's actual term. Like if you got speed, bro, it doesn't really matter. Shout out to Keith Abney making that tackle right there.
he's a natural
I
separator.
feel like he's going to be in the draft next year.
He reminds me.
Warriors.
I called him a poor man's Zay Flowers. He is.
Trade.
Here comes the Lions have come up to the third to pick 70 here. You've got from Kyle Williams here, quickness in short areas, natural separator. He's a
All
whole-
offensive picks, which I think is there. I think that's
Yeah.
what they need. Even though they have
Their defense is solid.
they have a good
Yeah,
defense.
their defense is their
Bill
defense, yeah.
Belichick coached pretty much his entire defense to a top 10 defense.
Well, he's always been a defensive guy.
well, yeah.
Bill Belichick. So
But
him leaving
Williams,
is not going to change.
home run hitter. He gets his release off the line of scrimmage is smooth and burst.
Yeah.
But
I
he's
see.
limited catch radius.
Well, he's 5'10",
He's,
you know,
he's
he's
not,
not
very
gonna-
physical, and he a lot of his openness was scheme.
Okay.
But so we'll see.
Which is fine. You know,
Which is
that's
fine.
not always a bad
As
thing.
a third round pick, that's a solid pick. Here's the Lions pick 70. Well, I was really hoping that we could
We
go.
haven't talked about this guy yet.
I was really hoping that we could finally go through a day 2 of the draft having every pick be someone that I watched. But no, the NFL has decided that every year there must be a player
That no one
that I did
Well, you
not
didn't
watch tape on. So I can't tell you a lot about this guy. In fact, I'm trying to find him on my board. I don't even know where he is because I didn't
A
think he would be someone
96
that would
Wow.
be
So
picked.
is this a reach pick? Or?
He had a 96 like overall athleticism.
Yeah, he's
That's crazy.
athletic. He's super. I know a little bit.
19.5 yards
He
per
fit. I know a little about him. He fits the Dan Quinn mold. The thing is they moved up to get him.
Oh,
They
did
didn't just
trade? Who
they didn't
trade?
just stick and pick. They gave up their 2 third-round picks next year and their third-round pick this year, and they get a 6 this year and a 6 next year.
So they really wanted them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a reach.
Shador.
It is a
No, I'm
huge
playing.
reach
Don't
for
pick
me.
Shador.
It is a huge reach
Didn't they
for
just
me.
pick?
There he is.
He is Tesla is number 237 on my board.
And he went 70.
I can't talk much about him. I know he's competitive. I know he's competitive with the ball in
I
his
don't know
hands. I
anything
know
about
he
him.
fits the Dan Campbell mold. But dang it, dude. Can we go a draft? I watched 155 players. Okay? 155. We couldn't go 70 picks without getting somebody that I didn't watch. I love the draft.
Well, hey, honestly, you watched every guy up to this point, so 69 picks, nice number, you know, if but it's good, bro. It's all
There you go. Oh, no. Take it off for a second. Yeah, I can't go 70 picks, bro. This is crap. Well, kudos to the Lions for.
right. Well, you said watch 155.
Yeah, kudos to the Lions for picking a guy I had at
No,
237.
they wanted them.
There's always going to be guys that no one's heard of.
Watch him
that
be a
get
Hall of
drafted.
Famer. And the only Hall of Famer from this class was the guy Brady didn't watch.
He's going to be
Imagine
Hall
the
of Famer.
Cowboys had picked him.
10
It just
years
makes
to
me
come
think,
back,
like,
we're like, oh.
It makes me think, like, could they not have gotten them at their next pick? Like, did they have to?
They could have got him in the 5th.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
Well, maybe he could have been higher.
Who knows?
In the owner's
Hey,
eyes. In the,
I
in the
know some
GM's eyes,
people
could
watching
have
this
been
probably like, Brady, you're a schmuck. You don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Hey,
me.
you're not supposed to agree with that. I'm going to go to Brugler, Dane Brugler's
I'll play.
The Beast Guide. And I'm going to find where he is. Ready for this? He is in the 5th, 6th round on Brugler's thing. He's the 24th receiver. So this isn't just me and I was a schmuck that didn't watch him. No. Nobody had him ranked this high. That is the biggest reach pick. That's a bigger reach than Tyler Shuck. But
Where did
Saints.
people have Tyler Shuck going?
speaking of the
I didn't hear anything
some
about
people,
Tyler
some people
Shuck.
said first round. Some people said day 2. Some people said day 3.
What were they saying for him to go? They were saying if he day one starter.
He's old, so probably.
Yeah, he's this year's what? Penix.
He's
Is
this year's
every-
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix. Everyone's saying, but Penix was old last year.
So just so everyone knows, this isn't just from me. Dane Brewer didn't have Isaac Tesla anywhere either. Man.
well,
All right, Saints. Where do the Saints go? Got to get protection from Tyler Shuck, I guess.
interested to see if he's. I mean, who knows if he's going to start the year for them? I don't know. That cart situation is a little
Super
fishy.
Bowl drought being older than my team is crazy. Technically, you did have a team. It's called the Oilers. They just moved, and that wasn't Houston. So, are you not a true Houston fan? You know, did you not root for the? I know you probably weren't born, but no, I know you weren't born, but like,
None of us were born.
but like,
Actually, wait, no, was it
the-
2001?
how many-
yeah, 02.
Was it? So I was okay.
At least my team has 5 in its history. Your team didn't even get one with the Oilers or the Texans.
Well, it's like saying it's like a guy saying, "Hey man, your girlfriend broke up with you. At least I had a girl. You never had one, so you've never had one. You don't know what it feels like. You don't know. And then I have 5 of them. You had 0, so you don't know.
Good
you don't know-
analogy.
You don't know what it feels. And how is that bad? Everyone understands that. Everyone understands that.
He's
How
being
was that bad? How was that bad?
I like the analogy.
How was that a bad? How was that a bad?
he's being censored now.
How was that? How am I being
He's being-
censored?
he's being
How-
censored
How
now.
is that? How is that not PG? How is that PG? How is that not PG?
You said I got 5 of them.
I had 5 of them, I should say. You had none. How?
Well, maybe that's why they
and
broke
you're
up
and
with
you're
you.
and you're mad.
Maybe
okay.
that's why y'all broke up. You had 5 of them at the same time.
I didn't say it the same. We didn't. Cowboys didn't have 5 championships
I
at the
thought
same
you were here
time.
at the same time.
No, I'm saying I had
Okay.
5 girls.
Overtime.
And
Okay, here we go.
It's
Here
been
we
a
go.
while,
Here we
but
go.
at the same
Saints,
time.
Saints.
Yeah.
It's gonna be.
Not
Shedeur
everyone could be the
Sanders.
Chiefs, man. I'm not a Texas fan. I have nothing to do with Texas.
Chase, you want to take this one away?
Yeah, I know him. So he's always going to be eyes on the field. That's for sure. And when you need a position like that for the Saints, if this was a guy that they really pursued, this is going to be a guy who's they can rely on to play, be on the field, and cause havoc. He's not he's not going to get to the quarterback as much as he only had, I believe, like 4 or 5 sacks in his career at Texas. But what his role is to fill gaps and to not allow the ball to be run up the middle, and that's something that he's going to bring to them. And that's a really good pick.
Yeah, he plays hard. He gets upfield really quickly. He's going to do well in a straight up rushing scheme, and he'll probably slide into the Saints rotation pretty easily.
Oh, for sure.
But we got the Bills next 72, and the Jets, and then the Broncos, Niners, and then your Dallas Cowboys. We'll be picking them. Well, Chase, running backs are still on the board. Receivers are still on the board. What do we think?
I mean, I think this has to be a running back or a receiver this next pick. If it's not, I really don't know what they're doing.
Dalvin Cook.
But here comes the you funny. Here comes the Bills. Landon Jackson is a solid outside linebacker, edge kind of player. Really lean body, but super long arms. Very disruptive. I upgraded him to a late 3rd round grade as the process went on, and he's number 104 on my board.
He's a stud.
Now he's a good player. He's from Texas. I think he had that viral video of him barely slapping the thing. I think people remember that. But he had
Oh, that's him?
the ball guy that was doing it at the workout
man,
that was like
say.
weekly.
I ain't gonna lie, I
slapping the
was
bag.
definitely hating on him, bro. I was like, there's no way he got 4 stars. There was no way. But then he did it at the NFL Combine. I said, that's what college does.
He's a poor man's Marcus Davenport to me.
Marcus Davenport.
He can bend the edge.
That's a name.
He's a 4-3-5 technique, or he's an outside linebacker in the 3-4. I don't mind giving guys that were busts player comps and then being good players. I more look at what was this guy coming out of college?
Yeah.
Height, length. He's a savvy pass rusher, scheme versatile. He's a surprising strength for a leaner frame. Tight hips and ankles, though. Height causes some pad level issues. He plays a little tall, and that leaner frame does hurt him, especially
He's a
when setting
lean
an edge
guy,
and
yeah.
anchoring. But it's a heck of a pick for them, and he'll fill that need that Rousseau does when Rousseau comes off the field in rotations. But here comes the Jets at number 73. Another DB for you, Donnell. Your guys are your positions are being represented very well here.
Man, proud of all these guys, bro.
Isaiah Reed Thomas is actually Wanye Thomas's brother for the
I
Dallas
didn't watch
Cowboys.
Florida State this much this year, though.
Well, Florida
No one
State
did.
was bad.
Yeah.
I would say no one did. Like
Their
I didn't watch
coaches
Florida
probably didn't
State
watch
this year.
Florida State this year. But look,
They definitely didn't watch nobody else's team. that's for sure.
he's rangy. He plays hard. He's gonna have some press issues, but the Jets, I don't know their defensive scheme is heavily. See, I needed the summer. I'm taking this summer, and I'm gonna deep dive every team's offensive and defensive scheme and look at it for the rest of the season. The problem is that I wish I could have that information now so that I could talk about how he fits. But I will be able to do that next year. That's probably my hope to advance my draft analysis next year, being able to go, he fits in the scheme X, Y, and Z because of this. But Isaiah Thomas is a good player. Not a ton of hype coming into the draft process, but he had a great process. He's a solid athlete.
They got
He
Mason
moves
Taylor.
really well. He's smooth. He's got good hips. Trying to get to his. I watched so many players. I watched 16 corners. Think Jalen Watson from
Chiefs.
the Chiefs. Thank you. Tall, long arms, plays physical, quick hips, good punch and press. Ball skills and production was not there though. Long speed is a
I
bit
got to
of a
hear anything
concern,
about him. And
and he gets a little grabby. And it's Azarie
it's not
Thomas.
never. It's not a horrible thing being a physical corner trying to get your hands on receivers. These receivers nowadays are so quick and so fast. You got to be able to put your hands on them. So being grabby is not always the worst thing ever. So I see why he's.
It's also how the Jets have kind of built their secondary
Yeah.
recently. I mean,
Because
obviously
you
with,
want a guy like I remember like all of our defensive coordinators, they want the receivers to be uncomfortable. A lot of receivers, we go in the room and they're like, these receivers hate to have their hands on them. They hate to have guys touching them. They hate having guys bumping them. So I feel like a guy who's able to be able to be scrappy, to be able to be
yeah, and if you can develop that, it's
if you can develop that to something,
there's a
good,
positive upside there.
And then he did say, he's great. He has a great punch.
Great
That's
punch.
amazing. The initial off the line, being able to put your hands on somebody.
It's quick. It's in the chest.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
sometimes
me and
with sometimes with press, and you'll see this in your corner is you'll press and they go and it's late and it misses.
Yes,
And
I was
now
just
you're
about to say that.
completely
Me-
off balance. And
yeah.
you got to recover.
Yeah.
And he runs 4.58.
Well, I'll name drop my boy Steno, man. Shout out my boy Merrick Steen, man. We used to go against him every day in practice. And me and Calvin, obviously being, Ohio State corner.
Now Baylor.
Now Baylor corner, And he was good. This is when he was in his peak in high school, And we used to go against him every day, and they moved him to outside receiver. And every time we went against each other, because we always try to check up on each other, we'll go one-on-ones, and we'll always say, don't miss. Those guys because those receivers are so shifty. Like with guy like Steen, he's not a super big guy. He's not going to just outplay you. But if you miss that first initial punch, which is so hard to master, because the receivers they literally all they do is try to make defenders make the wrong play. So not missing was something that we emphasize, especially going against that type of receiver. And when you go against any good receiver nowadays, they all have a really good releases. So a guy who's able to have that first initial punch, being able to stop guys from getting to the release that they want, messing up the quarterback timing. If he has a really good punch, then he should be definitely solidified in the league as somebody who can bring production.
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, and Thomas runs 4.58, so that long speed is not great.
Yeah.
And so you need, oh my gosh, there's a rumor going on that it could be Revel for the Cowboys.
I like that.
Really?
Okay, I want you to think about this, Chase.
I like that.
I think he's the only defensive player I'd be happy with taking. Him or
Yeah.
Sawyer. Would you be happy? Well, okay,
I'd rather
Sawyer,
Sawyer.
we don't need edge, though.
We don't need. Sorry, if we went Revel, I'm happy.
I want Sawyer though.
I want him, but I'd take him in the fifth.
We don't need him.
I'd take him in the fifth if he's there. He's not going to be there.
He's not going to be in the fifth.
I'd be shocked if he was.
I'm saying Sawyer because I just love Sawyer play. I love his play. But I think we go offense here. I feel like I said earlier, I love Kobe Bryant. I love Denzel Burke. I know those. I don't know those guys, but I watch their games, and I feel like though they're later round picks, I feel like the Cowboys, we have playmakers. We have Trayvon Diggs. Obviously, we have the other guys. So we have playmakers. We need guys who's going to be productive and going to be able to contribute. Not guys we don't need a bunch of like crazy playmakers. We don't need that. We need guys who's going to be able to make tackles when tackles need to be made. Cowboys gets everyone's best. Everyone has a special animosity.
Well,
running backs run a little harder, so we need guys who's going to be able to be tough with them.
apparently the pick for the Broncos is in, the pick for the Niners is both in, so the Cowboys are on the clock. They know who these two guys are.
Noel Johnson, one of those. Dylan Sampson. That's a good
Look, I think you got to go one of three positions here: corner, receiver, running back.
That's it.
Any one of those positions.
Hey, go.
And there's
my favorite pick, even though people might not like it. Well, they should. Caleb Johnson should be picked right here.
We'll see who they go. But here
I
comes
think Caleb Johnson
the
be
Broncos pick. It depends on who the Broncos and the Niners take.
Well, not right here. but
Broncos are not
obviously.
in for a running back.
No,
Could be in for a receiver though.
They could be in for it.
Well, they went receiver.
Well, they
Wow.
go.
Well, you called it. You said
He
receiver.
is not fast. but he's big.
He's a big
He's a
guy.
good target.
6'2",
He's very
204.
nuanced. He knows how to get open. He understands those small movements that are trying to get open.
Which is
This
very
is-
important for
This
NFL
was
guys.
one of the last receivers. I think this was the last receiver I watched. He's number 148 on my board, so definitely a reach for me. But I have a 4th round grade on him. But he's a decent player. He gets open. He can catch the football. He's not going to be. You might want your notifications off because we're on the clock apparently.
Ooh,
And
do that right now.
Mine have been off since yesterday.
mine are still off. Look, I'm not saying Pat Bryant's a bad pick. I'm just saying it's a better reach. Finally, by the way, I didn't watch Broughton either. So that's 2 players in the 3rd round I haven't watched. But I obviously watched enough Texas games to know about him. That's one of the things
I watched him.
about having watched college football now is I feel like I know a lot of these guys. But Bryant, I got to scroll all the way down. For pay, he was the last receiver I watched. Reminds me of Jacoby Myers.
Okay.
Great hands, gets open, but he lacks the top end speed. He ran 4.61 as a receiver. And he's not gonna threaten you. He's a good, solid number 3. Think
Okay.
Jalen Tolbert, but
They already
plus.
have
Jalen
guys
Tolbert.
like Cortland Sutton too, so it's weird.
Well, 3rd round is still kind of high.
Let's see what the Niners pick though. Third player that Brady has not watched that's gone off the
I
board.
say I haven't heard of him
Well,
either.
you feel better about yourself then.
This is I feel fine just because this is a very weird draft, but I really like Nick Martin. Read a lot about him. Super productive, 140 tackles.
We have knee problems though.
There are some injury issues, and I'm not gonna lie, but he was a
Must play very hard, man.
super productive player at Oklahoma State, and they run kind of that hybrid scheme, and he was playing all over the formation, and he runs around and makes tackles,
Yeah, not
super
enough
fast,
to win though.
sideline to sideline speed. Number 209 on my board. So definitely another reach for me, but that's fine. That's a player I didn't want the Cowboys to take. I mean, Siobhan
That's fine.
Revel is on the board. Give me Revel. Give me Sampson. Give me Ao Manor. Give me Caleb Johnson. Give me.
Caleb Johnson would be number 1 for me right now.
I have Sampson a little bit heavy, but just because I value speed more than power. Always have. Just a personal thing.
I would prefer. Yeah, again, I prefer Samson.
The pick is in.
but
Savion Williams would be fantastic here. See,
Shout out Scab.
Harris.
We better not get Scadaboo,
Okay.
but I wouldn't mind.
I wouldn't
I
mind
love
Scadaboo.
Scadaboo. I wouldn't mind, but at the same time, we need a big
Look,
guy. I want a
here
guy
it
people
is.
know.
Jalen Knoll, Savion Williams, Alec Ao Manor. I don't really
Caleb
like.
Johnson's a bigger guy.
I don't
than-
like the Isaiah
Sampson.
Bond or Tez Johnson pick here, but here it is. This will make pretty much our entire draft. Travis Frederick back out. You nervous? If it's Siobhan Revel, we're partying. The Cowboys go Siobhan Revel Jr. That is a hell of a draft pick. And I don't care who's playing receiver. I don't care who's playing running back. That is a hell
That
of
is
a pick.
that
Let's
is a
go,
play. He
dude.
plays so
That is a great
hard,
pick.
man.
There goes my last first round grade.
Such a chip on
He
his
would
shoulder.
have been a
Beautiful.
he would have been a top 15 draft pick if he had not hurt his knee, tore his ACL in practice. Donnell, I want you to be completely honest. How bad does that affect him? Be honest.
It affects him with. I feel like it affects him way more when it comes to confidence. With being,
Panthers are traded up, by the way.
oh, for real?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When it comes to knees, I think it's with confidence, being able to make the hard plants like you used to, be able to break on things like you used to because you know that your knee isn't as stable as it used to be. When it comes to ACL injuries, they're the worst of the worst because, especially they're most of the time non-contact, which are the worst injuries. But when it comes to it being healed, and if he does have that confidence in himself to be able to be fine, I think he's going to be okay.
Here's the write up on him. If you're good, I don't want to interrupt
you're
you.
good, you're good.
Okay. High effort, physical tackler,
Yes, that's what I
fluid
said.
footwork and hips. He locates. He makes plays in the football. He's scheme diverse. He plays in zone man. We're gonna listen to the Panthers pick, and we'll get back to the Siobhan Revel pick. Panthers go Princely Umamielen, who is a really thin but really good edge player from Ole Miss. 6'4", 240. So you see that thinness there, but when he can get after the quarterback. He is a rotational pass rusher that is a perfect third-round pick because he's going to produce sacks. He's not going to produce in the run game, which is completely fine because you're not going to ask him to do that. No. Go ahead to
Wow,
Shamon
Cowboys
Revel, though.
really got Revel.
That's such a good
We
pick,
thought
man.
about him in the second.
Yeah.
Second round.
He was our second
I mean, I
round pick.
mocked him in some of my mocks in the first.
ACL injury. He needs to improve his initial punch and press, and he's sticky in man coverage, but he does get a little grabby to the point where they will call it in the NFL.
Okay.
But here's the complete overview. I'm gonna read it verbatim. By the way, if you want my draft guide, it should be in the description of this video. Revel had his season cut short after week 3 due to a torn ACL, which does put a medical red flag on him. Excuse me. His recovery from that will be the thing to monitor with him, as his ability has few questions. He's a fluid athlete, good footwork. He plays fast, physical, with 100% effort. He has great ball skills. He does a great job of reading quarterbacks and baiting interceptions. He has the height and length to play on the outside. He can play in a man or zone scheme and also can contribute on special teams. He had 2 blocked field goals in his college career.
Wow.
He's 6'1", 194, a little bit thin, but 32-inch arms. So, dude, that's a hell of a pick.
That's such a good pick, man.
In the third,
Haha, someone's in there, and you can't delete it because it's comments only. You can make comments, though. Can't delete it, though. And he's trying to delete it. Look at that. He's trying to delete it. You can't.
Who's trying to delete it?
I don't know. Someone's on there. It's probably the troll.
no,
Like,
he doesn't care enough to do that.
Is it my dad? Who's in here?
Delete it. Oh, they're
Anonymous.
copying
Hey,
it.
we got 6 people on here. Look at
Maybe
this.
copying
we,
it.
We got a huge audience.
Huge audience.
6
I love
people.
that.
Say hi to the world.
6
Donnell.
more-
Say hi to the world.
It was
Donnell.
up to 8 earlier.
6 more than I have.
Look,
than I have usually.
that is the best pick of the night for the Dallas Cowboys.
I think if
Yeah.
seriously, if they don't go skill position,
I think it
next-
may be best pick of the draft.
Look,
for
here's the thing,
Cowboys.
though. Now you've shored up your defense. You can just pick 3 or 4
Receivers and running backs are
Chase,
just on the board.
you realize you have 7 picks tomorrow? 7.
Yeah.
You
Cowboys
can,
have 7
you can
picks
draft.
tomorrow?
You can draft 3 running backs.
Wait, do we not have
3
any more-
receivers?
do we not have
and
any more
just hope one
picks?
of them sticks tonight?
Yeah.
No.
We're done tonight.
We're done
We're done
tonight.
tonight.
Okay.
Unless they trade back in, but you've got 7 picks tomorrow.
These picks have been flying though.
Oh, it's my dad. Ha ha. That's real funny. You goofy. You real funny. He's a funny guy.
He's a funny guy. He's a goofy guy.
But that's the best pick of the night. I'm
Oh,
going to
you
give this
goofy guy.
Cowboys class an A-.
Yeah. I
A-minus.
mean,
You're getting Chase. You got my best player available. Not only that, you got him my 16th player on the board at 76.
yeah. I'm extremely happy with Ezraku.
Donnell, you want to talk about him as the defensive back? I mean, I assume you watched a little bit of him.
I'm watching them. Yeah, I have. I watched a little bit of
There's
yesterday.
a full game. The one I watched the full game against Old Dominion because the camera
Yeah,
was
was
like almost
high.
all 22, and it was the full game on YouTube, and I watched that. Oh, your dad's watching.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Shout out my father.
Your
man.
dad's a nice guy. Met him
Oh,
at a football
He
game.
loves you, man. He really loves you, man.
Insane. That's an insane
man.
pick. That's
I
awesome.
love the pick,
You know,
man.
it's fun because last year they went Marshawn Nealand, they went Marish Liufau, and who was the other guy they took in the third? BB. BB was the
BB.
guy I loved, but Nealand and Liufau I thought were reaches. Today,
This guy's not a reach at all.
all 3 of these picks,
All these guys are
all 3
top
of these
talents,
picks
man.
I've been a fan of. I mean, this is
I mean,
look. Yes, you're praying he's healthy, but I mean, Donnell, corners have come back from ACLs
Oh,
and
yes,
been
yes.
completely fine.
It's confidence, man.
It's just it
confidence.
could be an issue, but it probably won't be.
It's confidence, man. With any injury, it's confidence, man. When it comes to like being able to trust yourself to be able to make the right plays based off of your it's your knees, man. Like your knees are it's one of the things like it's hard to just come back to from what you were doing to now. So I think he's going to be all right, though. I like his confidence. He plays with so much swag.
and
He
he
plays
did it-
with so much animosity. He plays with a chip on his shoulder, man. He plays a lot. He's really good in press coverage. He moves his feet. He does use his hands a lot. He does.
You saw that too.
He does. He does. So he sticks. There's times where he sticks before he moves his feet, which isn't always the best thing because you want your feet and hands moving at the same time.
You want to be in constant.
Yeah, you want them to be in. But I like him. I like him. I like he's a good hitter, and that's one thing I do love about corners. Here's the Cardinals.
Cardinals go Jordan Birch, solid edge player out of Oregon.
Didn't watch much of Oregon this
Um,
year.
Really, that surprised me. They were the number 1 team in the nation.
Yeah, well, I'm just
By the way, our guy
should've.
that played for Ohio State, I went to a football game from Waxahachie and Donnell, and his name's Calvin, and he was there. And I went, Calvin, he's after the Oregon, right after it. I said, Calvin, can you tell your quarterback to slide earlier? He gave me that. He gave me that "you lucky we friends" look because I smacked
you lucky we friends. It's crazy.
Um,
Shout out Will Howard, man. I feel like he should be drafted. a
he
little
will be.
higher,
I have
but-
I have a fourth on him,
Mm.
but Jordan Birch.
Well,
I have to,
Shador is still. Shador may actually. You know what? I may rant again, bro.
Wait,
Hold on,
did Pittsburgh
hold on.
Pittsburgh take it?
Jordan Birch reminds me a lot of Emmanuel Ogba, fluid athlete that bends, scheme diverse, big frame, long arms. He pushes the pocket, sets the edge in the run. His first steps, it's average, it's not very good. He needs to develop more of a pass rush plan and counter moves. But so far, he has a ton of upside. And in the third round, that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Same with the Cowboys. The Cowboys get a ton of upside in the third round.
There's so much.
And here
upside.
comes.
I think I said this earlier, man. Like this draft, as much as you can say it's not top heavy, it's so deep when it comes to guys who can be able to come in and not just be like, but can contribute.
Yeah.
It's not always the guy who you come in to change the franchise. It's about guys who can contribute, and this is what they're getting in this
Here's
draft
the
for
Texans.
Talk about him
Jalen
earlier.
Noel goes to the Texans. He was the yin to Jaden Higgins' yang.
sure. Speedy guy,
Noel
man.
is super speed, 5'10", 194 pounds, ran under a 4.4. You're talking
4.39.
about and it's not just straight line speed. He moves great in short area. He moves great laterally. He's one of those guys you couldn't tackle him in a phone booth. One of
Yeah.
those kind of guys.
Yeah.
Super shifty. But you're losing receivers off the board here. We expected that from the Cowboys. We expected that.
We're okay. We're okay. I feel like we
Look,
definitely.
They have a strategy this year. And the strategy.
Oh, they got Higgins too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got
So
Higgins
they got
earlier.
both Ohio State
Not
receivers. Jaden
Ohio
Higgins
State,
and Jalen Noel.
Iowa.
Iowa State. Well, same thing.
But yeah.
I'm messing with the
Yeah.
every other fan, but
Basically the same thing.
man, Siobhan Revel. I mean, this is
I love the pick. I love
they
the pick.
could have gone. I mean, this is just
Like
Shador-
they could have.
Could this be Shador? Could this be Shador
At the Colts?
to the Colts?
Don't they have
Anthony Richardson.
yeah, Richardson.
Exactly. Could this be Shador?
You think they'll bring in Shador to challenge Richardson? Richardson played good last year. Well, good. Like for a sophomore.
I
A
don't
rookie
see it
sophomore.
happening, but I'm saying this could be a shocker here.
Here's the Colts. Yeah, a lot of Big Ten players going here. Justin Wally, he was second team All Big Ten. Great ball production, a little bit undersized. He may be more of a slot guy, but Minnesota had a really good defense, and with Jaw Joyner and Cody Lindenberg expected to go to probably tomorrow, day 3, and this was their guy outside. That's a good value for him. Where did I have him though? So the Colts get some defensive help.
They needed that. They've had,
Yeah, they do.
do they?
I mean, they actually have a really solid team.
That's what I'm saying. Like they don't. Yeah, they just need better players at the positions that they don't need.
Here comes the all defensive team here, the Cincinnati Bengals. Caleb Johnson's still on the board. Noel Williams. Man, there's so many good players still on the board.
Yeah.
That's why I'm okay
After
with
this pick, I'm
see,
definitely Shador Sanders. Right
That's why I'm okay with the Cowboys doing what they did because of the fact that there's so many still good available. And I know you're not picking until the 5th tomorrow, but still, I mean, there's still some really good players that are available for you to take potentially tomorrow. God, I love this draft.
This draft has been really, really good.
Fire and Nico chants have broken out somewhere.
Where is that?
Friday Night SmackDown.
SmackDown? Where's SmackDown? At? Oh,
Dick-
SmackDown's
Dick-
in Fort Worth.
Yeah, it's a Dick-
Man, I wanted to go there so bad, bro. You don't understand, bro.
There was Fire Nico
You
chance.
know, I love my older brother. You know, shout
But
out my brother
instead you're-
Cortez, but he made me upset. I wanted to go so bad, man. Oh,
Instead,
the Bengals pick is in.
instead, you're stuck here with us.
No, bro, I'd rather be here, but you know. care. Bro did not care about that pick.
Another one of the Georgia offensive linemen that everyone.
Everyone is Georgia or line. You know,
I
they're gonna
mean,
get
so
picked
hey,
over here.
Chase, did I not call it with the Bengals when I said
Did they go? Who was their second round pick?
Who?
dead silence? That
Their
was crazy.
linebacker?
Yeah, Demetrius Knight, I believe.
Yeah,
Okay,
linebacker
okay.
from UCLA.
No, but didn't I? No, South
not UCLA,
Carolina.
South Carolina.
But didn't I call this though?
Yeah.
Remember when I said on the shows, I said the Bengals are probably going to go all defense, then maybe they snag a lineman in the third
You
round.
did say that.
And then he's got a wrestling background. Georgia, all three of their interior offensive linemen are going to get drafted. Tate Ratledge was already drafted. Jared Wilson's probably going to he may be he's probably the next center off the board. I don't know if today or tomorrow, but Fairchild understands leverage. Obviously that comes from his wrestling background.
That's such a good background. I wish I did that.
For linemen, yes.
Wasatch didn't even have.
No, we don't have one,
Shout out Hatchie.
which is crazy.
Yeah.
Where is he on my board? There he is. Reminds me a lot of Kevin Dotson. He's big, very thickly built. Fairchild was a left guard for Georgia, started 24 games in 4 years. So didn't, start a ton of games for him, but over his entire college career, I think he was a 2-year starter. His feet get a little choppy, especially when he pulls. But you don't need him to pull. You need him just straight line. I mean, just move forward, move guys in the run game, and he can do that.
Yeah.
I had him number. I like announcing where I had him on my board just to give people an idea. I had him number 108 on my board.
Yeah. Well, I like to say this, bro. I'm gonna just be honest. See, I see the cover of this, and at the top of this is Shedeur Sanders. Now, I am so upset right now about what's going on in this draft. I feel like it's the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen. They were talking about Shedeur Sanders being drafted the number 1 overall pick yesterday. I'm watching the draft. They're like, oh, Cam Ward. And there were guys saying that Shedeur Sanders should have been the number 1 overall pick. And it's about to be it's like the second end of the third round. And we're sitting here. He looks nice.
Revel.
yeah.
I was going to say this earlier, not to cut you off, and Shedeur, you can finish your rant in a second. Revel tore his ACL, obviously, tore his left ACL. He was clocked at 21 miles an hour earlier on the treadmill.
That's nice.
And he should be on track. He should be on track for training camp.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Was he hurt his knee early, which is good because teams didn't get to see him this year. What? Crap! The screen had been going fine, but Revel didn't get a chance to play a lot, so I think that kind of hit him from teams, which is fine by me because we got him. And then I think because it happened early, he can be ready for the full season.
Yeah.
So he's not because Diggs may not be ready for the start of the year. But what were you saying about Shedeur?
Well, as I was saying, I think I talked about this
Sorry.
a little earlier, but obviously with more people watching, I should say this, man. I think Shedeur Sanders, when it comes to overall talent, actually, let's not even say talent. Let's come to overall pressure. I feel like one of the best things you can have as a quarterback is his ability to stay calm, his ability to have composure. I think that's one of the greatest things any offensive coordinator, anybody in the NFL would say is one of the greatest things a quarterback can have. And I feel like Shedeur Sanders has been under the most scrutiny his whole college career. I feel like he's the all-time accuracy passer in college football last year. He had a terrible O-line, was the most sacked, but also very productive. He changed a 1-10 team to a 4-8 team into now a 9-4 team. From a guy who came from HBCU college, what everyone doubted, to now a guy who now has his jersey retired at Colorado, which I feel like is deserved. I feel like Shedeur Sanders is probably the best talent, not best talent, but I would say is the best quarterback in this draft. And I feel like it's very disrespectful how he's probably not going to be able to get drafted today.
I can see Pittsburgh taking him with the next pick. Pittsburgh still needs a quarterback.
Bro, the way Saints needed him, they didn't get him. There's so many guys who just left him. They don't want him. They don't want anything to do with him. And the way that he's been talked about and the way that he's been the amount they used him for people to get eyes on here. They used him for people to watch, and they haven't even drafted him yet. I feel like this is very disrespectful. I feel like this is a shot at Deion. I feel like they don't like Deion. I feel like this, and they're taking it out on his son. I feel like we're treating him as he's just not good, and he's just getting all this hype because he's Deion Sanders' son, which I think is the absolute opposite.
Here comes the Titans pick.
Shout out Penn State.
Super athletic, super rangy safety. Can get caught looking on some things sometimes, but he could play corner. He could play safety.
Yeah, it's great press coverage right there.
I
true-
love
he's
I
a
love
tr-
guys that can play everything.
He's a true defensive back. He does a great job coming
Get
downhill.
his nose dirty, man. He's my favorite guys.
This is
Bow.
this is terrific.
Like that.
This is terrific value. God, I wish someone would sync up your commentary with this because the bow, just the one after it. I had him as the 77th best player on the board, and they took him at 82.
I love safeties. I love tackling safeties. That's one of my favorite things ever. I feel like that is something that's very overlooked.
Oh, here we go. The Steelers are on the clock.
Steelers
pick
on
is
the
in.
clock.
This is another Shador.
And Rappaport is saying it right now that this could be a landing spot for your man, Shedeur Sanders.
Hey man, it may be. Hey, I may have said it at the right time. I may have been talking about it at the right time. But even with this pick, I still feel that it's very disrespectful. I think it's freezing every time we put our thumbs up. Like when the bubble drops. Yep.
How the
Wow, so that's why.
Yeah. So I seen that because I had did this and it did.
Well, I was wondering what the thumbs up thing was. That's why.
Okay, so with the Apple computer, it does that when it has like FaceTime.
Right, I've seen that, but it
Yeah.
freezes.
So it's an Apple computer. So when
do
he
I,
has,
do I have to put it back up to let it go to make it go down?
no, it just freezes it because it's not supposed to do that.
So we just gotta keep our hands down then.
Well,
Okay.
we just can't. You just
I-
can't.
what-
Like
what
we
if
could do
I-
this. Like we could do this, but it's just when I had my hand. I had like my hand like this, and it popped up. My bad.
Here come the Steelers. I hope everyone knows we were all muted during that. So your reaction. It was Caleb Johnson.
Oh my gosh.
His anger. He
Oh
was,
my
he
gosh.
Went. He went. It wasn't Shedeur Sanders, and they took Caleb Johnson.
Oh my goodness, bro. This is upsetting me. I love this draft. I feel like this is a very I love all these guys, being able to live out their dreams, but at the exact same time, man, the disrespect to Shedeur Sanders right now is the craziest thing I've ever seen. And then I obviously wanted Caleb Johnson to go to the Cowboys because I feel like we need a running back. But then Chase just told me that Jerry's not even looking to get a running back. So
Where did you see that, Chase?
Someone on Twitter saying on 1053.
well, Twitter, bro.
Well, no, I forget. It was a quote from him saying that they addressed the.
Jerry said he don't want a running back.
He said they addressed the running back position well, and that they don't need to reach anywhere.
Who did they get?
Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders. They didn't. He just thinks they did.
Here we go. Buccaneers. You're gonna love Jacob
Love
Parrish.
all the corner love
I
today.
want you to watch this guy.
I love all the
Donnell.
corner love the game. man.
Super competitive, super quick in short areas.
Like I've seen that through all the. Like I stopped watching because a lot of the guys I see. Ooh, okay. A lot of the guys that I've seen throughout this draft, it's been a bunch of guys who just play hard, man. And I love DBs who just play hard.
Yeah.
I feel like it's very easy to get methodical out there. It's very easy to not care, especially if you're good. You're obviously a second round, third round guy. It's very easy to get mundane out there. It's very easy to get bored.
Chiefs traded up.
My bad. It's very easy to get mundane and bored out there. And guys who just play hard consistently, and you see in tape that they're always chippy, they're always fighting, they're always looking to get that mental and competitive edge over the receiver or their assignment, And I love that from guys, man. I love all these guys getting drafted right now. They're all really good picks.
Here come the Chiefs. Chiefs are traded up. So clearly they really like somebody. But who that somebody is, we don't know.
Shedeur Sanders, not playing. He will not
To
play.
replace Patrick Mahomes?
No.
Is he better than Patrick Mahomes?
Absolutely. Man, I love this.
There goes Noel Williams
I'm
at a Cal.
loving
All the
this.
corners. The corner
I'm
run.
loving this. Well, I'm not even. Well, I'm technically a safety, but
You're a
corners
defensive
my
back. You're a
corners
defensive
my
back.
first love. I
You're a
love
defensive
corners. I love the technique for corners. Man, I love this. I just watched this guy's tape.
I put him
Brady
onto
brought
him
up. Yeah,
like a couple hours ago.
plays
and
so physical,
super
man.
competitive, super feisty.
competitive, man.
From Cal, kind of have to be competitive when you're playing at Cal.
yeah.
But I mean, you're looking at a guy that's just a very good football player.
He's a good football player,
Um,
man. Makes plays, man.
I was trying to find. I thought there was.
7 picks left the FBS in picks.
I thought there was one that
Here
was
it
like
is. Yeah.
what?
Stephen Jones on 153 The Fan said Dallas doesn't have to draft a running back. I like what we did in free agency. We don't really feel like we have to pick a position anywhere. We don't feel the need to have to reach.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what I think about that?
Terrible. Yeah, literally.
I feel
Or
like
this, or this.
running backs are better when they're young, bro. Like, I don't understand. We getting old guys and expecting them. Like, that's the same thing we did with Zeke last year. Oh yeah, we got Zeke. We got Zeke, guys. Yeah, we got old Zeke, guys. Yeah, we're finna have a good running game this year. Trade
Yeah.
Tony Pollard, get old Zeke, and let's see how that looks. Let's see how that works.
Is that really how the camera freezes? A thumb?
Yes.
Soft Apple products. Soft.
Soft is
Wait, you
crazy.
that's your computer though?
No.
If
Who's-
Apple
who's-
products
I
are
don't
soft,
use
then
Apple.
Android is
I figured, I
softer.
don't know, you might have used it for a computer.
Android is
don't use it.
softer. I'm just saying. If Apple products are soft, it's softer. Oh, me. Hey, it's your board, man. I guess. Hey, you're the one using Apple.
I got power. I can control who talks. I got beeping power.
Beep power is crazy. Beep power.
I can beep you.
Shut up, man.
See, if I do the unnecessary censorship where I say like I can beep and then I actually you and then it's gonna
It's gonna make it seem like I'm saying crazy stuff, but I'm actually saying nothing.
unnecessary censorship.
Unnecessary.
2025
censorship.
draft edition.
What's it? The Cardinals still took Will Johnson. And that's who I had them drafting at 16. So technically, I was right.
So Will
You
Johnson?
get an assist on that one,
Yeah.
Chase. I'll give you the assist. But
I don't even have X.
wow,
I really should though. That's where all the football is.
exactly. I'm looking through it right now just to kind of see
I'm
What the-
just kind of looking at
what the
Just-
rumors are for Shador.
now that we don't have a pick anymore.
Chiefs
I'm
acquire
not spoiled by anything.
the Chiefs gave up their 3rd round pick and 4th round pick next year. So
Okay.
I'd give up. I'd give up one of our 5s this year and our 4th next year to move up to back into the 3rd.
If we use it on a skill position, yeah, but they're not going to because they don't need to address it. Apparently,
We got 10 more picks for the rest of the day.
Apparently,
7.
No,
No, 10.
no, we're going to 102 because of comp picks.
102?
Mm-hmm. Comp picks.
Oh, I think you're talking about the Cowboys.
Oh.
Oh yeah, no, this doesn't go to. Yeah.
That was 92. I mean 90. Oh, you said 102, yeah.
Oh no,
What?
Luca's having a stinker. That's not
Oh, no.
good.
What's
It's not
the
for
score?
us.
They're down 7, but Luca has 2 on 1 for 6 shooting.
Luke will be fine.
Oh yeah, I know he'll be fine, but like that's not. You can't have.
Luke always. Luca can turn.
Fortunately, LeBron is playing well, so
we're fine.
Oh, and
Luka
apparently,
wake up.
I'm
Luka
not
will wake up.
aware.
He'll
and
change his
apparently,
shoes and wake up.
the Cowboys doctor did the surgery on Rebel, so
Oh.
he knows the injury better than anybody.
Good.
Which feels, I mean,
What's that beat?
I don't know, but it's I'm living with it.
Oh, it's okay.
By the way, apparently Jerry and his son had like a little dance thing.
That's definitely the Trump dance, bro.
It's getting gift now.
That's definitely the.
That's the old man. That's the
No, that's the what's it called? The Donald Trump dance.
The YMCA thing.
No. That's fire though. That's fire. I love it.
Let's see what each one does.
I don't know.
Got him again. Got him again. It's so funny because he says like, yeah, like oh crap.
Thank you. Chargers pick.
Chargers pick 86.
Chargers
Sorry,
pick.
Well, this
These-
is not a running back. I can tell you that.
Chargers.
these drafts get long, bro.
Oh, very long.
He's a very Jamari Caldwell's the pick for the Chargers. Kind of a sawed-off build, kind of a square body. Little bit weird build for a D tackle, but he's
Man, I wish I watched some
powerful.
Oregon.
He just needs some more technique, and he could be a really good player.
Yeah, I didn't watch a lot of Oregon this year. I don't know why I didn't, especially them being the #1 team all the way until Ohio State BTA. But
Whooped him.
Yeah, BTA.
Whoop.
BTA, man.
Gator.
Man.
They Gator.
Man, it's bad, bro. But it's okay though. It happens, because they played them earlier. It's hard to beat the same team twice. Anybody who watch, they know that it's hard to beat the same team
I
twice.
remember your senior year coming off the field when we lost to Duncanville, and Zeno was just like, they let them see us twice. Let them see us twice, and when we're gonna beat them.
And we will beat them. Yeah.
Because it's just very hard to beat a team twice,
It's very hard because
and especially when Oregon got out of that game
yeah.
in a very weird.
Well,
fashion.
because you gotta understand, like when you win a game, the bad stuff get covered, but when you lose a game, everything's exposed. So there's two different sides of it, right? So you have the team who wins, which they won, so they're not looking to change really much of anything. While the team who lost, they're looking at all the things they did bad. They're looking at the things that they could adjust to, and then they're making adjustments based off the success that the other team had. So the team's going to keep their success while the other team is preparing for that counter to that success. So it's tough for a winning team to look at the bad that they did in a win versus the team who actually lost, which everything they did in their eyes is bad because they lost the game, regardless if it was a close game or not. Yeah. So, and then, losing also puts an extra chip on your shoulder. When you win, it's not the same at practice because it's like, we already beat this team, like it's not the same, practice. Oh, we lost to this team. We're finna get at them. It's a different level. So it's just hard to beat the same team twice. And Ohio State just ready to play them. And then also we also forget about that game. JJ in the first game against Oregon wasn't JJ yet, and then he developed throughout the season. So then JJ was tearing them safeties up. So
right,
yeah, it was just a good day for Ohio State.
Well, here comes the home team, the Packers.
Yeah,
they're gonna pick 87. Got about 15 more of these things to go, and then we get out of here and get some food. And
absolutely,
I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Here we go. Packers looks like some Lombardi guys are making the pick here.
Lombardi guy.
And I'll tell you what, they picked Savion Williams from TCU.
6'4", 222.
Think Cordell Patterson. He's 4'8". He's 6'3". He's fast. He can run guys over. He can run around guys. He can line up as a running back. He can line up in the slot. He can line up at X, Y, Z, F, Z, B, H, X, Y, Z. He can line up at all of the letters.
Probably not F, but
I know. He can line up.
6'4", being an F is crazy.
He can move all across the formation. I was really hoping
Very
that
shifty
the
guy.
Cowboys would take him. I'm a little sad that we weren't able to snag him, but I'm really happy with the guys that we did get. But Savion's a great pick for them, and now they've got Matthew Golden and Savion Williams.
I got to see him at
With
practice.
Christian-
I went to a TCU practice and got to see him play. He's a really good player.
With Christian,
Big guy, man. Very
with
big
Christian
guy.
Watson.
Very big guy.
I want to trade for Romeo Dobbs now
Mm.
because where are they going to play him? They just drafted 2 receivers, and they've got Reed and Watson. Romeo Dobbs is their 5th receiver. I would trade them a 6 next year for him.
Okay.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah, it's like okay. Yeah.
Like he's better than Tolbert and Mingo.
He'll probably give us more production too.
Yeah. It doesn't really fix the problem, but it's somebody.
But it's somebody.
I mean,
Because
look at that.
anybody besides CeeDee Lamb is going to get production.
Look at those. They don't need 5 receivers.
Yeah.
They're good.
Well, yeah,
can
they
take
don't.
one.
Especially.
What are they?
Well, Jordan Love's coming back.
What are they
so
going to run? 0 personnel. no running back. No
zero
tight end.
personnel.
Double O
Five
personnel.
wide.
Double O personnel. I
Five
mean,
wide. Which is okay, but
like,
5 wide is. I hated 5 wide in college going against it.
really.
Yeah, when especially got 5 speed guys because there's really not much you can do outside of man. You can run like a cover 6 where you're running a cover 2 and a cover 3, but on 2 different sides, but it's tough.
Here's the Jaguar selection. The The best names in the draft: Caleb
I-
Ransaw from Tulane.
Man, I love the DB love right now.
The DB love is crazy right now. He ran 4.33 at 5'11". He's got good size and he's twitchy fast, man. This guy can cover.
It's like
He-
me running.
And,
yeah,
and there's
it's
you,
like
there's
me
you
running
against
4.33.
UNT right there. So you're talking about a guy that was that's because that's Dotku Stadium right there.
Yeah.
He can lock guys down. His speed's is gonna play in the NFL
Locking down one of our
without
receivers,
any
isn't it?
problem. He can lock guys down. He's sticky. I worry about maybe him holding up in like a press coverage or anything, but I mean, you've got him and Travis Hunter and Tyson Campbell.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We're rocking now.
Oh yeah.
We're rocking now.
Jacksonville's going to make some noise. Well, they're going to have eyes for sure because having Travis on your team is going to bring eyes,
Yeah.
But they're definitely going to have more notoriety this year, It's going to allow Taylor Lawrence to really have a chance to do more with more eyes. He's going to have more pressure on him to be better because people are going to blame him, especially if Travis isn't getting the success he's seeing. So
Right.
yeah, so there's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot to it, but I think Jacksonville's going to be a little sleeper this year.
See what they can do
Yeah.
with Liam Cohen as the new head coach, and as we move forward, I feel like there was someone that got taken that I'm surprised Quincy Riley corner is still available. Great ball production. I'm really surprised that Denzel Burke is still available over the corners that have been taken. I'm really surprised that
I feel like his stock went down. I feel like he was higher last year.
I'm surprised Bilal Coney is still out there from Western Michigan, a guy that I really, really like. Dorian Strong from VTech, super thin, long arms, still out there. So as we move forward, there's still a few guys from my second round that are still available. Chiefly among them, Shedeur Sanders.
That's so disrespectful.
I guess I should have kept my original grade. I had him as a 3, and I upgraded him because I felt like I
He
felt
may
ultimately.
fall out the second day.
Wait, since when did the Jaguars have the 88th pick and the 89th?
Did they trade this year? They
That's
did trade.
crazy.
They traded in the first round. Remember?
That's crazy. They got a bunch of picks,
They traded. Remember they traded.
Right. and we can officially see the end of round 3 here as we move forward. And we got day 3 tomorrow. Is always really fun. We're just kind of waiting on the Jaguars. It's always funny when a team has back-to-back picks because it's like, well, you don't have to, you can take whoever you want because you got the next pick.
Brother. Yeah.
I tell you what, they're building a great team right now. The Jaguars are having a great draft. They just snagged Wyatt
Absolutely.
Milam from West Virginia. He's 6'6", 313, but I think he's got the feet for guard, and he could be a heck of a guard. I have him as the 74th best player on my board, and this is I think a better pick than the Ransaw pick personally, but still a really solid pick for them. Milam had some first round buzz coming into things, and then trying to think of the words to say. He had some first round buzz, but it ultimately didn't pan out for him. But he sneaks into the third round here. He's a great player. Plays with some power. He likes to finish guys. I mean, he is just a really, really good player. I'm super happy for him.
Jordan Hancock. That is from Ohio State, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What number was he?
Wait, what'd you say?
Jordan Hancock.
Sorry. What? What are you talking about?
That's on you, bro. That's not on me. This is a war smaller than I thought.
Yeah, he's not as big.
It's 5'11", 186.
I know you would think he's bigger, right? I picture him like 6'1", 6'2".
I thought he was way bigger than that.
I picture him like
I'm-
6'1". I don't picture him like that
I'm
short.
bigger than that. Which I don't mean to size up DBs here. Like these guys are getting drafted.
Right.
These are the best of the best, but at the same time, come on, bro.
Right.
Like this 6'3" guy out of Josiah Frazier, UTSA.
Dude, he's
The lengthy guy, but he's very small. 186.
Donnell, he's Tariq Woolen. UTSA, same school.
Tariq Woolen?
He's everything that Tariq Woolen was. Yeah.
Tweak Woolen's bigger though.
He's bigger, but they're both 6'4". They both have
I
the
love
long
Tweak
arms.
Woolen's game.
And they both have the long arms. You would like Zoff Frazier. He plays super competitive. He gets those long arms in on plays. You like him a lot. Rams are now picking at pick number 90. Sorry, things really slow down here when you get to the end of the third round. What?
Jason.
Oh, he's locked down. No, Dallas Cowboys. ultimately came away with a tremendous value. I'm gonna tweet here. Cowboys get my last remaining first round grade with I really hope that you guys can hear. I don't know if the cameras are the mic's picking it up, but they're making a ton of noise right now, and it's really funny. They are. I mean, you just hear. Hope you know this. The broadcast can hear. Chase, where are you? Chase. Yes.
Well,
You can hear all that?
Yeah. Where were you?
I went to use the restroom and then I went to get some water.
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A came back, you got some food, bro. I said, you've been gone for a while, man. It's just being me and the Brady show.
Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah.
That's okay though. That's fire.
God, dude, we got 3 starters day 1.
That's fire. Well, is he start over Deron Bland?
Well, Bland.
No, Bland, Revel, and
Bland,
Diggs.
Revel, and then who's it? Well, Diggs may not be ready year 1 or still
Yeah.
sharp. So
Diggs
maybe
not be ready.
no. You kick Bland in the slot.
I'll put
You kick
Rebels at outside.
You put him
corner.
outside with Kalen Carson, and you put
Well, we can run Bland as a slot.
just
slot.
say Bland as a slot. Yeah.
I like that actually.
Yeah.
Because Bland likes to get dirty too. So
Did anybody pick that I would be mad at that just went? Like, did Samson go? Did Savion Williams go?
Those vertical numbers for Izaraku.
you know I was supposed to work out with Deron Bland.
Really?
Well, my cousin, him and Deron Bland went to Fresno State. So he's really good friends with Deron Bland.
Interesting.
It's crazy.
Is Savion still on the board and Samson's on the board?
No, Savion's gone. Packers. They have 5 receivers now, bro. We need Dobbs. We need to trade for Dobbs.
There's.
I would say Savion.
They're not
too.
drafting a receiver. That's just what it is. They're not going to draft one. And if they do, it'll be a 6th, 7th round player.
6'7".
No, 6th or a 7th round.
Yeah, 6'7". Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish a 6'7" receiver.
no way. That's got to
it's
be
a joke.
fake.
It's just a joke. What's fake?
Oh, no, that's real. It's real. Yeah.
Somebody called Shadur Sanders pretending to be a part of a team and said he'd have a little bit longer to wait. And apparently, that's crazy work. Here comes the Rams pick, though. I got a classmate that does a lot of draft stuff, and Josiah Stewart was one of his favorite players in the draft, so shout out to him. Josiah Stewart is a twitchy pass rusher first. I liked him. I watched him with Kyle Kennard. I watched them both back to back, and I liked them both. This is a good player. He's a good pass rusher. He's not going to be stout against the run, but he can get after the quarterback. I can't find him. He's gone. I got quiet. It got quiet. There he is. He goes to the Rams at 90. Good pick for them. Good pick. Good pass rusher. Get after the quarterback.
Michigan, man.
Well, you got a few more left here. We
Team
got
up north.
Baltimore, Seattle, New Orleans, Cleveland, New England again, Philadelphia, Minnesota, Vegas, Niners, Atlanta, and then Houston.
That'll cap off the night. And is it 4 through 7 tomorrow? Is that what it is?
Oh, 4 through 7?
God, I don't like Shadur all that much, but calling him and saying
That's so disrespectful, bro. It's
That's
so
wrong.
bad, bro. It's so upsetting. Like he's just at home. Like, why is he home right now? Why is he not in the NFL right now?
I don't know.
Like,
If-
what
if-
team is going to pick him
So
up?
this is the top retweet.
Freeze.
Who did the thumbs up?
Me.
Donnell.
Well, I'm the one who called it, so now you know why it freezes.
Yeah, well, quit it.
So I called it. So.
That doesn't mean you get to keep doing it.
Emory Jones was a guy
Look,
I had
I
the
like
Cowboys
Emory
taking.
Jones. I liked him day one, but
Yeah.
he's a solid tackle.
Yeah.
He had
Showing high school highlights is crazy.
he had some technique issues.
That is crazy.
But he's a good
If
player.
you show high school highlights, Brady's getting drafted tomorrow.
At running back, right?
Yeah, that's what they just showed. They showed him at running back.
I like how they're showing him tackling on an interception.
Exactly. I'm like, what are these highlights? Like,
I'm getting drafted tomorrow, confirmed.
Confirmed by me. I'll take the heat if he doesn't.
No,
Call me if he
That's
doesn't.
crazy work on Shedeur Sanders to call him and tell him, bro, you're being
Bro,
drafted.
like it's so, bro. You don't
Like,
understand how
'cause, like- 'cause, like,
disrespect.
no,
he should
like-
get picked right here.
'cause, like,
Get picked right here. If
'cause-
Shedeur gets picked right here, I won't say another word about Shedeur Sanders.
because like, how does he find
Just
out?
pick him. Just someone
Like,
can
here's
pick
the
him.
thing. He finds out it's fake by just watching it and never getting picked. Think about this. That's sad. That's so sad.
it's someone else drafts
Would
him.
you be happy with Horton?
Love Torrey Horton. Would love Torrey Horton in the 5th round. I would be super excited about that. That's crazy.
I just don't know. I just don't know who would take him.
Donnell, go.
I say?
You're gonna hate this.
Why?
You're gonna hate this.
You already know?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way.
Oh my God, is this Shiloh?
If Shiloh gets picked before Shedeur,
The Seattle Seahawks have taken not Shedeur Sanders, Jalen Milroe.
No way. Great pick though. I love Milroe, but before Shedeur is crazy. 99 athleticism.
Jalen Milroe.
dude, this is the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen. I'm like in any draft ever. I know.
Oh
they have
my-
used Shedeur has been the poster boy of the whole draft. How can someone be the poster boy of your whole draft? Like, how can someone be the poster boy of your whole draft, be the guy everyone comes to watch? Everyone's watching the draft right now to see where Shedeur Sanders is going. And all of them are just like, nah, no. He's not. He doesn't have better arm talent than he has way better arm talent than Jalen Milroe. Jalen Milroe is a better running back bro, stop, bro. Jalen Milroe has no upside as a quarterback in this league, bro. And I don't mean it. And that's disrespectful to Jalen Milroe, bro. As I always say, bro, I respect all these guys, and I respect all these guys getting drafted, bro. It is the goofiest thing ever.
Oh, you
Good save.
You
Good
got
save.
You were about to say the goofy.
It is the goofiest thing ever.
Good save.
To sit here and say, yeah, man, as an arm talent, I'd rather have Jalen Milroe over Shedeur Sanders, which is the most accurate quarterback in college football history. What are we talking about? What are we talking, bro? What are we talking about? Jalen Milroe went to Bama and had the same record as Shedeur Sanders.
They weren't good. Yeah. I mean,
Bro, Bama has a way better O-line. The reason why he has O-line rushing yards is because the best blockers in the nation are blocking for him. Shedeur Sanders has no body and has made way better production.
So here's my write-up on Jalen Milroe. He's a true dual-threat
Bro,
quarterback,
stop.
decent
I
arm
didn't
talent.
gotta hear this.
When he really gets into and he's got good arm talent when he really gets into a throw.
Okay.
He fits the modern RPO style of quarterback. He can escape most of it. He can escape from almost any edge rusher in the league. His ball placement is erratic. He will get jumpy even in a clean pocket, and his deep shots are average. Milroe's been a 2-year starter for Bama. They run a very RPO-based offense. He'll be drafted to be a backup somewhere, but he has He has the potential to grow into a decent starter in the right offense. Player comparison: Tyrod Taylor.
And Shedeur Sanders will be a starter in any offense.
All right, hold on. So I like that. Your dad goes, "Oh wait, there's a couple of Wilsons because me and you were brothers on the team.
Yeah.
we were the Wilson brothers.
Yeah.
They couldn't tell us apart.
At all, not at all.
This is
And then you
insane.
got. My dad was like, "We all family," and then Braden asked, "I know y'all missed me. Oh yeah, we definitely missed you." And then typical Cowboys excuse just to be bad. Well, you're a Houston Texans fan, so.
Houston, Texas fan.
And then y'all think Isaiah Bond getting drafted? Yeah, he'll get drafted.
Like being a Houston Rockets fan, man.
He'll be drafted. Just maybe,
Yeah.
just
Crazy.
probably not today, just because of the case that's out with him right now.
Look, if the Cowboys drafted him, I'd be happy. But
Jalen Milroe got taken over Shadur.
Bro,
Shadur,
hold up.
Shadur isn't even.
I don't even got to show you. He is on every. How can a poster child of the draft, the reason why people are even watching tonight, the reason why people are watching, not even just the reason why, like he's good. People are watching the draft just to see if Shador Sanders get picked, and we're all sitting here like, yeah, Jalen Milroe has better arm talent in my opinion. No, there's no
I didn't say
upside.
he did.
I'm not saying you. I'm talking about like what are these offensive coordinators thinking?
I don't know. I really don't know.
He's a great athlete. Shadur. I mean, not Shadur. Jalen's a great
Bro,
athlete.
Yeah, he's an incredible athlete,
He's a-
incredible runner.
he's
that's not going to win any games in the NFL.
Milroe's a better athlete than Shadur.
That's not going to win any games in the NFL.
Why.
I'm sorry,
Why?
Anthony Richardson.
Fair. Y'all bickering. I'm gonna get into this. Jonas Sanker from Virginia, one of my favorite players in the draft. I had a late third round grade on him, so this is a solid pickup for the Saints.
Love the safeties, man.
Look, this is fast. He plays really well downhill, and he's a special teams ace. He's gonna start on.
Love it.
He's gonna start on special teams. He has no fear playing downside. But look at this center field ability.
You understand
Goes
how
up.
important special teams is so good when it comes to teams picking you, man. You know, special teams is one of the things that gets overlooked a lot, man. And I've learned, especially from a young age, man, special teams is something that if you can take seriously, it can become a thing that's yours. And everyone doesn't like special teams. You know, the starters on the unusual teams don't like doing it, but if you get really good at special teams, you know, especially these NFL organizations are willing to get you above other guys who aren't willing to do that.
Sanker plays. He's super competitive. 6 foot, 206, 32-inch arms from his safety. Ran 4.48.
Nice.
Super competitive, size, speed, can play him anywhere. He plays with timing and good anticipation on plays. He might get a little bit lost on deep routes, and what I mean by that, and Donnell, you'll understand what I'm saying here is, you know, he'll be playing up, he's reading the quarterback, but he'll lose the guy that goes behind him.
Yeah.
And he'll forget that he's back there, and then next thing you know,
In basketball, they call that ball watching, but
Next thing you know, he's-
in
he's-
football,
he's-
yeah,
he's
but
looking
in
up.
football, it's you got to be in guy. You want to be in phase. That's what we call it. You know, being in phase, being connected to the receiver before you look at the ball. Because what we forget sometimes the DBs is that the quarterback's not throwing to us. So the ball's not going to us. We forget that, especially when we get in deep coverages. So you know that's something. But that's eyes. That's something that he's going to learn. You know, especially with the older guys teaching him and everything. And it ain't like that. NFL DBs don't do that now, but they still do. But at the same time,
he can get lost in some of those, and not a ton of ball production. And he plays a little bit out of his. When I say he plays a little bit out of his body, what I mean by that is he plays a little wild. He needs to be a little more controlled, a little bit more. I don't want to call it gap sound, but he needs to be just a little bit more. What's the word? I'm like disciplined. Disciplined is the word I'm thinking of.
all right, discipline.
He reminded me of Wanye Thomas
Okay.
for the Cowboys late third round. He can play as a nickel. He can play deep. He can play in the box. He can come down blitz.
Swiss Army knife.
He's gonna start on special teams. He can just do a little bit of everything, and that's one of those picks that you may not see his name always pop up in big time, you know, money deals and all pros.
But he's always going to be on the
But
stat sheet.
he may be 10-year or 12-year player.
Yeah.
You know, he's one
That
of
was
those-
going to be
he's
on the stat sheet.
he's one
Someone
of those
people
types of
rely
guys.
on to make plays.
And Wyatt Langford.
Bang.
There we go.
What happened?
Wyatt Langford doubled.
Our Rangers. Keeping an eye on them.
How about Adolis Garcia, your favorite player? Donnell hates Adolis only because he's like, that dude should be playing football.
Bro, man, I was sitting there, bro. Like,
There has to be an
we all
unbelievable
went-
linebacker.
No, Chasen, you weren't there. I don't think I knew you at that point. We was at the Rangers game, man. I seen the size of those dudes' arms. I'm like, bro, that dude
Oh, yeah.
should be playing some linebacker somewhere. I don't know. But there's no way you should be that big using a bat. I'm gonna be honest. I think your arm is big enough. I think that dude was a huge guy, bro. I'm like,
What?
yeah, this guy is a football player.
What?
What?
Hold on.
What?
That's not real.
What's
That's
not real?
Not real. That's not real.
What do you mean?
Time out. No, shut up. Get off me.
What are you talking about, bro? What? No, you're tripping. No, you're tripping. What pick is this?
Oh my gosh, there's no way. There's no way.
What? Dude, now you're spoiling
Viewers.
picks.
Viewers.
Spoiling picks. We don't even understand, bro. Hold up.
Not yours.
Wait, who else is there?
If I swear I'm not joking, if Will Howard pops up on my screen,
Not Will Howard.
okay.
It's a quarterback, but who is it?
Bro. Shedeur Sanders was the number 1 quarterback in my draft. And he's like the 5th, 6th quarterback getting picked.
Who is this?
I apologize if everyone's wearing headphones or anything like that.
Wow. I'm sorry. I didn't
Stop
mean to tip this
spoiling, bro.
pick. This is the
You better-
greatest
bro.
draft. Donnell is gonna lose his
Bro,
mind.
no, because
may-
somebody gotta have respect for him, bro. Somebody has to,
Donnell,
bro.
Donnell, am I gonna have to play the Meet the Grams beat for you in a
Bro,
second?
I might drop a diss track on the whole NFL, bro. I may gotta do it.
I feel bad because I've tipped the position of this.
But wait, but if it's not Ewers, it's not Howard.
You know,
It's Miller's already been. Who?
that's the funny part.
McCord?
No,
Boy, if it's your last pick in the draft, it's OD.
it's not DJU. It's not DJU.
The DJU's
I'm gonna let-
OD.
I'm gonna-
Here we go,
I'm gonna
here we
let y'all
go.
Enjoy this. This is Donnell.
You might want to leave it muted for a little longer.
This isn't real.
No way, dude. No way. At this point, nah. Whoever drafts Shedeur is winning the Super Bowl because he's gonna prove.
might be the most.
This is extremely disrespectful
thing I've ever seen in the history of the draft. Like this is actually bad. That's like Johnny Man. No, okay. Johnny Manziel is Johnny Football. I don't care what man. But that's like Johnny Manziel hype. But Johnny Manziel dropped into the 4th round. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
I have no
What
idea.
are we doing?
I have no idea.
It's like Trevor Lawrence going to the 4th round, 5th round, 6th round pick. What are we doing? No one's watching this draft for freaking Dylan Gabriel.
Look, either there's 2 scenarios that could happen here. It's either teams are right and Shedeur is terrible, or teams made.
It's not about being right or wrong, bro. It's like they don't respect him as a quarterback. They just don't care.
Well, I mean, look, if they don't need a quarterback, they're not going to take him. But like, it's either going to be a huge regret.
No, what
thing.
has he said? No, okay. No, somebody put in the what is like somebody say what has Shedeur Sanders said about anybody else? What has Shedeur Sanders said about anything else that has dropped his draft stock? What about his character
Oh my
drops his
gosh.
draft stock?
Hey, the
What
Falcons-
about it?
Hey, the Falcons have just acquired pick number 96. They give up a 5th round pick next year and their pick 101. to move up
Outside of
5
his
spots.
last names being Sanders, what has he done? Like legitly, what has he done that Cam Ward hasn't said? Cam Ward was saying way worse stuff about people. Was saying way worse things. Was saying way worse stuff, and not even worse stuff. They're just confident in their ability to make plays and be quarterbacks. And that's and I hate doing it because Dylan Gabriel's not a bad quarterback. He had the number 1 team in all of college football until it ran to Ohio State. But he had the number 1 team. He's the quarterback. He was what I think he has the most passing yards in all of college football history or something like that. I don't know. He had some crazy stat. So, I'm not hating on Dylan. He's a good player. But the idea of having Shedeur Sanders be this guy that everyone's looking for to be picked and not
All right,
being picked is crazy.
Here's the Patriots pick. That's a good pick from the New England Patriots there. Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia.
Man, Georgia's O-line is just getting drafted.
I mean,
they have the
They've
biggest, best
got
O-lineman.
all offense right
They
now
got
so
all the
far.
O-linemen,
They've got
bro.
all offense.
An offense. Jared Wilson gets second level in a hurry. Strong hands, thick lower half, generates power, drops his anchor. He can shoot his hands inside. He's not a big grabber. He's a puncher.
Ooh.
What?
I just thought about it. ETN's in this draft, right?
Yeah, Trevor Etienne. I
wouldn't-
like that.
I wouldn't be mad at it.
He does struggle to recover if the defender's able to shed his block. He will occasionally bend at his waist and stop his feet on contact, and he only started 1 season. Very reminiscent of Rodney Hudson, who was a great center for the Raiders back in like our day. He makes it sound so old. I'm sorry, guys. But that's a heck of a player for the Patriots. The Patriots have nailed this draft. Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, and Jared Wilson. two starters on your offensive line, a starter at receiver, and a starting running back. Basically rebuilding the entire offense.
Which I like for them. I think that's something
Yeah.
that they're able to have Mac Jones be around guys, that's willing
Drake
to.
May.
Is it Drake May? Well, I keep saying I don't. My bad.
No, you get
Drake
you
May.
just. But like Garrett Bradbury, they signed. Bradbury can play guard. This is just an insurance.
I
This is
said that
just
earlier.
to get a good offensive lineman. What?
Yeah.
Here comes the Falcons pick. There's no point in it. Could be this guy. It could be that guy. I want to make a note. Jack Sawyer still on the board.
Yeah.
You know who else is on the board?
I don't know who. That's a
Nice
heck of a
pick. That's
football
nice
player
pick,
there.
man. That's a nice pick. right
Atlanta
there.
Falcons go Xavier Watts, one of my top second-round players, still on the board.
Yeah.
Super instinctual. I think we even watched a little bit of him together, Donnell.
Yeah, we did.
Super instinctual. He flies to the football and plant and drive. Great ball skills. He hits like a.
You see angles. One of the
He is like a son
one of the
of a-
things I like about DBs that know angles. A lot of the times when we're playing DB and we see like a receiver eyes get big, or we see a quarterback about to throw the ball, we usually go to the receiver. I didn't
quarterback gonna throw the football. When you did this with the pin.
Not bad.
Donnell, bro.
Hey, bro, I'm not looking at the camera. My bad. But as I was saying,
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Yeah, as I was saying though, when a DB's able to not go to the receiver but go to where the ball's going, that's such a good
And the
thing. when
Texans
it
have
comes-
traded up from 97 with Minnesota. Traded up a few spots.
Okay.
They get-
trading up in the third round.
So Shedeur could go. The Raiders have 2 picks back to back.
Yeah, I can see the Raiders taking him.
Didn't they already pick a quarterback? Did they?
No.
Who did they pick?
I don't know.
I could
Genty.
have swore they picked a quarterback.
Genty and a corner.
Let me check right now.
No, they didn't. They didn't.
They didn't.
No.
Let me look right now. They had. Wait, no.
This is crazy.
Disrespectful.
Oh,
Besh.
Besh. That's right.
Besh. Yeah. Love the
Not that
corner.
wrong. Different
love
Jalen
the corner.
Smith.
Love.
USC obviously had a very, very, very talented secondary.
Yes, they did.
Donnell, you want to watch this and tell us what you're seeing?
Yes. Well, the lot when it comes to these little highlights that they have shown on.
Well, yeah, they're all highlights.
Yeah,
but
they're
like,
highlights, but they always don't show the full picture. But he looks aggressive. He looks fast. He looks like he attacks the ball at a very high pace. So I can look up some more stuff and get some more on him. Let's see what I like.
I'm trying to remember where I had him. I feel like I passed him. I don't think I had. Did I have a UDFA grade on him?
That'd be crazy.
That would be insane.
That would be great.
No, I didn't. He's on my board. There's no way a top 500 board.
What's his last name?
Jalen Smith. Jalen, like Lin.
Yeah.
Chase, help me out here.
I'm trying.
Look for USC. There's no way I didn't not add him. If I didn't, then did I delete him on accident?
There he is.
There he is in the 5th round.
He's not a huge guy.
No, he's fast, but he's super competitive.
Hey, he looks.
Who took him?
he
The
looks like a
Texans,
playmaker.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looks like he's playing a little safety right here.
Yeah, he's safety corner hybrid nickel guy. He can move, he can tackle, he can do all the things. He can move across
He's
the defense.
He's playing like a flat defender right now.
He moves across.
Ooh,
He
I
moves.
like
He
that.
moves across the defensive formation.
Okay.
Wow.
He's a sure tackler. Ooh, I like that. Putting his head on the ball, getting the ball out. A lot of the plays I'm seeing him as being a tackler. Not a lot of them are just in coverage, which I always love a sure tackler.
Sorry for the quiet lulls. This is we're
Yeah,
down on
all
the
of-
final
all of
picks
his
and
best
we're all ready
highlights
to
are
go home.
tackles. All of his best highlights are TFLs and tackles, which I love more than anything.
Oh,
Like, I love
Luca's
tackling guys.
sick.
Luka's sick. He's not playing no more.
No, he has a stomach bug. I think he's playing through it.
Oh, sick game.
No wonder.
Flu game.
Look at this edge talent for the Cowboys: Micah Parsons, Sam Williams, Marshawn Nealon, Donovan Ezra.
We talked about that earlier.
Dante Fowler. Yeah, we didn't talk about Chase though.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, man. Who's competing with that D line room right now? Who would I say is competing with them?
Okay, I don't like that comparison.
Maybe New York. New York Giants have a really good D line room right now, especially with their 2 picks and Abdul Carter and
Wow. Shadur not
Trayvon
going is
Thibodeau.
crazy, bro. Oh, Dylan Gabriel. Oh, like even I am not a Shadur guy.
It's not about being a Shador guy. It's about the idea that a guy who
The fact that he hasn't gone and he's most likely not going to go in the first 3 rounds is insane.
think about this. This is the draft guide right here. NFL, is this NFL?
That's the Cowboys.
The Cowboys, right? Whatever. Shador Sanders is at the top of this, and he's a 4th round guy.
Lindy's has him
I've seen
as
guys,
a first or second round grade.
Dude,
they have
I've
him, they have
seen
him as
guys-
they have him as a third quarterback.
bro.
in the draft.
I've seen guys who aren't like legitly like we are obviously know we know
They actually
the NFL is a spectacle, and there's a guy, and it's about eyes, man.
Lindy's has Milrow ahead of Shadur, but they do have Shadur as a first, second round grade.
This is
Never seen anything like
the
this.
Raiders got 2 picks, so I mean,
What about Jalen Milrow is better? than Shador?
He's a better athlete. He can move better. He probably fits. He has a.
He's also a better athlete than
he has a
Patrick
more,
Mahomes.
He has a more scheme fit.
He's a better athlete than
You
Lamar
you
Jackson.
asked a question. You said, "What does he do?"
I
better?"
know.
I'm answering.
I'm just saying, being a great athlete doesn't really matter in this league.
I feel like Milrow has an offense he could be elite in, whereas I think Shadur could be good in most offenses. You know what I mean? I think it's something like that. I think the ceiling for Milrow in a
What RPO offense?
in a Raven, imagine him in the Ravens offense. I think he could be successful.
But I also think I do not think he can make Lamar Jackson plays. I think he's an athlete like Lamar. Lamar Jackson is like magical when he makes his plays.
he is.
They don't play similar.
I mean, the Raiders have back to back, and after the Raiders, San Francisco's not taking him.
I
Philadelphia's
feel like the
not
most
taking him.
respectful thing is for them to draft Shador Sanders back to back. Say, hey man, we're taking 2 picks just for you, bro.
Him and Shiloh.
They're getting a guard for Shador Sanders.
That's a
what
bit of,
that's better what it be. That's what. No,
Usually-
actually, can I be honest? I feel like they would get Shador Sanders first if they were going to get Shador.
That's a bit of a reach for me.
I think they
What do
would
you
get
have him at?
Shador and then get the guard.
I have him at number 200 on my board.
Is there another quarterback in the draft?
Yeah.
How many quarterbacks left?
well, yours, Will Howard.
Quinn Ewers?
Riley Leonard,
Yeah, Quinn Ewers.
Absolutely
Yeah.
not.
Riley Leonard, Will Howard,
Will Howard.
Kyle McCord.
Don't disrespect yours.
I'm not a Texas fan, bro. I'll let you know. I told you that. That has nothing to do with the organization. I just don't like a couple of guys that went there.
Like who?
Well, he don't go there. I don't think he goes there no more. Jonte Cook.
Okay.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
yeah.
when Jonte broke into our high school.
Yeah, I don't like that dude anyway. He was-
Jonte's
Well,
Jonte's
I don't
all
care
over
if
the
you're
place
watching
now.
this or not, bro. Don't go on Instagram live talking about my homie, man. I don't care who you are.
He did that?
Just for you to get negative 4 yards for 1 catch. Get out of there, my face, bro.
Do I need the censor button?
No, I'm not gonna say nothing crazy about him.
Do I
I'm
need
all
to-
right.
do I-
But I'm just saying, don't sit there and talk about my boy Calvin though. He's sitting over there going Instagram live thinking he tough, thinking he hard, just for him to suck against us. I don't care what you guys say, and then do it. I don't care about that.
I thought he was really good in high school.
What about Colin
He
Simmons?
was really good.
So
It's
what's your
trash
opinion-
against us, though.
So what's your opinion of Colin Simmons?
I love Colin Simmons. He's a Christian guy.
He's a hell of a player.
He's a good guy. I
love Simmons.
like Colin Simmons. I just don't like Texas. I was right.
The Raiders go back-to-back O-line.
I said that.
Charles Grant from William and Mary.
I said if they go Shador, they get Shador first.
The guy that was the last second-round player on my board. Not left. I still have several second-round players
Get
available.
2 O linemen for no quarterback.
What if the Eagles take him?
They have Geno Smith. What do you mean no quarterback?
I apologize. Geno Smith. I like Geno Smith. Never
It's
mind.
in
I apologize.
my player comp.
I forgot for a second.
My player comp for Shador is Geno Smith.
Yeah, if you think day 2 is the most viewed, imagine day 3. People are going to be viewing
I
into
see
day
it.
3.
I do see it,
You
but
see it body type and
yeah,
really
I see the body
symbol.
type. Yeah. Shador has he doesn't have like a really good player comp.
This is crazy, bro.
What?
Does Quinn Ewers get picked before Shador Sanders? I mean, maybe at this point.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked.
This is insane. I mean,
I would not be shocked at this point.
I am stunned he has not gone yet.
If you get Shador Sanders, Quentin Ewers O-line, I swear Shador Sanders would have led everything, every statistical category in quarterbacks this year. I'm dead serious.
Dang.
I'm dead serious.
Shador Sanders not going tells me he did not interview well at all.
What do you mean he didn't interview well at all?
Well, like with team meetings, like individual meetings. Like each player like meets with.
I know, but like at the same time, like I've never seen. Have you ever seen this type of like a guy
No.
who's projected to be the number 1 pick? They're talking about him in the number 1 pick, and then he's not even in the top 3.
Johnny. Well, okay. Johnny was talked about like that, and then somebody did reach on him. I think people maybe learned from that mistake. I'm not saying that Shador Sanders is Johnny Manziel. I'm just saying that, like,
I'm just saying like
it's a similar situation potentially.
it's like it's just like you don't. There's no way these teams are talking heavily about Shador. They were talking about Shador. Not it wasn't the other. The NFL teams were mentioning Shador Sanders.
Somebody tweeted and said,
That's
that
so
say?
disrespectful.
somebody tweeted and said
That's so
going
he's getting so much disrespect. Shador don't say nothing about nobody. Bro, we act like Shador Sanders is just some cocky dude, bro.
except his offensive line.
Could he go back to Colorado?
It says going.
Yes,
it says,
technically.
it says going to be awkward when Shador.
Well, no,
has,
if you declare for the draft, I don't think you can go
it says
back.
going to be awkward when Shador has to go back to Colorado and wear a different number since they retired his.
Dude, that's so disrespectful. That's not even funny to me. That's just disrespectful. It's just, bro, it's just disrespect. I don't understand. I can't say it in another way. Like, I can't be like, I don't know any other way to say it. It's just like straight disrespectful. It's just super disrespectful to him. I don't know what he's done. What has he done? Like, what has Shador Sanders said? What has he done outside of be a college student and flex his wrist when he scores? You had Caleb Ward literally calling dude smelly. Like, and people like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about here? 4 different offensive coordinators in 4 years. Who posted that?
You Tree, so he's a YouTuber I like.
Oh, that's fine.
It says it's Buffalo over. with Dion like head down.
It's crazy. I mean, maybe people
It's
just don't want
so
to deal with
crazy,
Dion.
man.
I mean, I don't.
It's not even about Dion, bro.
I know it's not, but like,
And that's what I don't like because they're taking out because I've heard like there's coaches that do not like Dion because of what he's done in Colorado. And I'm like, so you take it out on his son?
I mean, at this point, whoever takes him,
So it's like
I mean-
we miss out on a really good QB because we don't want to deal with Dion. Yeah, we're taking Dylan Gabriel over him. Stop. Stop.
that's crazy.
Stop. Oh yeah. Dylan Miro is an athlete. What does Dylan Miro have over Shador Sanders?
Other than his athletic profile.
Who?
Other than Milrose's athletic ability.
There's
what does-
nothing
what
he
does
has.
No.
Well, and
Maybe
let's
teams
know what
don't
does
wanna make
Dylan Gabriel
Dion
have
head
over
coach.
Shador Sanders?
Dion's gonna stay. Dion's in Colorado. He's gonna stay
What
out.
does
Gabriel,
what does Gabriel-
Gabriel has nothing except maybe says he has a better arm, but even then, probably not.
Even then.
I'm being
then.
straight up honest with you.
As I'm saying,
You know who
even
this
then. That's what I'm saying. Even then.
League agrees to not
No,
draft
no.
Shador for TV ratings. Oh, hey Bryce, it's my brother.
Exactly. Like no one's watching. I'm not joking. No one would be watching this if Shador was in there. If Shador already got drafted.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, it's gonna be
People are still watching because Shador.
It's gonna be a
And that's how crazy
extremely
it is.
viewed day 3.
Oh
not-
my gosh, this is the most viewed day 3 of all time. Because Shador Sanders is still on the board.
What tomorrow?
He's 20.
People
you
gonna-
had if you see the best available, it was like you can turn it on. Shut up.
Upton Stout used to be at North Texas.
I don't even
Shout
know
out
who that
guys.
Well, he's
is.
at Western Kentucky, so
I did
that's
not.
saying something.
He's a thumper. He's got
And
good ball
Upston
skills.
Stout got drafted before Shador.
He's a thumper, man. He's got great ball skills. He was a consensus all.
That's so
all
disrespectful.
conference.
My bad, bro. You are a NFL player now. Respect.
He's
you,
a
bro.
top 100 pick.
Yeah, man. Dude, that's live your dream, brother.
I'm gonna see if I can call Seth. See if we can get him on the
Patriots are having an unbelievable draft.
because
you know who isn't? Shador Sanders.
See if
And I'm gonna be the guy. I'm gonna be the hater on the thing. I'm going to be the Shador lover on here.
there it is. Oh, I can hear it now. I heard the ringing.
you probably won't pick up because they're doing something tonight. But
Oh yeah, tonight's the
yeah, the thing.
yeah. Trade.
The Broncos have traded up to 101.
Shador.
We're now out of the top 100. We're officially. Man, draft's going by so fast.
Who's the difference quarterback again? Were they just
Knicks.
Yeah.
Oh, Knicks. Yeah. Why did I?
They don't need a quarterback.
They need a
Oh,
backup.
I know they don't.
They need a backup. They need a backup. And here comes the Broncos selection.
Somebody got to be mad for him, bro. I'll be that guy. They actually don't need anything.
Broncos move back in to draft Savion Jones, the edge from LSU. Personally, a 4th-round grade for me, number 121, but it's only about 20 spots. But he's a good player, man. He's a good player. Let me get to. I'm currently not. Ooh, dang. Okay, Seth is sick right now, so we will
Is
move
it?
off.
I just saw him like 2 hours ago.
Let me get to my edge board here and add.
Yeah, I'm UNC casual. I don't even know who that is. Yeah, I like Brashard Smith. I would be very happy if the Cowboys took Brashard Smith. I don't know where you have him on your board.
Fourth.
Yeah.
Savion Jones reminds me of he's a longer Danico Autry. Long arms that can block passes, disruptive power, moves well for his size, stays balanced, and he stays gap sound. He's 6'5", 280 as an edge player. Doesn't exactly fire off the
Big.
ball, not a bender, average quickness. So he
So
really
this actually is going against the mode that usually they're getting now in edges.
Vance Joseph runs a 3-4. Okay.
Oh.
And that fits the 3-4 perfectly at defensive end. Right? Playing more towards the interior. That is a perfect. What are you doing?
Oh no, that was just stretching.
I thought you were trying to give like the thumb thing. I'm like, Chase,
No.
no.
I'll do this
I'm a
side.
SWAT. I will make your voice go chipmunk. I will make your
Well,
now I can't talk.
Final pick. Wait, that's not.
That's not the. Oh, there it is.
Here comes the Vikings. Here comes the Vikings pick. Number 102, the final pick of today.
shit doesn't. I'm playing.
They take Ty Felton.
With the last pick in the third
I'm gonna
round.
have to go
Oh man.
down my board to find this one. Way too many players that I did not know. Well, no. That was the wrong way to say that. That I did not watch. So hey, that means more guys for the Cowboys to draft. than I
Look,
did
Cowboys
watch.
had a great day two.
Actually, I believe the Cowboys did have a great
Cowboys
day.
had a
I think
great
they're probably
day too.
top 5 when it comes to
Oh my gosh, they got some players that were
with grades today.
all 3 guys could have been in
I
the
think
first
Cleveland
round.
Brown has an A+ today though.
Oh yeah, Browns have won in the draft for sure. But the Cowboys have had a great draft. I'm very, very happy with because
Also,
all these guys,
Cleveland's draft today too.
all these guys that we drafted, and throughout my mock drafts, I had each one of these players in the first round at some point. So the fact that they were able to get all three of them, there's no complaints there. It's
At
just
all.
you're running out of time when it comes to getting these skill position players. And if they really don't address it, no matter how good of a draft they have, they're not going to be a good team because they don't have anybody to help Dak. And that's how you have to be successful at the end of the day. No matter how you look at it, you need your quarterback to be comfortable. And they've had a great draft.
Well,
Yeah.
folks,
Yeah.
I want to say before we get off here after a few minutes, because no one don't want to call in. So
You were addressed to slap me.
what?
You were addressed to slap me
Why?
because when you were about to earlier.
Best players on my board still available. Here are all the second round grades I have.
First rounds are gone. All first rounds gone.
Rebel is the last one.
Okay.
We've got Jack Sawyer, Dylan Sampson, Alec Manor, Braden Swinson, Shador Sanders, Baron Sorrell. And then we got the third round grades. Jalen Royals, Dorian Strong, Joshua Farmer,
I thought Royals went.
Jordan James, Kyle Kennard, Omar Norman Lott. Well, no, that's who I didn't add. Omar Norman Lott. He went.
Chiefs.
That's right. I knew I missed somebody. Talking to you, Yahoo. CJ West, Billy Bowman, Bilal Kone,
Billy Bowman, man.
Jarquez Hunter, who I'd love to get. Isaiah Bond, Tez Johnson, Deion Walker,
There's some talent, man.
Gunnar Helm,
There's talent.
DJ Giddens, Cam Scattaboo, Danny Stutzman, Devin Neal,
I love Neil. I love Stutman.
Marcus Bowe, and then Chase Lunt. So those are all the second, third round grades I have
You think
available.
Brashard Smith the best running back left?
Do you realize? Oh, no,
I don't think so.
No.
Not
Look,
over Dylan Sampson.
think about all the running backs I
Let's say
named.
Dylan
Dylan
Sampson.
Sampson's on the board. Devin Neal's on the board. One of my favorite players in this draft, Jarquez Hunter. He runs like a knife. He's on the board. Cam Scattaboo's on the board. Devin Neal's on the board. There are so many good running backs. I expect there to be a run on running backs tomorrow, but
Jerry's not going to take one.
hopefully they take one. There's no way they don't take one.
I mean, it's not smoke. When the Cowboys don't smoke screen anything. So when they say they're not taking anybody, they mean it.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest story coming out of both nights of the draft.
Well, actually,
Look,
Cleveland just dropped. They did take Dylan Gabriel. Actually, never mind. Cleveland had a terrible draft this week. Terrible draft. Two days.
Shedeur
Terrible.
Sanders.
if they went Shador,
Terrible.
oh my gosh,
Shedeur
Cleveland.
Sanders is still on the board.
Day
after,
three gets more interesting.
I really like
Day 3 just
Jacksonville's.
got about 1 million more viewers tomorrow.
When do the Cowboys pick next? We don't have a fourth.
No, we do have a fourth.
We don't have a fourth.
We do. His name is Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah, Cowboys don't have a fourth round pick tomorrow.
Nope.
Oh boy, that's not good.
Nope, not at all.
We better smoke him if we got him because our next pick
But
tomorrow.
we're not looking for like a running back anyway, so we should get a decent receiver that drops to us.
Our next pick is 149.
Not decent, but you know what I mean.
And what are we at now? 103.
We pick it 149, 174, 204, 211, 217, 239, and 247. You've got the capital to move back up. I think they might move back up in the fourth.
I like the
receiver.
Ravens picks right now, honestly.
Oh, I would love
Sparks
that.
and Mike
Bond and Brashard. That would be dope. Yeah, I'd be very happy
But we're
with
going to
that.
finish off with some Cowboys talk.
All right.
Ending it with Tyler Booker to start. I think that pick looks a lot better now, especially now we know we know
better,
what
a
they've
lot
done
better.
after day 2. Then they go BPA at defense, Donovan Ezeraku,
2 weeks of Esaraku and Micah on each side of the ball.
and then
That's awesome.
they go Siobhan Revel, first round grade on my board,
Love it.
who should be completely healthy. I would love a guy like Torrey Horton. Seeing that Colorado State reminded me.
Look at this Shador play. Like this is not someone you pass on. What a ball. I mean, just showing Shador's highlights right now.
All of the receivers from Colorado are still there, except obviously for Travis.
bro. They're getting disrespected on a whole nother level. I'm sorry. I know we're talking about Cowboys, so let's finish
But what do you grade the Cowboys draft at, Donnell?
that. Honestly,
A, B, C, or D?
I would say either A- or B+.
Chase?
I'm gonna have to go with a B, not because I'm not happy with who we've got, because
Yeah,
I'm very happy
yeah,
with the
I'm
picks.
very
But
happy.
I don't think they've filled the positional needs yet.
Yes.
So I'm
Okay.
gonna have to go with a B for that reason.
Yeah, I would say B+.
I'm going to give 2 different grades because, you know me, I like to be weird.
Well, if you're going based off players, A.
Talent you acquired
Talent, A.
is an A.
A, yes.
The positional need,
Which is why I said B+.
a C+.
Yeah.
But
That's what I said. B.
you acquired 3 day one starters for you, and
Yeah.
I don't know how many times you can often say that.
That's not awful.
Yeah.
They had a great draft. This has been a great draft show. Chase, always appreciate it. Donnell, I really appreciate you.
Always.
coming
Even though I'm
on.
graduating,
All
I'll,
love, all
I'll
love,
still be
man.
here next year.
You might be here next year. We'll have Donnell
All
back here
love.
next year.
Absolutely, I'll be here.
We'll see if Seth's going to be here next year, but we're always here for the draft show. Super excited, and
Appreciate
we're
y'all
going to go
having
ahead
me
and end
on,
the
man.
stream.
Really
Yes, sir,
do.
of course. And we will see you guys.
B for you.
In between the stitches, we'll see you guys next week. But draft show, we will see you guys next year. Thank you guys for tuning in. This is obviously a huge project that I do. It takes so long. I was hoping the camera would freeze it right when I put my thumbs up.
You have
The
no
amount
idea
of
how much.
effort- the
You
amount
have
of
no idea how
effort
much.
that he put-
Yeah, you have no idea how much. I've been with him for. I don't know how many people we've done together. Maybe 10 players I've done.
20.
Maybe
20.
maybe we've done 10 to 20, but like yeah, it's unbelievable the
Like
amount
you
of.
watched the 155. You don't understand how much time that is. You don't understand how mundane that gets. You know, football is
My
super
grades,
super fun.
my grades reflect that time spent. But
Yeah, man. Like you don't understand. Like it gets like you can watch football. And I love football, but I don't know if I can watch 155 players. Like watching the corners over and over again. Like I even got tired last night watching it, and he did 155. So I congratulate you. You even sent me some of the players that I didn't know about that I was able to look up on and be able to even be knowledgeable because of you. So all praise to him, man. This is not something
Just
he
happy
made
we
me
could
up.
be
He
here.
made me up my game because next year I'm definitely going to be as more knowledge. This is going to be an all year thing. You know.
appreciate it.
And then we'll be here in a
um,
couple years when Donnell's
but,
name's in the draft.
Oh,
Hey,
absolutely.
bro, I'm
Appreciate
gonna be
that.
on the
Always
interview. Yes, sir.
appreciate that.
We'll see you guys next year. I
Peace.
got it. Hold on.
Peace.
Oh, now it doesn't want to do it.
It's only me, bro.